Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
And we're doing it on Getter
Every single day. So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
There it is. There's the closing bell for New York Stock Exchange. You press that little button, that hammer goes around and around, hits the bell, ding, 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 ding. A bunch of people celebrating something. We don't know what it is. Certainly not celebrating the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which was down 500 points again today. Not 527 points. NASDAQ was up all day and ended up down a little bit, 20 on the day. The VIX came in a touch, and that is a good sign. When things quiet down, when they calm down, the VIX comes down. Gold, look at that, folks, 33 and 30 cents. It's $3,300 an ounce. I'm telling you, my first day on Fox News, I don't know, whatever, it was 15 years ago, I pulled up an ounce of gold out of my pocket. It was $600 an ounce. And Ducey said, what are you going to do with that? I said, I'll never sell this. I still have every ounce of gold I ever bought. I will never sell it. 33, breaking all-time highs. Oil up $1.80, and Trump mentioned this earlier in the day when he was with Italian Premier Giorgia Meloni, that oil was down. He's right. Oil is down off the highs, off the Biden highs, and this is the reason why inflation should be tame going forward. So kind of a mixed day. S&P was just a touch higher. A very, very quiet day on the trading floor. Let's take a look outside. That's the West Wing. There's the portico. You see the guard there, the Marine Guard there. That tells you Trump is inside the building. If Trump is not in the building, meaning inside the Oval Office, which is likely where he is, or other parts of the West Wing where a lot of the advisors do all their work. If Trump were not in that building, there wouldn't be a guard at that door. But anytime the president is inside, you'll have that guard. And the reason we're showing you this, those are sticks. We call those the sticks. There'll be a gaggle. The gaggle is when someone of interest, in this time it'll be Caroline Leavitt, we're told Caroline Leavitt will come to the sticks and gaggle, which means she'll go to those microphones. The press will kind of circle around her, and then she'll answer some questions. We're hearing that's going to happen. We'll keep an eye on that. Also interesting, slated for 4 o'clock, Trump is signing executive orders behind closed doors, which means when it's behind closed doors, there's press inside, but they do the whole thing, and maybe he answers questions or not, but we don't get it. The whole media doesn't get it, not just Red, but the whole world media. ABC doesn't get it. No one gets it until he finishes. They look at it, they decide, and then they go, boom, this is what you guys get. You all get it, and we will bring that to you immediately upon when that happens. In the meantime, just a minute or two ago, just right before the show, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Ben Carson. We talked about the difference between President Trump this Holy Week, where he goes to events, he goes to the prayer breakfast, he goes and prays, he does things that show he cares about Christianity, he cares about religion, he cares about America's religious right, religious center and right, versus Joe Biden, who had a completely different take on this time of year with the LGBT community. Anyway, Dr. Ben Carson and I had a few minutes, and we'll bring that to you right now. All right, folks, let's bring in Dr. Ben Carson, former HUD secretary, but also one of the world's renowned pediatric neurosurgeons, really great guy as well. Dr. Carson, love having you on the show. Appreciate your time. So you wrote an op-ed, and it struck me, sir, because after 4 years of Joe Biden and this whole, hat tipping and bowing to the LGBT community, the trans community, whatnot, Donald Trump this week has spent a lot of time observing Christianity in various ways. Sir, tell us why that's important to you and why it should be important to all Americans and, frankly, all humanity.
Well, also, especially when you contrast it with Easter season last year, when the Biden administration was then celebrating Transgender Day on one of the holy days of the year, where we're looking at the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ, who means so much to millions and millions of Americans, myself included. And it's so wonderful to see that in the White House. And I think President Trump actually means it. This is not show for him. I asked him several weeks ago, where are you getting all this energy from? I said, you're 78 years old. And he thought for a moment, he said, it's God. And I think he recognizes that he's there for a particular purpose, but he also recognizes that the direction of our country was very bad most recently, with all the hatred and the division and the loss of common sense, men and women's sports, all kinds of just things that make no sense to anyone. Mm-hmm. And I think part of the reason for that is because we've lost our spiritual connection. You know, we're a different country than any other country. Our founding document says that our rights come from our Creator, also known as God, and not from the government. And I think it was those values, those Judeo-Christian values, that were essential to our rise from obscurity to the pinnacle of the world in record time. That was not a coincidence.
Not a coincidence, sir, in the juxtaposition of Joe Biden's White House celebrating LGBTQ. We have some video that we're going to show from... hold that shot for a second, Ben. This is one of our producers. Hold that shot, because that pride flag, sir, should never be flanked by the American flag. Old Glory should never be seen as subservient, secondary to the pride flag. If you can go, give me that pride flag again there. Look at that. Can you believe on the North Lawn right there of the White House, no less, the pride flag? You want to fly a flag? I'm against it on the White House, sir, but never put the American flag secondary to any flag on the pride flag. Your thoughts?
It really is a slap in the face of so many people who are Bible-believing Christians, because the Bible has some pretty substantial things to say about that lifestyle. And it also mentions the fact that Jesus died for everybody, he loves everybody, but that doesn't mean that he accepts everything that everybody does. And, we need to make that distinction. I love all people. I love gay people and trans people, but it doesn't mean that I condone what the Bible says is not correct. Mm-hmm.
And Trump very, very famously said that when that bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, missed his brain and hit his ear, took part of his ear off, he said, and he said this since then, that he believed he had a divine mission, that God wanted him to lead the nation, lead the world going forward. Have you had a conversation with him about that?
I certainly have. And, the location of the shooter, that was a chip shot. I've had opportunity to have some training with sniper shooting, and that was a chip shot, and almost impossible to miss. So clearly there was an intervention when he looked up at that slide, and it made a huge difference.
What do you think the message is to the American people? Trump kicked off Holy Week. He went to a service. He's done the prayer breakfasts. He's gone to several different occasions celebrating Christianity in this very high holiday week. What does that mean? What does that tell you the direction of certainly the next 4 years for the country, at least?
Well, I think he's circling back to our roots, our Judeo-Christian values and roots that tell us to love your neighbor, not cancel your neighbor if they have a different yard sign. And, the United States of America is much too strong to be brought down militarily. We can, however, be destroyed from within. And he fully recognizes that and is going to be taking actions that would lead us back to the values that initiated our climb to the apex of the world.
Dr. Carson, are you interested in getting back into the administration?
No, I'm helping from behind the scenes and working hard with the American Cornerstone Institute, which is growing very significantly. And, I think the optimal situation is having federal government working with local and state governments, working with private organizations and faith-based organizations. That's when we found the most success when I was at HUD.
Well, we're going to leave it right there. Dr. Ben Carson, appreciate your time. And, have a very blessed rest of Holy Week and going forward, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Same to you, and always great to be with you.
All right, folks. We'll be back. All right, folks. Really good having Dr. Carson on. Tariffs have thrown the global economy into chaos. Potential widespread inflation tied to massive supply chain disruptions is weighing heavily on all of us in the markets, by the way. But there's a silver lining that most people have missed. President Trump specifically exempted gold and silver bullion from these sweeping tariffs. Did you know that? I didn't even know that. That is really, really interesting. Probably why gold is $3,333 an ounce today. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, this administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you're concerned about your savings, I encourage you to have a free consultation with a Birch Gold precious metal specialist. The first step is to text America to 989898 and receive your free, no obligation info kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold and silver in a tax sheltered account. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of your pocket. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of thankful customers, text America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898 to claim your free info kit right now. All right, we'll keep an eye on all things at the Oval Office in the White House, and we will be back in 2.5 minutes. All right, folks, my first guest, this next guest, I should say, is the 51st Attorney General of Texas, who's now running a challenge, four-term challenge to Senator John Cornyn. Welcome, Attorney General Ken Paxton. Let's do it. All right, let's bring in the 51st Attorney General of Texas, who's now running a challenge to four-term Senator John Cornyn. Welcome, Attorney General Ken Paxton. Attorney General, just want to tell you how thrilled I am you're here, because you've been MAGA from the beginning, and we appreciate you. And Donald Trump has certainly shown his love of you and for you as well. And those of us who are out here watching, who's been a Trump supporter from the beginning, original MAGA, we call ourselves, you've been there from the start. Congratulations on the success. So tell us, you're going to primary John Cornyn. And by the way, I thought rhinos were extinct, certainly in the state of Texas. Apparently they're not quite extinct yet, sir.
Well, John's been around a long time. He came in when we were just taking the state from the Democrats. And so over the last 23 years, going on 24 years, he just hasn't represented Texans the way they'd expect to be represented. Now, maybe if he were from Vermont or from Maine, it might work out. But he is not anything like Ted Cruz. He has been a big disappointment. It's time for a change after 23 years. Yeah,
I'm glad you brought up Ted Cruz. It was really my last question, but I'll bring it up since you brought it up. So if you win, you replace John Cornyn, you get along with Cruz. And then the relationship with Governor Abbott, could you just explain the dynamic of both of those folks with you and for us?
Yeah. So I think Ted's done an amazing job. He's obviously moving into his third term. And that's the kind of representation. What he's done, been bold, conservative, much like, what you'd expect from a Texas Republican. Greg Abbott and I have had a great relationship. He was obviously the previous attorney general and then became governor. And I've had a great relationship with him, working especially on like border issues. We worked on COVID issues, and we worked on a lot of different issues. So I feel very fortunate to have good relationships with both of them. Unfortunately, my relationship with John Cornyn has not been so good. Ever since I became Attorney General, he's pushed the other way on all kinds of different issues related to me and to my leadership.
When Trump was picking his cabinet and whatnot, he originally talked about Matt Gaetz as the Attorney General of the United States. And then for whatever reason, Matt decided he didn't want to do it, or Trump didn't want him to do it. But then Pam Bondi came along. She's there. Your name was floated very high on one of the many of the very short lists for Attorney General of the United States. Did you want that? Did you think you were going to get it? What about that?
So I didn't know. I mean, there's all kinds of names floating around. I certainly am happy in Texas, and this is kind of the direction that I wanted to go. But if Donald Trump had asked me to do it, it'd been hard to say no to him. Not necessarily because I was looking to do that job. I was not looking to do that job. I like the path that I'm on, which is up to the voters as opposed to being, controlled by other political people. So I really like the direction that I'm headed right now.
Attorney General, one of the things you proposed recently, I read that you're proposing $1,000 per day fine for any illegal who's in the country illegally. The question is how they're not going to be able to pay it. But here's a little side note to that, sidebar to that. What about the NGOs who are housing and supporting the illegals for breaking the law? You want to find them too?
Absolutely. Look, this is how Joe Biden did it. He basically washed the money through NGOs, because then we wouldn't really know how the money was being spent. So these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations along the border got, hundreds of millions of dollars, and they used it illegally, I believe. And we're actually in the middle of litigation with some of them right now, trying to show exactly what we believe happened, which is that they were washing money for the Biden administration, and that they were participating in illegal activity of aiding and abetting illegal immigration.
Mm-hmm. And so we claw back some of the money by hitting the NGOs, finding them, and hopefully they come through. I love that idea. Another idea that we were talking with Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman from the state of Texas, has had quite, let's call her heightened rhetoric. She's got quite the mouth on her, that young lady. Not sure she can support most of her claims, and I've always offered her the opportunity to debate me anywhere, anytime, any place. Now, here's my point, though. She may have misused and misappropriated some funds, some Act Blue money. Your thoughts on this, and will Texas or even the FEC, should the FEC go after Jasmine Crockett?
Look, I think they should definitely look at it. If there's an allegation that she's misused funds, it would be very appropriate for the FEC. They're the ones that govern this area. It's their job to make sure that federal political officials are following the law. So absolutely.
Where does she come from, Attorney General? I mean, because she bubbled up in the last 6 months for us nationally, but you guys must have had your eye on her for a while. Was she always like this, or is this just since Trump was elected?
Honestly, I never even heard of her until she started bubbling up, like, as you say. I'd never even heard of her. And then, of course, she became outrageous in her comments and making fun of Abbott being in a wheelchair. I mean, it's kind of a little bit shocking and very inappropriate, some of her comments about him and just some of the crazy things that she said. Okay, this is something I think is important. Is Texas firmly red? I mean, there's so many states that, Colorado went from red to purple to blue. People are trying to say that maybe California may be pushing a little. How red is Texas, sir? And the reason why I'm asking this is because there's some things that keep happening where you go, well, Texas, really? Texas? And because I live in Florida, I'm not seeing the same things that are going on. That gun laws maybe be restricted and whatnot. Tell us about how red Texas is. Yeah, look, I truly believe Texas has gotten more solid. I think as Joe Biden used the border for his own political purposes and ignored federal law and ignored his constitutional role, I think a lot of these communities were suffering because of it and moved more of those people in our direction. They saw what Joe Biden did with the economy. They saw what he did with the border. They saw what was going on internationally. I actually think Texas is more red today than it was, say, 4 years ago. And that's really attributable to the horrifically bad job that Joe Biden did and the hope that President Trump has given this state. I mean, I think he won by 13.5% approximately. That's a pretty darn good margin for any Republican in any state. How red is the State House? Let's put it that way. How red? I know you have it, but there's even people in the Florida State House that Governor DeSantis believes aren't real Republicans. They are Republicans in name only. Well, look, we definitely have a fair bit of that. Our Senate is solidly conservative Republican. We have a lieutenant governor that oversees that, and he does a very good job, Dan Patrick. And then our House, on the other hand, has been controlled by the Democrats. They figured out years ago, we finally took over the House in 2003 when I was there. They figured out how to align with a block of Republicans. So the Democrats will block vote. And I think there's 61 of them now. You need 76 votes to become Speaker, and about 20 Republicans work with the Democrats to elect one of them as Speaker. So it has been a challenge for us for the last 17 years with that particular strategy. It's very frustrating because all this good legislation comes over from the Senate. And at least in the past, we'll see what happens this time. We've got a new speaker. He claims that he's going to be conservative. I said, well, whatever you say doesn't matter. What you do is what matters. So we're going to see by the end of May whether this particular Republican, who was largely elected by the Democrats, is going to come through with our agenda. Got it. Austin Metcalf, the young man who was killed, knifed to death by Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony had a press conference today, and Austin Metcalf's father showed up, but he was escorted out. Dallas police were called. Are you going to look into that? So I would love to. One of the problems that we have in Texas, and I pushed the legislature to give me the authority to look at criminal matters. But right now, the only people in Texas that can actually investigate and prosecute crimes are our local DAs. So if you look at our large cities, all of those DAs have now been elected by George Soros, and they effectively control prosecutions. The legislature can pass laws, but unless you have somebody in that role, like most states have current jurisdiction for the Attorney General on criminal matters, I don't have that. I have to get a referral from a DA, and that's never going to happen in a Soros city. Dallas being Soros, that's disturbing, especially since, I mean, we all live under the Constitution. Maybe the feds can do it under a First Amendment violation to Austin Metcalf's father being escorted out of a press conference by the guy who killed his own son. Amazing. One more thought before we go from one attorney general to another. Letitia James in New York is now under scrutiny. Looks like she's been doing the things that she was accusing Donald Trump of doing. And now there's a criminal investigator referral, at least, and maybe an investigation about to happen into Letitia James. Will we see a perp walk of an attorney general of a state like New York? Is that possible? I think it's certainly possible. I don't know who got the referral. That's obviously pretty important. If it's somebody that's going to do their job and actually look at the facts, if she's actually done something wrong, then very likely she could do what you're talking about, do the perp walk. If they don't really do a real investigation, they cover it up, you may see it just kind of pushed aside.
Yeah. Any way they can use lawfare the way she used lawfare against Donald Trump, maybe even push it up to a federal, some sort of federal, find a way, the kind of the way Alvin Bragg found a way for Donald Trump, kind of change some rules and laws around. Possible?
Look, I think we just follow law, and if she's done something wrong, then she should be held accountable. If she hasn't, I don't like the system that the Democrats operated under, because if the rule of law doesn't mean anything to us, it clearly doesn't mean anything to them. Then we don't have a country that's, we don't have a constitution. We don't have the rule of law. The rule of law is really important, and it's really important that people are treated fairly under that law, whether they're liberal Democrats who are doing bad things or whether it's us. We should all be treated the same under the law. Spoken
properly like a true Attorney General. Attorney General Ken Paxton, state of Texas, maybe the next senator from the U.S. Senator from the state of Texas, and we can only hope so, the MAGA crowd that I represent, sir. We wish you very much luck in that election. Thank you for joining us.
I really appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
All right, sir. All right. Now we're just being told that the president has turned around that executive order, and we have the tape. We will bring it to you as promised. Oh, we need a couple of seconds, right? Because, again, this is how it happens. He does the executive order wherever he is. This time it's in the Oval Office. It's closed doors. Press is inside, not open press. It's called closed press. And so when they're finished, they give it to us. And now the minutes available, which is right now, we're going to bring it to you. Here you go.
Swordfish from. Most of the swordfish that you eat on the mainland comes from our fishery.
They shut down also areas off Maine, that the Maine lobster.
Oh, yes.
And I think we're going to have to open that one up really quickly, too. Yes, sir. But we did it, and then after the election, which was totally rigged, they went out and they put it back again. And it was like 500 square miles or some ridiculous thing like that. And Canada fishes there, but we're not allowed to. Can you imagine? They restricted it, but Canada fishes there. Please.
Mr. President, this is such a great honor. Today in American Samoa, we're celebrating the 125th Flag Day. It's the first day celebrating when the U.S. flag was first raised there. At this very moment, they're celebrating that. So this is a monumental occasion for the people of American Samoa, and we are truly.
So this is a big thing.
This is because we're a tuna-dependent economy. 99.5% of our exports is tuna.
99.5%?
Yeah.
Well, what about the other half?
and then about 80% of our private employment is related to the tuna industry. So, yes, this is a big thing for the terrorists.
So what's this going to do in terms? It's so interesting to me. It's so horrible and so stupid. It's so stupid. We're talking about a massive ocean, and they're forced to travel 4 to 7 days to go and fish in an area that's not as good and is probably a little more dangerous, the whole thing. So how is this going to affect your business? It's going to be many more, you're going to be able to do much more business, I would think, right?
Yes, we would think that this will definitely result in more fish deliveries, and more fish deliveries is more economic gains for the territory.
Tell us what happens when you say China and other people steal your fish. In other words, you're forced to go to areas that are very dangerous.
Well, because of the monuments and overlays of sanctuaries, our fishermen mostly fish on the high seas. And if you look at Global Watch, you will see China, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan all fishing on our very edge of the 200-mile zone. So our fishing, we're in competition with them. And also, their dumping of their fish on U.S. markets lowers the price for our fishermen. And that's another difficult thing that we hope you'll take care of soon.
And what about the stealing of your fish?
Well, you're competing with tuna in a very competitive market, right? So they're camped right outside, like you said, they're camped right outside our EEZ.
And what happens?
And they're taking our fish because it's migratory. Tuna is migratory.
Because we can't fish in our zone. The fish goes to whoever.
And they come in.
They come in and they dead at night. Most
Yes, they do. They take the fish.
That's a common, well-documented problem.
Does anybody, I mean, it's so interesting. Even you have to find this one interesting.
Yes.
So by doing this, we're going to give you back your lives.
Yes.
And you've been doing this for thousands of years in this area. And
Absolutely.
then along comes Biden and Obama, and they say you can't do it anymore, right?
This is fish baby fish.
Yeah. So
That's right.
what's the level of popularity, and this is a risky question, but what's the level of popularity of Trump and Samoa versus the Democrats?
77%.
For Trump?
All shows for Trump. Yes,
Wow.
that's right. 77%.
Probably going to 90 tomorrow.
Yes. They'll go up to 100.
100.
Well, it's an honor. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it because it's just an honor. Here's one of the boats in there. Look how beautiful that is down. They use it for a beautiful cruise that takes 7 days before they can do the first fish. Can you believe it? So now you'll be able to do it like almost immediately, right?
We get much closer, absolutely. So if the fish is there, we can make more trips and deploy more people.
Do you know through sonar, radar, everything? Do you know where the fish are? I mean, can you see that?
You get educated guesses, so you get all kinds of different reports, plankton and all kinds of stuff, and they can.
It's a beautiful life. You wouldn't choose any other life, right?
It's a very unique life. I love what I do. I really do.
I mean, if you could have a life like some beautiful leisurely life in Washington, D.C., mugged when you go to work, but other than that, you love politics. If you could live in the White House, you'd take exactly.
Might take it under consideration.
All right, let's do this, right? That's an honor. You've seen that signature, and I don't use AutoPen. You know, like Biden. Biden uses AutoPen. I think And what is the second one, please?
We have one more also relating to fisheries, sir. This is an executive order on seafood competitiveness. Currently, we have two basic problems here. One is that the American seafood industry is dramatically overregulated. Our fisheries are dramatically overregulated. The other is that we have unfair trade practices from our foreign trading partners relating to the seafood industry. So this executive order is going to attempt to address both of those. The Department of Commerce, other federal departments and agencies are going to work with the fisheries to establish common sense regulatory reforms.
How long will that take?
I think we're expecting to move as quickly as we can. Yes, sir.
You know what I mean, you know exactly what we're talking about already, right? It's crazy. The regulation.
It is.
Secretary Ludnick is going to fast track that, I can assure you.
Howard, please, go ahead.
Sure. So you just heard us, the economic zone around Hawaii and Samoa is huge, and it's exclusively ours. So why wouldn't we have our fishermen fish there? I mean, imagine saying our own fishermen, every country in the world, they all fish the 200 miles off their coast, and we were stopping our own fishermen from going off the coast. It's totally the opposite of common sense. That's why President Trump has changed it. Now let's talk about regulation. If you're not even going to let them fish, imagine the regulations that have been written to stop our fishermen from just surviving and thriving. We have the greatest coasts in the world with the greatest fishermen in the world, and we need to let them do their great jobs, raise and capture fish, bring them to our tables, have America have the greatest fish in the world, which we have, and then let them export all these other countries, right? They stop us from exporting. That's going to be over with your leadership and your trading policies. We're going to open all of these markets, and we're going to let our fishermen thrive and prosper, and we are going to have lower cost fish, more of it, and the freshest fish in the world. And this is just common sense for the United States of America.
So could I ask, it's so interesting. Yes. So you take these massive areas of water, and other countries are allowed to fish in them, right?
No.
They sneak in, they poach.
So they're not allowed, but they do it because they don't care.
But they fish in their own zones, sir.
Yeah.
So we're systematically disadvantaging our fishermen by not allowing them to fish in parts of our exclusive economic zone, while other countries have their own exclusive economic zones, and they're fishing the heck out of those.
So they're totally benefiting.
Now that you're allowing the U.S. fishing fleet to fish, they also serve as observers. And when they see poachers, they report them to the authorities. And so they are a big help to the U.S. Coast Guard. And so it's great for our U.S. food security. It's
great.
I mean, we should have a trade surplus in fish, and we have a big trade deficit.
It's crazy.
Because of all this. It's just crazy. Nothing.
Okay.
Familiar.
This is an easy one.
Very easy.
Hi, Mom. This is an easy one. This is crazy, huh?
Well, 80% of the seafood in the U.S. is imported.
So can you imagine that? We import seafood, and we have the greatest coast of fishing in the world.
Okay, so in Maine they do something similar. I think it's like 500 miles or something, some crazy thing. And Canada goes and they fish there. Other people fish there. Europe fishes there. The Maine lobster. You can't get Maine lobsters because Maine's forced to go for days out to some other area that's not as good. We have to free that up too.
We'll have that on your desk next week, I promise.
The Maine lobster, right?
Yeah.
It's incredible.
You did it last time, and they undid it.
Canada fishes there. No, we're not allowed to. Yeah, I did it last time in Maine, and they undid it. That's why we have to stay president for a long time. It's a great honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Great job. Thank you so much. Beautiful. You guys look like a real athlete right here. There, look how
I get a shake too.
Mr. President, breaking news. A short time ago, the Supreme Court agreed to hear oral arguments in the case about ending birthright citizenship. How confident are you that the court will rule in your favor and allow that order to end birthright citizenship to go forward?
Well, you're just telling me that for the first time. I am so happy. I think the case has been so misunderstood. That case, birthright citizenship, is about slavery. If you look at the details of it, the signings of it, everything else, that case is all about slavery. And if you view it from that standpoint, people understand it. But for some reason, lawyers don't talk about it. The news doesn't talk about it. That's not about tourists coming in and touching a piece of sand and all of a sudden they're a citizenship. They're a citizen. That is all about slavery. And even look at the dates on which it was signed. It was right at that era, right after the Civil War. And if you look at it that way, the case is an easy case to win. And I hope the lawyers talk about birthright citizenship and slavery, because that's what it was all about. And it was a very positive, it was meant to be positive. And they use it now instead, not for slavery, they use it for people that come into our country and they walk in and all of a sudden they become citizens and they pay a lot of money to different cartels and others. It's all about slavery, and if you look at it that way, we should win that case. Okay.
Mr. President, we have a great relationship with the president of El Salvador. Will you ask him to release Abrego Garcia so that you can facilitate his return here to the United States? And do you believe he deserves due process here?
Well, I must tell you, I have to refer again to the lawyers. I'll have to do what they ask me to do. I had heard that there were a lot of things about a certain gentleman, perhaps it was that gentleman, that would make that case be a case that's easily winnable on appeal. So we'll just have to see. I'm going to have to respond to the lawyers.
Mr. President, we're learning that there are now 2 deceased following that shooting at Florida State University. Following and amid that, is there any changes that you want to see to gun legislation? Anything you see broken with gun laws in our country?
I'm going to have to look. I'm a big advocate of the Second Amendment. I have been from the beginning. I protected it, and these things are terrible. But the gun doesn't do the shooting. The people do. It's a phrase that's used probably too often. I will tell you that. It's a shame. I'm just hearing about it now. I just hear about it. I know the area very well. I know the school very well. I know everything about it. It's Florida. And we'll have more to say about it later.
What do you mean when you say there will be more to say about it?
Only in terms of what happened. As far as legislation is concerned, this has been going on for a long time. I have an obligation to protect the Second Amendment. I ran on the Second Amendment, among many other things, and I will always protect the Second Amendment.
Mr. President, a question about the United Kingdom. Reports that you're going to go and stay with the King in September. Can you confirm that? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I was invited by the King and by the country, great country, they're going to do a second, as you know, a second fest. And that's what it is. It's a fest, and it's beautiful. And it's the first time it's ever happened to one person. And the reason is that we have two separate terms. And it's an honor to be, I'm a friend of Charles. I have great respect for King Charles and the family, William. We have it's really just a great respect for the family, and it's a very great honor that, and I think they're setting a date for September.
It's going to be a smaller visit initially, and then a bigger state visit to follow after. Is that the plan?
Yeah, they say that it's going to be. I don't know how it can be bigger than the last one. The last one, which, as you know, is incredible. But they say it's going to be even more important. So it's a great honor to be so chosen.
President Trump, yesterday you spoke with Japan. Is the Nippon steel deal part of the tariff negotiations? Did you discuss that with them?
It could be, but I doubt it. I mean, I think we're going to view it separately. We want U.S. steel to remain in the hands of the United States and people from the United States. And great respect for Japan, but we don't want a foreign country buying U.S. steel. U.S. Steel was one of our great companies of the world. When you go back 80 years, and it was the biggest, strongest, most powerful company in the world, and we're going to make it very strong and powerful again without Nippon. But if Nippon wants to come in, and I hear they're working on it very hard, I have great respect for Nippon Steel. I know a lot about it. But they can invest and they can do lots of things, partnerships, but we want to have U.S. Steel remain in this country.
So is that a stipulation you would put on these tariff negotiations?
I guess we could talk about it with regard to tariffs, Howard. I mean, it's something that could be a part of it. But tariff negotiations are actually simpler than that. I mean, we're going to set a number and people are going to pay that number, or they're going to decide to go elsewhere. If there is such a place, there really is no elsewhere, I think.
Mr. President, in the first term, your Attorney General apologized to Tea Party groups who have been targeted by the IRS under the Obama administration. Why is it okay for the IRS to now be looking at changing the tax status of Harvard because of policy disagreements you have with the university?
So, I had dinner last night with a lot of pastors and ministers and people of faith, and there were like 32 of them. And it was beautiful in the Blue Room. And they said, sir, I was targeted by the IRS. And the FBI came in, sir. And I've been going through hell for years. And somebody overheard that statement. And they said, oh, that happened to me too. Another one overheard, oh, that happened to me too. It was the Biden people. And they had 7 or 8 of them. We're going to be reporting it very soon. I said, this has to be reported. These are ministers, pastors, evangelicals. They were targeted by the Biden administration, which was a disgraceful administration. Well, I was targeted more than anybody in history. I think you probably know that. I hope you admit it, but you might not. But I was targeted more than anybody in history. But it was interesting because one pastor told me, and another one heard, oh, me too, and me too, me too, me too. All of a sudden, they're all, and one of them spent all of his money, everything he had on lawyers, for 3 years, he said. It took place almost immediately after the election. After the election, when Biden came in, unfortunately for the country, sadly for the country. So when you ask me that question, I immediately say, let's switch it around to tell you what happened last night. And not only that, we're also finding that many people just having to do with Trump support have gone through hell. And they've used the IRS for purposes of something that's very illegal for them to have to do.
Were you trying to
it's a very illegal, it's a very, very illegal thing to do what they did. And I think it's such a shame. That was long what?
If that was wrong, why are you considering changing the tax status of Harvard?
Because I think Harvard's a disgrace. I think what they did was a disgrace. They're obviously anti-Semitic. and all of a sudden they're starting to behave. But when you see what they were saying, what they were doing, when you see the way they took care of events, when you watch that woman, that horrendous president that ruined the image of Harvard, maybe permanently, in Congress, in the halls of Congress, when you take a look at what happened there, it was horrific. And, I've looked at a lot having to do with it. I'm not involved in it. It's being handled by lawyers. I read about it just like you did. But tax-exempt status, I mean, that's a privilege. That's really a privilege. And it's been abused by a lot more than Harvard, too. By a lot more than Harvard. So we'll see how that all works out. I don't think they've made a final ruling. I don't believe they've made a final ruling, but it's something that these schools really have to be very, very careful with. Very anti-Semitic when you take a look, whether it's Columbia, Harvard, Princeton. I don't know what's going on, but when you see how badly they've acted, and in other ways also, so we'll be looking at it very strongly.
Subject on the tax-exempt status subject, what are the other groups you'd like to see that status removed from? Could we expect an example?
Well, we'll be making some statements, but it's a big deal, and they're so rich and so strong, and then they go so bad. They've earned so much by being a member of this country, a member of this group, this beautiful group of people in this country, and then they go and they abuse their power like that. I think it's very sad.
Are we talking about immigrant rights groups, environmental rights groups?
Could be. I mean, look, environmental. I have a group named Crew. You ever hear of it? I think it's CREW. And they have a guy that heads Crew. It's supposed to be a charitable organization. The only charity they had is going after Donald Trump. So we're looking at that. We're looking at a lot of things. But if you take a look at Crew, what they've done, and I think it was a very big abuse, but we're going to be finding out pretty soon.
Can you explain the disconnect between your conversations with President Xi, when those potentially could happen, and why they haven't happened yet?
Well, you don't know whether or not they've happened.
That's my question.
Yeah, I mean, I've never said whether or not they've happened, but I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and I think it's going to continue. And I would say they have reached out a number of times.
Xi or they?
Well, the same. I view it very similar. It would be top levels of China, and if you knew him, you would know that if they reached out, he knew exactly. He knew everything about it. He runs it very tight, very strong, very smart. And we're talking to China.
So they've reached out in recent days or recent weeks?
Excuse me?
They've reached out since the 145% tariffs?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Do you believe
a lot?
Do you believe
a lot all the time? We're talking.
Have you ever talked directly to President Xi?
I don't want to say that. Yeah. It's just not appropriate.
But you're speaking.
Sorry. Has he called you directly, President Xi, or reached out to try to facilitate a conversation?
Well, you'd think it was pretty obvious that he has, but we will talk about that soon. It's not that important because, honestly, we're going to have a deal. I believe we're going to have a deal with China. And if we don't, we're going to have a deal anyway because we're going to set a certain target, and that's going to be it. Do you have anything to say about that, Howard?
I think our tariff policy around the world has every country in the world coming in and talking to us. It is incredible. We had country after country in yesterday. We are confident that we will work out something with China, and the president knows what he wants to do, and I think he knows it better than anybody else in the world, and we are confident that this is going to work out well, both for the United States of America. I'm sure he'll work it out with China, but the amount of other countries who are working with us is incredible. And I think it's really going to work for the American farmers, for our ranchers, for our fishermen, for our businesses. The scale of companies coming to America just every day, like even this morning we were talking about Whirlpool, and then we were talking about car companies opening. The scale of factories coming to America is mind-boggling, driven by Donald Trump's tariff policy, which has got the world coming and finally respecting the United States of America.
President Trump, you said
And by the way, there's never been anything like it. We have at least $7 trillion of new businesses coming in. If you go back and look at others, I mean, in years they wouldn't do anything like that. So, and this is in a matter of weeks, so it's been pretty amazing.
You said we're talking, so China and the U.S. are talking on tariffs.
Oh, sure.
Do you believe then that they won't go higher than 125%? We've heard Chinese officials say that. And then, like, what happens if they do go higher? Do we retaliate more?
Well, at a certain point, I don't want them to go higher, because at a certain point, you make it where people don't buy. So I may not want to go higher, or I may not want to even go up to that level. I may want to go to less, because, you know, you want people to buy. And at a certain point, people aren't going to buy. And it's actually up to 145%, because you have the 20.
You previously said that you would consider reducing tariffs on China to get a Tik Tok deal done. Is that still on the table as of now?
Well, we have a deal for Tik Tok, but it'll be subject to China, so we'll just delay the deal till this thing works out one way or the other. And I think it's a good deal for China. The Tik Tok deal is very good. Tik Tok is good for China, and I think they'd like to see us do a deal, especially the deal that we have pretty much done with some of the best companies in the world.
If they agree to sign the deal, would you take that into consideration?
I think it would be something we discuss, because it's a natural. If we're making a deal, I guess we'll spend 5 minutes and talk about Tik Tok. It wouldn't take very long.
Can you give us a sense of how far along these negotiations are with China? Are they in the early stages, or are you inching closer now to actually making a deal on tariffs?
I think that we will make a deal with China. I think we've had some very good talks, but we will have some very good talks remaining. And, you know, I view it, and some people say, oh, rush. I think we have a lot of time. I think we have plenty of time. But we have very, very good. You saw Japan was here yesterday. We had Italy today. We had a great conversation with the Prime Minister. We've had very good talks yesterday with Mexico. Talking with everybody. You know, the problem is there's only so many hours in the day. I think we're going to make a deal with China. We're going to make a deal with everybody. And if we don't make a deal, we'll just set a target, and we'll live with that, and it'll be fine too.
How much time do you think you have?
I would think over the next 3 or 4 weeks, I think maybe the whole thing could be concluded. You have to understand, we're a big, if you think of us as a big, beautiful department store before that business was destroyed by the internet. We're a big, beautiful store, and everybody wants a piece of that store. China wants it, Japan wants it, Mexico, Canada, they live off it, those two. Without us, they wouldn't have a country. And everybody wants a piece. And at a certain point, if we don't make a deal, we'll just set a limit. We'll set a tariff, we'll set some parameters, and we'll say, come in and shop. They may not like that, and they may find it, or the market may find it too high, you know, more likely the market, but the market may find it too high, or the country may find it too high. Then they'll come back and say, well, we think this is too high, and we'll negotiate, or they're going to say something else. They're going to say, well, let's see what happens. But they always have a right not to do it. So they can say, well, we don't want it, so we're not going to shop there. We're not going to shop in the store of America. We have something that nobody else has, and that's the American consumer. And I had the most successful 4-year period in the history of this country, and I think we're going to blow it away this time. But there is a little bit of a transition, and we're going to have that little transition, and it's not much of a transition. You know, if you look right now, we're getting 25% on cars, right? We're getting 25% on steel. We're getting 25% on aluminum. We're going to have some other things that we're going to be adding in the not too distant future, because we want them to be made here. The medicines, the drugs, pharmaceuticals are going to be done, and computer chips, et cetera, et cetera. And because of that, we have the biggest computer companies in the world coming in from Taiwan and other places, and they're building in Arizona and lots of other places. We're number one in AI by far. We're leading China by a lot, by tremendous amounts. We're going to supply electricity at levels never supplied before. They're going to build their own electric. We're going to let them become a utility, essentially. And it's going to be amazing for the country. They're going to build their own electric plants. We have to double up our electricity to remain number one in AI. We're going to have to double up our electricity take our whole country. We're going to have to double up our electricity. Think of that. and probably even triple it up. And we're going to let them build their own electric plants with their plant that they're building for the AI or whatever they're doing. Never been done before. We're going to get them quick approvals. It's going to be very clean, going to be very nice. And we're going to get them very fast approvals. And people are investing in this country like they've never invested before. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you. We're headed out. Thank you, guys. We're right here. Let's go. Thank you.
Well, that was the Oval Office executive order on seafood. And they had Howard Lutnick there and some representatives from the state of Hawaii talking about our seafood industry and how some other countries are playing games with us. And again, the conversation always goes to what's the most, I guess, prevalent topic, and certainly since April 2nd, and it's tariffs and how other people are treating our seafood trade and how we're treating them. And that happens to be one where there's a big difference. Some European countries won't even take our seafood. Meanwhile, we're taking theirs at a low tariff rate. Again, I don't love the tariff, but you heard Howard Lutnick try and, I don't know, explain some of his thought process. In the meantime, I do believe we have Mr. Steve Bannon. If he's available, I'd love to bring him in. MD, is Mr. Bannon available? There he is. There's my man, Steve Bannon.
Right here, sir.
How you doing? Steve, one of the questions in there, and I wanted to talk to you about this. One of the questions in there was on this idea of holding back money from Harvard. Now, Steve, how in the hell are the feds, how are we taxpayers financing Harvard for the tune of $2 billion over the next couple of years? This is the money Trump is holding back. When they have a $52 billion endowment, if you'll just bear with me one more second, $52 billion is the biggest endowment of any university in the world, number one. Number two, when the university has $52 billion, that means they have that cash on hand. They can invest that money. And now if they just put it in Treasury, 4% yielding Treasury bonds and notes, I do that myself, Steve, they'll take in $2.1 billion a year tax-free. Why would Harvard get a penny of taxpayer money?
I think it's, I actually thought the total number is $9 billion. I think $2 billion is just immediate that you could just jump on. I might be wrong.
No, you're right. I'm simply, you're right. When they invest and the market goes up, they made $9 billion. My point is they could close their eyes, stick it in treasuries and make two.
I'm saying, I think the total government exposure at the trough, maybe total of $9 billion. Maybe that's over a couple of years. Look, it's massive. None of these universities, and I've been a big, being an alum, the business school alone, I think, had a $5 billion. I'm not sure the $52 billion includes all the medical school, the law school, and the business school, because each one of the major trade schools, law, medicine, and business, each have $5 or $10 billion endowment themselves. They're just growing over time. Look, it's outrageous. Here's the thing: on both the law firms and the universities, we're seeing a commonality. If you go and threaten to take away government money, they will fold. Now, Harvard's trying to play hardball, but, and I didn't think we should go after the Ivies first. I thought we should go after the public Ivies, which I think are more pertinent. Michigan and Madison, Wisconsin, UNC, Virginia, UVA, all that. However, if you're going to go to Harvard, you got to play hardball. You can't back down. I think they're blocking them from taking away their ability to get foreign students.
It pisses me off,
Steve. They're going to cut their security clearances.
They got students because of their race and their religious backgrounds. They're showing up and can't read at 12th grade proficiency, can't do math, and they're American students, specifically white male American students who are top of their class, 5.0 on a 4.0 scale, and can't get into Harvard, get rejection letters, and it's $59,000 a year. So many things about that makes my head explode.
I know some kids that go to the top prep schools and the all-male prep schools, very tough, 4.0s, great boards, and they're told don't even apply.
Right.
It's just a waste. You're just wasting your time. You're wasting your money. So that's how bad.
Unfair.
That's how bad. But we need to. I think the overemphasis.
I don't mean to interrupt the guru, but so fine, Harvard, you want to do that, but guess what? We're going to make you pay taxes just like every other corporation. You want to play games with picking and choosing? American people shouldn't be supporting that garbage. Sorry.
No, I think it's huge. The non-tax status and a tax-free status all the foreign students. I think there's security clearance for the university for people that work there. You got to play hardball here. And I think we're making a mistake by overemphasizing just the anti-Semitism, because I think that puts too much burden back on the Jewish students. I think you ought to say, hey, we're going to give you a list of 200 professors that are the woke, progressive, neo-Marxist left. We want them purged, right? We don't want your programming change, just these little programming changes, what we're asking for. We want a total purge of the faculty, and we want to purge the administrators. I think you have to play hardball. I would cut all their money off today, cut the tax-free status, take their security clearance, make it tough to insure. If you're going to go after these places, you have to go after them hard. And Rachel Maddow, they say, oh, they're going after higher education. No, we're going after the center of the propaganda in training schools for the woke progressive left, and they got to be taken apart.
And the only way you do it with some of these folks is, the almighty dollar speaks, and speaks volumes. My problem is that they have so much largesse. They have so much money. They could withstand a lot in a long time. It's just, again, the taxpayer should not be allowing them to operate tax free. Yeah.
So Eric, the commonality you see in all this, the law firms, all of it, it's taxpayer money. Once you get into this, the whole system, this is why we have massive deficits. This is why you have a $2 trillion deficit. This is how you end up spending $6.5 or $7 trillion. Everybody's at the trough. Once you cut that off of basic working class and middle class people's money, tax money, the whole thing changes. So it's absolutely outrageous. And I think we got to start playing hardball with these institutions and just press on harder. Go to the public, go to all the Ivy League schools, the Ivy adjacent, what they're called, the Duke universities, and go to the public Ivies and just cut them off, hardcore cut them off with federal money.
Love it.
And let's see how tough they are.
Love it. All right, Steve, your show. Good talking to you, my brother. I'll hopefully see you tomorrow.
Eric Bowling, thank you very much. On a Holy Thursday evening, we've got a great cold open. Natalie's with us. Also, what Sheila Matthews is going to join us. There's a shooting down at Florida State. We're going to break that down and see if the drugs they give these young people, if that has anything to do with it. Let's go. We've got an amazing cold open. Packed news day today. I know you find that hard to believe. Packed. This is why I love doing the afternoon show. We get all the stuff that's been hot all day. Let's go ahead and play the cold open. We're going to bring our own Natalie G. Winters in for some observations.
And they say the attack is what?
That you waved off an Israeli plan to attack Iranian nuclear facilities.
I wouldn't say waved off. I'm not in a rush to do it because I think that Iran has a chance to have a great country and to live happily without death. And I'd like to see that. That's my first option. If there's a second option, I think it would be very bad for Iran. And I think Iran is wanting to talk. I hope they're wanting to talk. It's going to be very good for them if they do. And I'd like to see Iran thrive in the future, do fantastically well. I know the Iranian people, they're incredible people. Always have been very smart, very energetic, very successful people. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anybody. I really don't. But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's, pretty simple. It's really simple. We're not looking to take their industry. We're not looking to take their land. All we're saying is you can't have a nuclear weapon.
You have said in the past that you aren't worried about allies growing closer to China as a result of your tariffs. And this week we saw Chinese President Xi Jinping visit with 3 of our allies. Should you be worried that they're growing closer?
No. Nobody can compete with us. Nobody.
You said that you have a relationship with President Xi. Why not pick up the phone and call him and make a deal?
Oh, we're going to make a deal. We'll have a deal. I think we're going to make a very good deal with China.
Do you plan to reach out to him?
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. Tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. The inflationary effects could also be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
On Jerome Powell, you said that the termination of Jerome Powell cannot come fast enough. He says he won't leave, even if you ask him to.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. But I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I let him know it, and if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. Some of the president-elect's advisors have suggested that you should resign. If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
Can you follow up on, do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
I guess the other question is, to follow up on Victoria's question, do you believe that the president has the power to fire or demote you, and has the Fed determined the legality of a president demoting at will any of the other governors with leadership positions?
Not permitted under the law.
Not what?
Not permitted under the law.
I mean, we are now relying on the courts almost completely and entirely. Is that the position that Powell finds himself in? He doesn't expect the Senate to lay his body down on the tracks or the Congress?
Yeah, so a couple things. I believe if Jay Powell were fired by the president, he would have to defend himself privately. And I believe he has positioned himself in that way to prepare for that should it happen, is my understanding. The other thing is there is a technicality by which the president can fire a Fed chair or a governor, and that is for malfeasance. I just want to be technically correct about that. But it is not believed that a disagreement about interest rate policy would be that kind of malfeasance that might justify a firing.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome. It's Thursday, 17 April, year of our Lord 2025. It's the late afternoon, early evening show leading into Holy Thursday. Well, it is Holy Thursday, but normally the religious services will be tonight. Was it Monday, Thursday? For Protestants, and some very beautiful services tonight, both in the Catholic Church and in the Protestant community in Holy Week. So look, President Trump, you got to love him. It's Holy Week, a little slow. Congress is out. Let's see, what are we doing this afternoon? Hey, how about we're going to fire the chairman of the Federal Reserve? That'll change the conversation, as if their heads are not blowing up. It's interesting. They can't even get to all the, like us, they can't even get to all the stories. You can tell they're doing 3 or 4. They're really packed around, obviously, the deportations, as we went through this morning with Bensman. And for the War Room posse, thinking downrange, it's there. You see the firestorm they're putting up on taking out criminals and gang members. Think of what it's going to be when you get down to as I did the calculation today, the 1.6 million that have final deportation orders, okay, from a court, and then the other 2 million, as Todd Benson went through, gets you 3.6 million that you could basically, another 2 million you could take out right away that virtually have those phony licenses from the passports. They're going away. They're burning off for a time. There'll be 2 million here by the end of the year. So 3.6. You see what's happening right there. The courts are slide with that. Now, President Trump, the ECB, European Central Bank, cut rates. I think they got a little different thing they're looking at, but Powell did not. President Trump's all over him. So the talk today is President Trump going to fire Powell? Does he have the legal authority to fire Powell? Because the Fed is a quasi-independent institution, I think that's a whole question in and of itself, right? Who controls the Federal Reserve? Why do we even have a Fed? We're a big believer. We're like Andrew Jackson. We actually don't believe in central bank. This is the equivalent of the Bank of the United States to us, maybe just slightly different. So President Trump all in on that today. Gave a presser at the when the Italian prime minister, and then later signed executive orders, particularly around fisheries, and I think limiting some employment in the federal government through the summer, extended that, and of course he's taking questions all day long. I do want to replay, because what Jack and I did this morning, I think we took about 3 segments to do it. Parts of it went mini viral. And I realized Kurt Mills and some other folks are tweeting out some of the better elements of what we appreciated about the New York Times story. President Trump was asked a direct question, so I don't want to. This is disintermediating Jack Posobiec and Steve Bannon. Let's go ahead and hear President Trump again answering a question that was put directly to him earlier in the day when he was there for a bilateral with the Italian head of government. Let's go ahead and listen to it.
And they said the attack is what?
That you waved off an Israeli plan to attack Iranian nuclear facilities.
I wouldn't say waved off. I'm not in a rush to do it, because I think that Iran has a chance to have a great country and to live happily without death. And I'd like to see that. That's my first option. If there's a second option, I think it would be very bad for Iran. And I think Iran is wanting to talk. I hope they're wanting to talk. It's going to be very good for them if they do. And I'd like to see Iran thrive in the future, do fantastically well. I know the Iranian people, they're incredible people. Always have been very smart, very energetic, very successful people. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anybody. I really don't. But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's, pretty simple. It's really simple. We're not looking to take their industry. We're not looking to take their land. All we're saying is you can't have a nuclear weapon.
Right there, he lays it out very simply. They can't have a nuclear weapon. But I don't want to attack. I want to live happily without death. The certain hardcore elements of the neocons went absolutely nuts today. They were also not happy about Jack and I, who are big supporters of Israel. But here's the reality. If you read the New York Times, and I haven't seen any counter to that, it's the arrogance of essentially forcing his way here twice, coming when President Trump dropped the Trump Gaza about a month ago. And it's fine to come over and update. That's what these bilats are. These people come in, and we cover it every day. Then to come back a couple of weeks later because he didn't get enough to spend enough time and force the issue. They're trying to force the issue. They're trying to say, hey, we have these battle plans, we're ready to go, and, we've knocked their air defenses out, and we have to go. And he came over and did it again. And President Trump kind of dropped the bomb on him in the room. Hey, by the way, we're actually in negotiations. We start this Saturday in Oman, and it's just the two of us. There's no third party, which the Israelis have been adamant that can't happen. Scott Besson came out yesterday and kind of gave a backup to what we've been saying here on the show, is that why are we haven't even started true economic warfare against these folks. If you want the Persians to start taking a hard look at the mullahs, these radical, crazy mullahs that rule over them, you got to put the squeeze on them. We're not putting the squeeze on them. People say, no, it's tough, inflation, but that's not the squeeze. They have assets all over the world. But get somebody in next week on this 1983. On the bombing itself, I believe they owe the families of the dead Marines $2 billion. I think there's a court judgment on that. I'll get to the details over the weekend. And we should just take that right away. Just seize it. Also, they got assets all around. They have financial assets all around. These mullahs, all they do is steal money, got Swiss bank accounts to get everything. Plus 2.5 million barrels of oil a day, not the 1.6 that's publicly disclosed. They got about 2.5 million going to the Chinese Communist Party. It's essentially 20+% of total energy consumption by the CCP. The CCP that's at economic war with us. And President Trump's sitting there going, hey, we're going to make a deal. He says, I make deals. He'll make a deal with Xi. That's what this whole thing is, the reordering and the reorganization of commercial relationships and activity to bring high value-added manufacturing jobs back here to the United States of America, or have people pay for the privilege of selling your products here in the United States as premium market. Pretty simple. His logic on the Persian nuclear program is very simple. Now, when you say they can't have it, Wickoff and people are using the V word for verification. These mullahs are so crazy and so untrustworthy. I think on this one, you need a Gaddafi type. We got to go in, not with the UN, we got to go in and take it apart brick by brick, right? And let's do a Carthaginian peace with them on this. We'll salt the earth around it, like we want to do with the FBI headquarters. Cash, if you're listening. So President Trump, very straightforward and blunt today. And you can tell, President Trump says, hey, this is simple. They're not going to get a nuclear weapon. And I don't want to go in and have death and destruction. And certainly, if you look at the article, come over and be pushed over and over again, and donors calling, it's not going to happen. There's so many other ways that we haven't even pursued. They're saying, oh, they're going to have a bomb next week. They're not going to have a bomb next week. You have to be serious about putting the screws right in their head. And you can do it if you're serious. But we're not going to get drawn in. The collateral damage, this ain't Iraq and it ain't Afghanistan. This is an ancient civilization. We're very proud, tough people. You go in there and you're going to be in there for a decade, okay? And your sons and daughters are going to be there. And it ain't going to happen. Short break. We got a lot to get to.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Natalie Winter's joining us. First off, Natalie, you were involved, I think, that they had a round table with a certain select group of journalists when Netanyahu was here. Can you just, without giving up any confidences, can you tell us what went on?
Sure. Well, we were invited. I was invited on behalf of War Room. It was about 12 or so journalists, talking heads, who had about an hour and a half roundtable with the Prime Minister himself when he was visiting at Blair House. I attended. I think, we are very even-handed and fair in our assessment of what is going on in the Middle East. I was curious to see the other personalities who were there. My background is in Foreign Agent Registration Act reporting and how foreign countries seek to sort of influence narratives about prevailing issues. So that was why I was there. But it was quite interesting because one of the things that we talked about, I would say second only to sort of Netanyahu's construct of what he viewed as the global deep state, of which he identified himself as a victim and target of, was this idea of why the United States should support, Israeli attacks in Iran on nuclear infrastructure. And his key point, which, to be frank, I don't think necessarily convinced a lot of the journalists in the room, and I would put myself in that bucket too, that the reason why we should have supported Israel's attacks potentially on Iran was because eventually one day in the future they could obtain nuclear technology that could reach the United States. That, of course, still being sort of a in the future foregone, not necessarily conclusion, but I think just an interesting data point amidst all this reporting and that issue now.
If you talk to people, they would say, with Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec and War Room and Bannon and their Real America Voice, because we've had Tara Dahl, we've had correspondents, we did live reports, I think been very supportive of what happened with the Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood. And but our argument is, when you got to go through hell, go through as quickly as possible. What we have been adamant about is we just do not believe we can get sucked into another war in the Middle East, and it's quite easy. This is why I'm kind of opposed to us having two carrier battle groups off of Yemen, the southern, part of the Arabian Peninsula, doing airstrikes all the time with very little help and keeping the Suez Canal open with no allies. So it's not that we don't support the fight, but we want to be rational about it. And we're a huge believer in the power of economic warfare. This is what we're engaged in against the Chinese Communist Party right now. And with President Trump, I'm not so sure she wants to take a meeting right now. I think it's a test of wills. I just think it is. And on this, we haven't even scratched the surface. There's been sanctions, but there hasn't really been economic warfare and shut them down. So before you commit American air assets or American ground assets, and this is it. If you understand how this would be done, and Persia as a country, this is not Iraq, and it's not Afghanistan, and this is not the Gulf War, and this is not the run-up in 2003, right? It's not the run-up to Baghdad, and it's not going into Afghanistan with some CIA paramilitary and then try to change the country and turn it into a Jeffersonian democracy. This is an ancient civilization. I was there as a junior officer in the workup. My ship, my destroyer squadron rotated out before the final launch in the strike, but we were there for the workup, of which even as a young officer, I was sitting there going, I don't know if this is going to work, because we just didn't have enough lift capacity, because Persia is so massive. And so it looks like the parts that we could see look like the moon, okay? You're not on the coast of California, you're not there at Santa Barbara or Newport Beach. I don't think people realize that. And to do this with the technology exists and what they have is a massive military operation, and it would draw the United States in. And to me, it's not even the presenting it, but kind of the pushing and coming, and we're going to have it in May and coming back. There's no reason for him to come back last week, talk about tariffs. He wasn't really prepared to deal on tariffs. I heard he took a pretty hard line. It was all here to get to Trump, and Trump couldn't be more dismissive. For the people that are for Israel and supporting Israel, when the guy comes the first time, Bibi comes the first time, and Trump kind of drops the bomb of, hey, we're actually going to take Gaza and we're going to turn it into, the coast of France or Palm Beach, right? Or, was it Destin, Florida, the New Hamptons or whatever they call it down there. and they haven't gotten a heads up, and you say he's kind of gobsmacked, and they go into the East Room, and Trump's not even addressing any of the Israeli issues. He's talking about, Trump Gaza. Then he comes back a couple weeks later, and he drops a bomb right in front of him that, hey, we're going to, oh, by the way, we're starting negotiations, one-on-one negotiations, Saturday in Oman, and it's just us and the Persians. That, I think, take a hint. You got to read the room. Particularly people that are supporters. Remember, we're not the negative guys. So we're not the guys that are saying, hey, we shouldn't do this under anything. We get blown up by this guy all the time, and maybe rightly so. Because this looks like this plays in, the New York Times story plays into that, hey, the tail's wagging the dog. And you're not going to wag Trump. He's not going to do it. Right there, he could not be clearer. Can I get that teed up again? I'm worked up on this thing now. Let's play. I want to play again. The president was asked a direct question. On the New York Times story, did you wave off? Did you wave off? Yes or no? And here the president of the United States response. Let's go and play it.
And they say the attack is what?
That you waved off an Israeli plan to attack Iranian nuclear facilities.
I wouldn't say waved off. I'm not in a rush to do it because I think that Iran has a chance to have a great country and to live happily without death. And I'd like to see that. That's my first option. If there's a second option, I think it would be very bad for Iran. And I think Iran is wanting to talk. I hope they're wanting to talk. It's going to be very good for them if they do. And I'd like to see Iran thrive in the future, do fantastically well. I know the Iranian people, they're incredible people. Always have been very smart, very energetic, very successful people. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anybody. I really don't. But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's, pretty simple. It's really simple. We're not looking to take their industry. We're not looking to take their land. All we're saying is you can't have a nuclear weapon.
It's very appropriate. I think we do this on Holy Thursday. If memory serves me correctly, one of the Magi that came to honor Christ at his birth was Persian, right? I believe I'm correct in that. If not, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Natalie Winters, this is going to get very controversial. It was an incredible story by the New York Times. Lots of scoops there. And, of course, lots been going on. 6 NSC people got turfed out a week ago. The head of NSA, the big spy, our signals operation, really one of the most powerful in all the government, turfed out a 4-star general and his deputy. And then 3 or 4 of Pete's guys. Essentially, perp walked out of the Pentagon. So a lot going on the national security side. We'll break it all down for you. You've got a very interesting video here I want to play, and I want your commentary on it. Miss Winters, let's go ahead and play it.
Every single week, we have a litigation working group where a large group of us, and I'm talking there's maybe 75 members of the House, sit down every single week with the AGs to talk about legal strategy. This is all going on every single week behind the scenes. It is nonstop talk, nonstop introduction of bills and legislation, nonstop being on social media as much as we can without being throttled and without the crazy analytics, and doing all these things.
I disagree with these people totally and what they want to do, and to me, they're out to destroy the country. But Natalie, that's how you get things done. People should understand that's what's happening behind the scenes, and this is why you're seeing hundreds of lawsuits. They all look like they're coordinated. This is just not something that randomly is happening by concerned citizen groups. Natalie Winters.
Well, I would also disagree that they're the ones being throttled or censored on social media. We know the State Department, I think pretty remarkably, got rid of all those restrictions and those secret clandestine government programs. But look, I think this is what we identified even before President Trump won the election, that the attorneys general, that was sort of part of the lawfare attacks, how they were going to try to Trump-proof the government before he took over. And then we've seen that continue post-January 20th. There's about 23 states where they have supermajority majorities, and I think that they have viewed each state as sort of a testing ground or battleground for unique ways to sort of wage resistance warfare. Of course, compounded that I think you have a lot of these blue state governors sort of jockeying for the 2028 election. But I think the more crucial part of this, and it's frankly why War Room exists, why your audience, our audience is watching the show, because it's a double standard and it's the dichotomy. It's frankly the offensive juxtaposition where you have Democrat members of Congress back channeling with attorneys general talking about how they can work to flood the zone while somehow maintaining that, all these AGs and the judges are only, concerned with due process and rule of law. I don't think that's quite true. But meanwhile, you have Republican AGs who seemingly don't even have the phone numbers of Speaker Johnson or members of Congress because they're having to grovel to them like lobbyists writing letters. For example, in February, you had over a dozen or so state AGs write a letter saying essentially, hey, we know that you guys, Congress, your COVID committee gathered some interesting information that I guess they're a little late to the war room we've been talking about for years, but we're happy to volunteer and help participate to actually bring criminal charges against Anthony Fauci. Crickets. Nothing happened after that. And I think that just speaks, that is quite an illustrative example of the asymmetric warfare that we have, not even coming from the Democrats, but coming from our own side, because they're unwilling to actually engage. Look, Steve, they are threatening to throw the President of the United States and his advisors, hold them in contempt of not Congress in your case, but of court. We have people, dozens, hundreds, thousands of people who helped orchestrate an invasion of this country, who helped wage lawfare against a former president, who targeted, persecuted, prosecuted thousands of MAGA supporters. And we can't even bring one frickin' indictment? Please.
I know it. Hang on for a second. We got more coming out of Switzerland next with Natalie Winters.
your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Natalie, we have other news to break about deportations. Let's get to that, and then I want to talk about WHO, one of our favorite topics, although we're out of it. Not so fast, folks. What do you got for us on deportation? Today we had a big thing with Todd Benson. People's heads were blown up. We're quite nervous about, we're taking so much flack and not pushing back hard enough, I don't think. Right now we need to, because we can't. President Trump is digging in. He ain't budging on this. We got to get messaging down and just, ban it out. Not falter on this, because as we did today with Todd Benson, we have at least 3.6 million either have been ordered out or they're these phony exemptions they got are burning off, and President Trump has written that. Also might note on 15 May, the Supreme Court wants to hear arguments on birthright citizenship. So this thing's all coming together. What do you got for us about the FBI?
Well, speaking of another vertical where Congress has let us down, of course, their weaponization committee. People may remember the wonderful and intrepid whistleblower, Steve Friend. He's been on this show and has a wonderful podcast. But I was actually just speaking with him, and he wanted me to communicate rather exclusively to the audience some really major concerns about how the FBI and certain rogue agents, but particularly at the supervisor and management level, are really working to obstruct the deportation, the mass deportation agenda. So I want to walk you through this sort of in pieces. So first and foremost, FBI agents, so these are the sort of rank and file, are actually being given the option to opt out of participating in deportation raids if they do not align with, say, their personal or political beliefs. And the people who are letting them or enabling them to opt out come at sort of the squad supervisor or field office special agent in charge level. And in at least two cases, Steve was relaying to me how a lot of these sort of left-wing FBI, which is more concentrated at the management level or the sort of supervisory roles, that they were saying people who participated in these raids, they were comparing them to Nazis, trying to create a culture whereby these agents wouldn't necessarily want to participate in these raids to begin with. And then when you come to the city of Phoenix and why it's important, sort of the city by city basis, the justification that they had been given saying that, oh, well, you can opt out of these deportation raids if you'd like, is because they were saying that it only applied to certain cities, the big ones, right, Chicago, New York, LA, but if you were in a smaller city, that was sort of your justification for not having to participate. But when Deputy Director Dan Bongino was visiting the Phoenix offices, I guess some of the agents had wanted to invite him to participate in an ICE raid where FBI was going to be joining them, but supervisors there actually said no. And perhaps Deputy Director Bongino did not want to join. Again, this is not coming from Bongino. This is coming from the supervisors in these offices, said that's not going to happen. And they actually ceased all deportation raid activities that day to have everyone in the office to meet with Bongino. But in practice, Steve was saying that a lot of his sources, so these are people who are still working in the FBI, in some cases, his former colleagues, that there was one incident where there was a text chain between a staff supervisor, squad supervisor, when a team of FBI agents were supposed to be en route and joining ICE officials, ICE agents in a deportation raid. ICE thought that FBI was going to be coming and assisting them, but this supervisor said, no, we're actually not, and they left ICE stranded without the FBI support staff that they wanted.
This is not good because we talked about today, we've got an ICE shortage. We have, we're talking about using sheriffs and using local resources, $170 billion to rebuild this. The other thing we talked about is training personnel. This is why I said, the time this looks like it's going to really happen is in 2026. Last time I looked, that's a midterm election year, and the media is going to be all over this. So we need all hands on deck right now. This is serious. Look at the firestorm they're creating on sending the worst criminals in America out of here, and President Trump doing his job as commander-in-chief. We'll get more on this. I want to go to something that Frank Gaffney and the team of the Sovereignty Coalition brought up to me, and I'll try to get some of those folks on either through the Easter weekend or next week. But they've been warning, because since we punched out of one of the President Trump's first acts was punching out of the World Health Organization, it's still going to take a while to get there, right, over a year. They've assigned the pandemic treaty when people were not paying attention. Not that we had anything to stop it. We couldn't stop it because we're really not part of it anymore. But what's the latest status on the pandemic treaty? And how can it still, because you're very cynical at a young age about how they can get their hooks in citizens of the United States and the country of the United States of America, ma'am?
I think I'm justifiably cynical, if anything, probably still too bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Read all the Chinese fair filings, and you'll have my worldview too. But no, this WHO thing, just real quick, speaking of Marxists, I think the lack of CBP and FBI agents and the far left ones at that is the culmination of what Black Lives Matter and that whole, anti-police movement was meant to accomplish.
Amen.
And they got that, right? But so on the 14th, the WHO sort of clandestinely, secretly announced that they were in the final stages of their negotiations for a draft pandemic treaty. Of course, people recall, I think the 13 or so plus meetings, iterations that they had drafted. It was really a back and forth, a tug of war, really between our audience. If it weren't for our audience, if it weren't for the work of Frank Gaffney, this thing would have been through under Joe Biden. A lot of his top advisors on the issue of public health actually not just had come from the World Health Organization, but were actually direct picks, probably first round draft picks from the WHO pandemic treaty negotiating body itself. But so now at least they have the final draft, which is going to be presented to the World Health Assembly in May, so not that far away, for potential ratification. And I won't even quote, I won't even paraphrase or be hyperbolic. I will directly quote the what I guess are supposed to be the more mundane, not as radical in your face policy propositions that this document supports, including but not limited to establishing a pathogen access and benefit sharing system, taking concrete measures on pandemic prevention, including through a One Health approach, building geographically diverse research and development capacities, facilitating the transfer of technology and related knowledge, skills, and expertise for the production of pandemic-related health products, mobilizing a skilled, trained, and multidisciplinary national and global health emergency workforce, setting up a coordinating financial mechanism, and taking concrete measures to strengthen preparedness, readiness and health system functions and resilience, and establishing a global supply chain and logistics network. Translation on all of that, first and foremost, the coordinated financial mechanism whereby they provide no further elucidation on what that means is extremely concerning given the WHO's proclivity for all things digital identity and digital banking. But the term One Health approach is something that really emanated out of Anthony Fauci's NIAID worldview. It's very eco-health alliance, the idea that all countries are the same, that viruses can transcend borders, so therefore we need to treat them collectively and comprehensively. I also think you see a lot of that pandemic, predictive programming, which let's not mistake that this treaty was finalized more or less a few days plus or minus when Anthony Fauci was out there hitting the airwaves saying that another pandemic is going to be coming. I think the other really concerning thing on this front is that there's no explicit outlaw or idea that the Chinese Communist Party should not be engaged in pathogen sharing, especially as this trade war heats up, but precisely gain of function research. And if you read the quotes, which I will, from the co-chairs of the group that was supervising this, it sounds truly, I know we like to use the word Marxist a lot, but I think it really is a fair characterization, a very collectivist worldview, which I think we learned from COVID, the not just downfalls, but utter societal collapse-inducing downfalls of a collectivist mindset. So just listen to these. I am overjoyed by the coming together of countries from all regions of the world around a proposal to increase equity. While the commitment to prevention through the One Health approach is a major step forward in protecting populations, the response will be faster, more effective, and more equitable. This is a historic agreement for health security, equity, and international solidarity. I feel like I'm quoting Karl Marx, but I'm just quoting the WHO.
Unbelievable. Real quickly, NGOs, they're going to keep, so we don't get a free pass on this, right? The NGOs are going to be all over trying to capture American citizens with these passports and the country itself. Well, how can we avoid this?
Well, there's another article we can put up on screen talking about how just the week prior, the WHO brought a bunch of countries and NGOs together to test what they call a collective pandemic response, where they said it was 15 countries, 20 regional health agencies, and the vague term of a bunch of health emergency networks and, quote, other partners to test. And if you want to put Denver, the other picture up on screen, it's a map of the countries that were involved, their sort of collectivist mentality of what it means to fight pandemics, you know, the, what was it, 1 in 100-year pandemics that seem to be happening now once every 5-year pandemics. The United States is listed as one of the key nodes. It has that little triangle, which means they have their hooks. So much like the immigration stuff, much like I think a lot of this trade war stuff, the Trump administration can do what they're going to do, and Democrats are going to oppose them in sort of the political, you know, theater of war. But these NGOs are just straight up disrespecting and not answering or heeding to what the Trump administration did in terms of pulling federal funding and just our, you know, entrance to the WHO. I would advocate, I mean, maybe sanction the WHO, make it a, you know, persona non grata so these NGOs can't even collaborate with them. But that's sort of how the WHO has worked from the get-go, right? The government involvement is sort of tertiary, or I think quaternary, to any of the agenda that they've been able to really roll out here. So they might not have buy-in from the president, but they have buy-in from these weird, you know, pseudo government-funded NGOs, though or I guess oxymoronic, makes really no sense. But all of these NGOs are really pushing ahead. If you read their press releases, they're really trying to combat what is the reduction, they say, in foreign aid. So that'll be the sort of backdoor approach. And frankly, I mean, you see it in their statements. There's no respect for sovereignty. You would think if they cared, they'd try to be a little tacit or cagey about what they're saying. They're straight up talking about, you know, an international equity and collectivist mindset to fight pandemics together. There's no caveat, no asterisk on there that says the United States.
Amen. Natalie, where do we get you on social media?
Natalie G. Winters on all platforms. Thank you for having me.
Tremendous. Great report. We got time. Let's play something happened in Florida State. We're going to play this, and Sheila Matthews is going to join us after the break. Do we have time? Okay, let's go ahead and hit
it. Shooting multiple individuals in the vicinity of the Student Union building. FSU police responded immediately, engaged, neutralized, and apprehended the shooter. 2 victims are deceased, and 5 individuals have been transported to a local hospital with gunshot wounds. The shooter has also been transported to a local hospital. The 2 deceased are not students.
And we understand that you all have been devastated because of this person's actions. The question as it relates to who is the shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner. And he's the son of a Leon County Sheriff deputy. Our deputy Eichner, has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. She has a tremendous job that she's done. Her service to this community has been exceptional. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons, and that was one of the weapons that was found at the scene. And we are continuing that investigation into how that weapon was used and what other weapons perhaps he may have had access to.
Okay, kind of bizarre what happened down at Florida State today. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to break it down for you with Sheila Matthews. We return.
your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, gold still at 3,300 a day. Dow down, I don't know, 500 or 600. Another down day for the Dow. A lot of turbulence. Besson's cutting deals said today in the Oval with the president at that press avail, and the Italian leader of the Italian government was there. She can't really cut deals because she's part of the EU. But the Japanese, the East Asians are with Bessent. Japan, I think, was in 2 days ago. Korea, we know, is coming. We're going to talk about what's happening in Korea at the top of the hour here in a few minutes. Birchgold.com, end of the dollar empire. Right now, not just reading it, but get to Philip Patrick and the team. Birchgold.com/Bannon or Bannon at 989898. Talk to Philip and the team about IRAs, 401ks, what you can do with your retirement, tax deferred, to get into physical gold. You know, gold's never moved like this. We're the first to admit this. I mean, it's been on an incredible run. What you need to know is a hedge and a store of value, and learn about it. Think about it before you make your decision. But they're available, and you should go do it, and you should talk to Philip Patrick and his amazing team. Philip's going to be with me on Saturday, and Saturday we're going to be doing a 2-hour special on Lexington and Concord, and we're going to talk about the economic situation at the time, and particularly about gold and precious metals at the time of the American Revolution and how it relates to today. How about that? Sheila Matthews is with us. Sheila, Able Child, you've been all over these shootings, and we're not saying Florida State had anything to do with it, but, you know, it's a son of, it looks like a single mom or something, and he took her weapon. It's been very disturbing, the pattern you've seen in a lot of these. What is that, ma'am?
We're missing information, the mental health records, and this is a pattern throughout these mass killings, and it affects us all. It doesn't matter where this child came from. What we need to know is the mental health records and who the treating psychiatrist is, because we have seen a pattern of suppression by lawmakers of providing this information. And so it's imperative because it's a public health safety issue, and they're hiding behind HIPAA. They're basically saying because of HIPAA, we can't get access to this, but there's exceptions, and one is public safety. So this is just a continuation of like Parkland shooting, where we were suppressed all those mental health records. Adam Lanza in Sandy Hook, our organization, sued for that information, which is still being withheld. And so now we have another tragedy. And the fact of the matter is these drugs have been flagged since 1991, and we had to wait 13 years for a black box suicide warning. So, you know, do I trust this industry? Absolutely not. And we need to find out who the treating psychiatrist is. We're not saying that this young adult, 20-year-old, was on these psychiatric drugs. But if we got the New York bill passed in 2000, we would already have that information. And they already know that, Steve. As of right now, what his mental health records are and who the treating psychiatrist is, if any. You know, we're not saying this is all linked, but we have to look at this data. It is a correlation because every mass shooting we've looked at, it's always related to a cocktail of psychiatric drugs that these kids are on.
Why? What can we do to unsuppress this? We got about a minute and a half. I'll have you back on. What do we have to do now? What do you want this audience to do to either learn more or to go talk to somebody? Because there is a pattern here, and there's clearly things being suppressed. So what are we supposed to do about it?
Well, right now we need signatures on a petition on ablechild.org for federal hearings. I'm glad that the president is looking into this and is being kept abreast of the situation. But the governor of Florida needs to come out and tell us that he's investigating the link to the mental health records. And so that would be a first step. And we're waiting for the governor of Tennessee to pass the first of its kind law that we just got passed to test dead shooters. This kid is alive, but we still need that information, and the treating psychiatrist should be held to account. Like, come and tell us what you gave this kid, and the mom should come out and tell us what she gave her son, if anything. This is part of the investigation. This has to be standard operating procedures, Steve, that we get these mental health records and we stop suppressing them, because there is no HIPAA law that prevents you after you commit a crime that we can't see your records.
Sheila, where do people go to get more information? How do they find out about Able Child? Because you guys are all over this dangerous mix of this cocktail that are given particularly to young men. I don't want to say, hey, it's anything related to autism, but there are no coincidences. Where do they go? ablechild.org, and please, we really want your help. Sign our petition and let us get some federal hearings. Let's get the attention of the White House. Are we going to continue to deal with these killings in our churches, in our schools, and in the malls? I don't think so. I think we have to demand answers. Sheila, thank you very much. Have a good Easter, ma'am. Look forward to talking to you. These people are fantastic. The Able Child, they are on fire. If you missed the deadline, the filing deadline on the Ides of April, your taxes, don't sweat. Go to 800-958-1000, 800-958-1000. Tax Network USA. Use promo code Bannon, get a free consultation. If you missed, don't let it ruin your Easter. It happens. Contact Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/Bannon. Free consultation. Do it today. Do not let it ruin your Easter. Mike Lindell, as we wrap up the 5 o'clock hour, 6 is going to be on fire. That I commit to you. Sir, sell me a sheet.
All right, everybody, don't believe everything you see in the news. My pillow is still standing, and we're going strong. We're passing the savings on to you. You guys get the $25 sheets. We have 2 specials through Easter. Kings, they're all $25, 11 colors to choose from. Once they're gone, they're gone. We're closing out this line of our sheets. Promo code War Room. The other special we're running is my employees, but all of you, they got the whole weekend off here. We gave them off. They've worked hard to make you these pillows. These pillows, a limited time, $17 no matter what size. King, Queen Premiums, King Premiums, and any loft level for the War Room promo code. This is a War Room exclusive. Any loft level for the War Room promo code. This is a War Room exclusive, everybody. Promo code War Room. You guys have the best weekend ever and enjoy the best sleep ever.
And we ain't taking off here in the War Room. Another hour to go. Stick around.
America's Voice family. Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Good evening, America, and welcome to the Thursday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon. You know this reporting always from the nation's capital and the wiredtofishcoffee.com studios. You know this Wired to Fish Coffee is the official coffee of Just the News. It's also the official coffee of the Solomon family. We love it. Knock Dunkin' Donuts out of my house. Go support this incredible brand. You'll get a great cup of coffee, and every time you drink it, you'll be doing some good because they always donate to conservation and Christian causes. All you got to do is go to fishcoffee.com, and if you use the promo code JustNews at checkout, you get 10% off, or you can just put your camera at that cool QR code and you're in business. All right, we start tonight with some tragic news coming out of Florida State University in northern Florida. Law enforcement officials just a little bit ago confirmed that 2 people have been killed and 5 victims were injured on campus when a gunman opened a fire there. The gunman also was wounded by police when he would not comply with police orders. It turns out the gunman has been identified as Phoenix Ickner, the 20-year-old son of a Leon County sheriff's deputy. His mom was a sheriff's deputy. He used her private weapon, had been her prior service weapon. He got a hold of it after she had bought it as a private weapon. He is in custody and hospitalized because, as we said, he's wounded. It is a horrific event. You could tell today when law enforcement gave their press conference, people were very, very shaken. We'll keep you up to date on that all through the night on the condition of the victims over at justthenews.com. Meanwhile, more on that deported El Salvadoran national, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. That's the man we told you about last night. We delivered that story just like we promised. At Just the News, we had documents this morning we released that showed that the Biden administration itself flagged him as an illegal alien suspected of human smuggling. In fact, he had the designation suspect alien. That's a designation given to someone who's not only illegally in the country, but assumed to be doing up to no good. He also was flagged that if he's encountered in the future, that he should be brought in for questioning. And the car he was driving, well, it was flagged that it was a human trafficking car and should be stopped if it is ever encountered on the roads again. All of that stuff you're not getting from the legacy media. We'll keep you up to date on that. The story's out there, the documents are out there, and we're going to tackle that subject with our first guest in a little bit. But first, let me turn to my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. Amanda, a lot of other things going on today, including other things about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Not so flattering.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to get to a little bit of that. I have a little bit more reaction to show you from that story. This time, it's from famed Democrat strategist James Carville, who weighed in on whether or not Democrats should make Abrego Garcia a priority. Check it out.
This we should fight out. You can't pivot to an economic issue. Wait a minute. This is why we think we're a country. And if they do this to him, it's an old saying, first they came for whatever, and then whatever, and then they came for me. You know what? You know why you remember that saying? Because there's wisdom in it. I think this is worthy of being on the top agenda of things that we're going to fight over, is get this guy back home.
Now, this is James Carville, the Raging Cajun, Clinton economy guy. He usually wants to focus on the economy. He actually said in that clip that it's not worth pivoting to the economy. The Democrats should double down on Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man who isn't an American citizen. He came to the country illegally, has ties to MS-13, and as John's reporting showed, was flagged by the Biden administration for suspected human smuggling. And Carville holds that view while seeing the polls that increasingly favor President Trump and Republicans on this issue of immigration. For example, here's one from CNN reporting on how voters feel when asked if they support deporting all illegal aliens, or as CNN likes to call them, undocumented immigrants.
Deport all undocumented immigrants. Voters favoring the government trying to deport all 11 million of them. Back in 2016, just 38% of voters wanted the government to try to deport all 11 million undocumented immigrants. Compared to where we are in 2025, 56%, the majority. The American people have come a long way on this issue, much closer to Donald Trump.
And you know, John, I think back to 2016 and the sentiment that drove that 38% number, I think so many Americans didn't necessarily know how bad it had gotten with respect to illegal border crossings and people who were in this country illegally.
The level of serious crime skyrocketed under Joe Biden because the worst of the worst came across that border. There's 2 things about Carville that's really worth noting. The reason he doesn't want them to pivot to the economy is the economy's improving. They've taken that issue away. That's something that a lot of people don't realize. The economic numbers are looking better by the day. And then 2, I just want to remind Jim Carville Carville, it was his president, Bill Clinton, that was deporting people left to right. He gave some of the greatest speeches on why you shouldn't leave illegal immigrants on the street of America. I guess he forgot what he and his boss...
We should take a night to play some of those. It's some pretty sage advice from former President
He might be having a
Clinton.
little bit of Joe Biden memory issues. I don't know. We'll see. But all right. We're very lucky to be joined at the top of the show by a man who did the very work that we've been talking about, getting illegal aliens in custody and then out of this country. He's a retired ICE field director, so Immigration Customs Enforcement field director, and he's a current visiting fellow for the Border Security and Immigration Center at the Heritage Foundation, John Fabricatori. John, good to have you on the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. I want you just to take the narrative that the news media has sold to the American public and compare it to the facts as only an ICE agent and ICE supervisor would know. This guy's not a good guy, right?
No, look, I worked fugitive operations for most of my career. When we're working these operations and we're looking into these criminal illegal aliens, we're building up a criminal history. So even if they're not convicted, which, a lot of people are saying, well, this guy hasn't been convicted of any crimes. We know through surveillance and through intelligence and working with other law enforcement agencies, we know that this person was a gang member. He had been found with other gang members. He had wads of money on him at the time. He'd been, looked at for human smuggling, was actually stopped by a police officer for human smuggling. He had committed domestic violence against his wife. It just keeps piling up, and the Democrats just keep stepping in it.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see the narrative around this guy. From Democrats saying, "Oh, he's scared to go back to his home country." First of all, we know from John's reporting that in fact is not true. But even if he was, he would be scared to go back there from a rival gang because he is a gang member himself.
Yeah, so originally he had gotten withholding of removal. So one thing that we need to say about this, he is a removable alien. He was not lawfully in the United States. He crossed the border illegally. A judge found him to be unlawfully in the United States and ordered him removed, but then gave him withholding because of a story that he told about gangs wanting to harm him. Look, El Salvador has definitely changed since he gave this story to an immigration judge and got withholding. And country conditions, when they change, that withholding can be withdrawn and you can be removed. So for people to say that this is a Maryland man, he's not a Maryland man. He's not a United States citizen. He's always been an illegally present illegal alien.
Yeah, so important to tell that story over and over again. John, I want to turn a little bit to the challenges that lie ahead for people like Tom Homan and the Homeland Security Secretary and the great ICE workers on the front lines of this. It's a big project to get 11 million illegal aliens out of America. What's interesting, the American people are behind the president in doing this, behind ICE, but the operational work that has to be done. Walk us through the scenarios that get that number down day by day. How are we doing it right now?
Well, we need the resources, number one. Congress needs to give the money to ICE so the men and women can actually go out there and do their job. We need more detention. We can't have a successful deportation operation without detention beds increasing. Detention beds are too low right now. We need to have those higher so we can actually move people through this process. It's not an easy process to actually deport people. We have to work with other countries to get travel documents so these people can be removed, and that takes a little bit of time. I think the men and women of ICE are doing the best that they can right now, but really they need the resources to do the job.
Yeah. I don't know if this is necessarily closing time. You don't have to stay, or you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But President Trump is proposing these stipends and these return flights back to, I don't know if it's their home specifically or just wherever they want to go. From your interactions with illegal immigrants, do you anticipate that that's something that they might be enticed by?
Possibly. I think if we demagnetize illegal immigration, right now, most of these blue cities and these sanctuary jurisdictions are huge magnets for illegal immigration. They give all of these benefits. They protect them from law enforcement. So that keeps illegal immigrants here in the communities. Illegal aliens will go back home if some of these benefits are taken away, and they know that they're going to be arrested for being illegally present and deported. So I think as we see some communities put a little bit of pressure on them, and as the president continues to put pressure on them by making them register and, putting stuff out in the media that they should go home now, I think we will see some people leave.
Yeah. John, you testified, I believe it was yesterday, in the Colorado legislature about the dangers of sanctuary cities and what's happened, that magnetism that you want to demagnetize. Talk a little bit about what you told legislators and what American people need to know about what happens when a sanctuary city and state gets into full force.
So I've been fighting sanctuary jurisdiction here in Colorado since about 2013. It's just increased and increased that we have a Democrat majority here in the state house, and they just keep making more and more laws protecting illegal aliens. And what I basically say when I go and testify, and I've testified in front of Congress, I've testified in the Colorado State House, is that sanctuary jurisdictions do not protect United States citizens. All they protect is criminal illegal aliens. And we need to stop this. American taxpayers, American citizens need to tell their elected representatives that they're tired of this. American citizens should come first.
When Abrego Garcia was arrested and deported, obviously that happened under the Trump administration, but there are men and women of law enforcement who go out there every day. They risk their lives doing their job. When Judge Boasberg says, you got to bring him back, does that instill any type of bitterness in them and any thoughts that, hey, we did our job and now you're just taking that away?
It can, affect morale a little bit, but the men and women of ICE and other law enforcement agencies are professionals. They understand this little game that's being played right now by these judges who are anti-Trump administration, and they're going to stand by. They're going to do exactly what the law says, and if they have to bring this guy back, they will. But look, if they bring him back, they're just going to put him in an immigration court, get rid of that withholding of removal, and he's going to be deported again. So it's really an endless process. These judges are going to keep pushing back against President Trump. And, we're just going to have to do our job every day, go out on the street and keep America safe.
Yeah, John, I want to talk about Judge Boasberg particularly because it's such a fascinating dynamic. He gets slapped down hard by the Supreme Court on two things. One, you interpreted the law wrong. 1948 Supreme Court said the president can remove someone under the Alien Enemies Act, and the only recourse is a habeas corpus, which wasn't an issue. But two, you weren't entitled to take this case. It should have been held in Texas. So you would think the judge would say, I'm going to get out of this now, but he comes back and now wants to hold the witnesses in that case in contempt, even though the Supreme Court's told him he's not entitled to be running that case. What message does that send to the legal system, to law enforcement people that are law and order people?
This is the lawfare that we've seen, put up against the Trump administration. We saw it in his first administration. The ACLU filed hundreds of lawsuits against him. We saw judges come out, and look, these judges aren't trying to really, get things changed. They're just putting roadblocks in the way. That's exactly what they want to do. That's what this Judge Boasberg is doing. He's looking to put as many roadblocks in the way to frustrate the Trump administration. But, Trump's got great people around him. They're going to keep pushing back on this, and I believe the right decision is going to be made.
Just quickly before we let you go, I want to ask you about your testimony and the things that you talk about when you talk about sanctuary cities, the effects of crime. There's obviously a fiscal effect of it as well. When you're in there, obviously Colorado has Democrats in there who support sanctuary cities. What do you find is the most effective statistic, data, messaging that might move the needle a little bit with them?
We have to really look at the crimes that illegal aliens are committing. And the left always pushes back on this, and they constantly say, well, illegals don't commit as many crimes as citizens. This is what they try to push back. But we really don't know what that number is because we're not identifying all the illegal aliens in our jails. They don't get identified by law enforcement all the time. So we need to keep pushing back on that narrative. And the number one thing is the number should be zero. I don't care that they commit slightly less or maybe they even commit more. It should be zero, because if you're unlawfully present in the United States and you're not supposed to be here, you shouldn't be committing any crimes. You shouldn't even be here to commit these crimes against United States citizens. And that's how we have to look at this.
Yeah, it's the most preventable crime in the American repertoire, because if they're not here, they can't commit the crime. It's so simple, but Democrats seem to have made this so complicated. John Fabricatore, great to have you on the show today. We love your wisdom. Thanks for your service. When you're doing the fugitive work you did some of the hardest work there is in law enforcement. We really honor your service, and thanks for your time today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Good to have you on. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, one of my good friends, former CIA operations officer, Claire Lopez, one of the most brilliant people I know in the intelligence world. She's going to join us to talk what's next for Iran, Ukraine, Russia, and so much more. Stick with us. We're going to have a good conversation after these messages. Hey, folks, what if I told you your retirement could vanish overnight? Now, that's not fear-mongering. It's a warning, because right now our government is over $37 trillion in debt. The dollar is weakening. Inflation is eating away your savings. And while most Americans are stuck watching the headlines, the smart money is already moving. Big banks around the world, well, they're dumping dollars and buying gold like never before. They know what's coming, a potential dollar reset that could crush the value of everything you've worked so hard for. That's why American Alternative Assets created a free wealth protection guide to help you protect what you've earned with time-tested precious metals like gold and silver. Go to johnlikesgold.com or call 1-855-GOLD-340. That's 855-GOLD-340 to get your guide right now. That's 855-465-3340 if you don't want to do the spelling. Don't wait for a financial crisis to start protecting your future. Be early, be ready, be protected. Remember, go to johnlikesgold.com or call 855-GOLD-340. That's 855-GOLD-340 to get your free guide right now.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. National security has obviously been a top priority for President Trump and his administration since taking office, from securing the border to making steps towards peace in the Middle East. And with us to discuss both of those topics, former CIA operations officer and founder and president of Lopez Liberty LLC, and also a founding member of the Citizens Commission on National Security, Claire Lopez, rejoining the show. Claire, great to see you again.
Thank you very much for having me. Glad to be with you.
Absolutely. And I want to ask you about this New York Times report that Trump waved off an Israeli strike. Now, President Trump actually spoke about this. He was asked about it in the Oval Office, and he gave a very common sense answer, which is, number one, I still believe that there can be a future for Iran. And number two, my first choice is always going to be to save lives. Sage advice and a sage answer?
Well, you know, the first question that comes to my mind is more like, who leaked this?
Yeah.
And why did they leak this?
That's what I thought.
At this particular time in the junction when our team is trying to negotiate with an Iranian team over its nuclear weapons program. So, you know, how much of it is actually true? How much maybe just, you know, thrown into the article? But who leaked this? And what are the repercussions of that in terms of Israel, for example? Israel's planning, Israel's, you know, what are they going to do in terms of the absolutely existential threat from an Iranian nuclear weapons program? What has this done to relations between the United States and Israel? All these are the questions that come to me.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought, like, who in God's name has this level of detail about the most sensitive security discussions we have, which is whether we're going to go to war or not, or back someone going to war. It's sort of insane, but we've seen a lot of leaks like that in the last 10 years, so I guess it shouldn't surprise us. I want to turn to the reliability of having negotiations with Iran. They are great at obfuscating, delaying, kicking the can down the road, and really not delivering on what they say they'll deliver on. Is there any value to the continuing discussions that will occur again this weekend in Europe?
You know, I've thought about that too, and I'm kind of halfway hoping, I guess, that this is President Trump checking a box to say, we tried. We really tried negotiations. I expect fully that the talks this weekend, I guess they're going to be held in Rome, that those talks will reach an impasse because the positions of either side are irreconcilable as far as I can see. Iran has essentially admitted that its nuclear program is a nuclear weapons program, saying we can't give it up because we can't give up our national defense. So that kind of rules out, you know, medical isotopes. But the U.S. side, as President Trump has repeated on numerous occasions, is that the entire Iranian nuclear weapons program must be dismantled, and that comes in three parts. There is the enriched uranium, of which they have an awful lot. There is the weaponization of the warheads. I personally think they probably have already a small handful. And the third part is the missile defense, the ballistic missile delivery system. And we know they have those because they've already shot them at Israel. But they will not give that up. And President Trump, despite what we have heard upon occasion from envoy Steve Witkoff, President Trump's position is firm. The nuclear weapons program must be dismantled, all those three elements that I just mentioned, and that must be the end of it. So I don't see them as reconcilable positions. I think this weekend's talks likely will fall apart.
Yeah.
So Claire, if that happens, if they either fall apart or if they pull the same tricks, which is not sending the high-level people that they claimed they would, putting them in different rooms so that there's not any clear communication or accountability, if that does happen, then what's next?
Well, you know, you make a good point first, talking about how these talks have unfolded in the beginning in Muscat in Oman. And that is when President Trump demanded that there be direct negotiations at a high level. In fact, that did not happen, and yet the United States went forward with that anyway. Apparently, our envoy again, Steve Witkoff, may have met in passing in the hallway with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, and they might have exchanged a few words and shaken hands, but they were not negotiating directly, sitting across a table from one another. So what would happen next, your question? I think that we've seen that all of Iran's sort of insurance policies, if you will, that being their Islamic jihadi terror proxies, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, even the Houthis to some extent, the Hashd-e-Shaabi Shiite militias in Iraq have all been debilitated, at least, at a minimum. So they're gone. The former dictator in Damascus is there no longer. He and family are in safe haven in Moscow. There is a new ruler in Damascus, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham leader, Ahmed al-Shara. Concerns about him separately. But what I'm saying here is that the sort of all of the insurance policies for Iran, including its air defenses, which the Israeli Air Force really took down during a couple of retaliatory strikes last year, one of those in April, one of those in October of 2024, taking out at least the three S-300 air defense systems that Iran had. Put all of this together, Iran is essentially naked. in both a very physical way in terms of lack of their best former air defense systems, which are not being replaced. Russia has no ability to do that right now. That's where they got the S-300s. And their proxy forces are really taken down and debilitated too. Plus the airspace over what used to be called Syria, that geography, if you're looking at the map from Israel to Iran, that is now wide open. The IAF would not have to fly any kind of circuitous route were they to decide in Jerusalem that a strike against Iran's nuclear weapons program was going to go forward. In addition to that, of course, is the huge, massive buildup of United States air forces on the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, and that includes B-1 and B-2 stealth bombers, one of the only planes in our inventory that can carry the largest bombs, MOPS, they call them, massive ordnance penetrator bombs. There are KC-135 aerial refueling tankers. There are C-17 transport planes. There are 2 carrier strike groups now converging on the Middle East. The Roosevelt, I'm sorry, the Harry Truman carrier strike group remains in the Red Sea, and the Carl S. Vinson carrier strike group has just arrived in the region from previously where it was in the Pacific, closer to China, came all the way around, is now in the Middle East too. So all of this put together, to your question, what next? I think the stage is pretty well set for what President Trump has said. Either Iran's regime dismantles its own nuclear weapons program, or we do it for them.
The message has been set in the hardware and in the naked situation that Iran sets. Got about a minute left. Claire, I want to ask about something. You are a brilliant strategist. You're always thinking about the places where we're not making success. We've made a lot of progress against anti-Semitism on the college campuses, but the nonprofits that are staging these student protests and the hatred and all the things, they get a lot of foreign funding from places like Qatar and Turkey and other places. Talk a little bit about what needs to be done in this administration to take that flow of money away.
Right. So, as you say, John, these universities have seen chaos on their campuses that largely is being stirred up by Muslim Brotherhood front groups like the Students for Justice in Palestine, or I guess they're now called National Students for Justice in Palestine, the Muslim Student Association. SJP, by the way, is the campus branch of a Muslim Brotherhood front group called AMP, American Muslims for Palestine, which is a founding member of the United States Muslim Brotherhood umbrella group called the USCMO, United States Council of Muslim Organizations. And both of those, at the macro level, USCMO, at the AMP level, have close, friendly relationships with the AKP, Justice and Development Party, ruling party of Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey. And we know this because when they have their visits back and forth, the photos are all over social media. So we must look to those areas. If Pam Bondi, Attorney General, is actually serious about her memorandum of early February, JTF 10-7 called, and another joint task force for countering anti-Semitism headed up by the terrific civil rights attorney Leo Terrell. If they are serious about pursuing the funding for these organizations on our campuses, those investigations are going to lead, I think, inevitably to Turkey, to Qatar, and we'll see where they go with that. But that would be where those investigations ought to and should lead if they are serious about pursuing them.
Proof in the pudding, no doubt.
Former CIA operations officer Claire Lopez, sometimes I wonder how you keep all of that information in your head. The way you rattle off names and dates and places and weapons, it's just unbelievable.
Does fall out every now and then.
I don't believe it for 1 second. I've never seen it. Claire Lopez, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, coming up, more on the shooting, unfortunately, at Florida State University. How is law enforcement supposed to respond next? What information do we know at this point? That's going to come up after the break. the truth. How many different beauty potions do you have sitting on your bathroom counter right now? If it's more than just Vibrant Super C Serum, listen up. The ingredients in this one bottle can replace your day creams, your eye creams, your night creams, your neck creams, your wrinkle creams, and your dark spot reducers. It's made in the USA with the highest quality ingredients, including vitamin C, hyaluronic acid, vitamin B5, and vitamin E. Super C Serum delivers noticeable results. Simplify your skincare routine, get a healthier complexion, and minimize wrinkles and age spots with Vibrance. And if you don't find it better than your current skincare routine, you'll get a full refund. So go to Vibrance.com/justnews to save up to 37% off and free shipping. That is Vibrance, VIBRIANCE, Vibrance.com/justnews.
Welcome back, America. A little breaking news over at justthenews.com. This news alert just moved a second ago. Luigi Mangione has been charged with federal crimes now in his effort, or alleged effort, to kill the CEO of United Healthcare. Murder and stalking charges filed by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office. A lot of times in law enforcement, this is called the Bigfooting. The feds are coming in now. They're going to take over the case. Take no chance that a local prosecutor doesn't succeed in putting Luigi Mangione away. Big story. We got it all covered for you at justthenews.com. All right, joining us now, one of my favorite experts on the FBI. He's a retired FBI senior executive and the author of a book. If you haven't read this book, read it. It is the roadmap for how you fix the FBI. Wanted, the FBI I Once Knew. I know Kash Patel's read it. It is a great book. Joining us right now, its author and the former executive assistant director of the FBI, Chris Piota. Chris, good to have you back.
Good evening, John and Amanda. Pleasure to be with you. I wish it was under different circumstances, but always a pleasure to be with you and your audience.
Yeah, we agree. It's a tough day in Florida and Florida State. There's a lot to analyze in what happened. It's going to take days to figure out what motivated the shooter, how did he get his mom's private gun. But I want to start with something that we can tell some things from. It looks like the law enforcement response to this was rapid and quick and well coordinated, and it probably saved lives. The chief today said all that practicing we do, it came into fruition today. Talk a little bit about what you see in the early response that looks like a success even in the midst of tragedy.
Well, you look at the almost immediate response time as characterized by the local police chief out of Tallahassee. I guess as soon as the calls came in that there were shots fired on the campus, the Florida State University Police Department almost immediately engaged the shooter. shooter was non-compliant, and I think they were then forced to fire upon him to, render him helpless. So I think everything worked like it was supposed to as far as the training and the awareness. And I saw some of the footage from the students. They knew what to do as well, which I think was key to saving lives and keeping people safe during a crisis situation. So all the training over the past few years, the orientation, and unfortunately, the normalization of this type of activity saved lives today.
Yeah.
Chris, your former institution, the FBI, famous for its ability to profile pretty accurately. We obviously don't know a ton about this young man at this point, but we know that he was the son of a sheriff deputy. Do you see anything about this case that lines up with what we have seen historically with other school shooters?
Hard to tell at this point. We don't know what's going on as far as the shooter himself and the circumstances, and that's what the investigation is going to do. The authorities are going to recreate the circumstances that led up to this terrible event. They're going to take this individual's life apart piece by piece. They're going to try to find out what the motivation could have been, if there was a triggering event, what kind of circumstances were present that could have driven a 20-year-old young man to undertake such an activity and harm others. So that's what the focus is going to be for the next several weeks at least. And I'm sure we're going to get more information about this young man's personal life as they engage with him and his family. So it's going to be about recreating the circumstances leading up to this event. And as far as creating a profile, you're going to see more than likely there are going to be some similarities between this person and other people who have engaged in school shootings from a behavioral perspective.
Yeah, it's one of the amazing things. There are so many common traits that you see when you get these mass shooters' lives together. It's really remarkable. Chris, I want to turn to another great topic. You addressed it brilliantly in your book, Crossfire Hurricane, the stain it leaves on the FBI. The new documents that we got a hold of last week, we posted them for everybody to see. It is just remarkable. They get the Steele dossier. They prove the Steele dossier has got no evidence in it. It's not real. They move on to, we're going to investigate Flynn. They determine Flynn doesn't have any evidence of wrongdoing. They move on and they go do something else. They just kept looking for a new reason to keep the investigation open. It seems so contrary to the culture of the FBI that you grew up in earlier. Tell us a little bit about what these new documents say about the era of Andy McCabe and Peter Strzok and James Comey.
Well, what you saw was that it's a microcosm of how the culture of the Bureau shifted over time. They took the exact opposite approach of what the FBI would consider to be good investigative protocol. You don't start out with a premise and then try to back your way into the premise. You investigate and you develop a predication, you develop the case, and you develop evidence to support your position. They took the opposite. They did an ideologically based investigation, and that's why when they kept running out of predicating information, they moved on to other places. You can see that they departed from time-tested FBI investigative practices and protocols, and also they moved away from the FBI's primary approach to investigations, which is skilled, objective, apolitical, and professional. They substituted their own personal ideologies and beliefs, and they lost their emotional professionalism. They allowed their own personal feelings to intercede into their investigative decisions. And again, you can see where it led the FBI down an unproductive road over the past several years.
Yeah, such a good point.
Chris, I know we're only a few months into this administration, and even shorter amount than that since Kash Patel has been confirmed. But as FBI director, as you look at the agency trying to get their sea legs underneath the Hoover building, what do you think is the biggest challenge that Kash Patel is facing right now as far as getting his ducks in a row? And what do you think is the most important thing to making sure everything can soon begin running like clockwork?
Well, as we talked about before, he's got to finish forming up his senior leadership team. He's got to get people in place that are going to provide him with good information, good guidance, good counsel, and folks that are going to be aligned with him with his vision of what the organization is and what it should be. And they're going to execute his wishes on a day-to-day basis between him and the Deputy Director, Bongino. So that leadership team, again, is going to be key. And I've seen where they've made some appointments as of late. They're trying to reconstitute some of the leadership team at the top. I think he's got to move a little bit faster to do that, but I know there are some certain administrative challenges he's probably running into. But the leadership team, very important. The other thing I would say is that Mr. Patel has got to see that even the slightest thing as far as him appointing those senior leaders is going to draw fishbowl-like analysis from not only the public, but also our congressional political leaders. And he's got to see what those consequences are going to be, and he's got to be ready to talk about how his choices are going to make that FBI that we all want back, how he's going to improve the FBI, and where these decisions are going to take us down a road of seeing that FBI of old, restoring that fidelity, bravery, and integrity. So I think one of his most recent leadership appointments has been scrutinized pretty closely in the media, especially in social media. So I think that should be an indicator for him and the deputy director that they should be very thoughtful about that moving forward.
Good wise wisdom from one of the best to come out of the FBI. We're really lucky to have you on the show, Chris. Thanks so much for joining us today. Folks, go check out that amazing book, Wanted, The FBI Wants It. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Guess what? Dr. McCullough's in the house right after these messages. Can't wait for that.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. yesterday held a press conference, a pretty earth-shattering press conference, on what he calls the autism epidemic in America, and he presented new data showing that cases are rising from 1 in 36 children to now 1 in 31. So what could be the culprit? Joining us now to discuss that, as well as more information on the COVID vaccines, is world-renowned doctor and chief scientific officer at the wellness company, Dr. Peter McCullough. Dr. McCullough, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
I think that there are a lot of folks in this country who anticipated what RFK Jr. was going to say. A lot of people suspected it, but now we have some data attached to it. Your thoughts?
Well, we have CDC data, and this is striking. So attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, now 11.4% of all American children. Autism, 3.2% of American children. In certain areas, this is mind-boggling. California, little boys, the rate of autism, 12.5%. And these are year-on-year jumps now. It's going up asymptotically. It just cannot be due to increased detection or genetic drift. Kennedy is saying, listen, there's something going on and we need investigation. We need it now.
Yeah. There was a study, I think it was a decade ago now, we had the whistleblower on the show not that long ago, that raised some questions about whether the science was hijacked in an earlier study about whether there was a signal between vaccines and autism. Tell us about that, and should that be a big part of this review that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has started?
Well, I can tell you as a medical doctor and an epidemiologist, complex syndromes like ADHD, autism, seizures, tics, these are complex syndromes. They don't have single factors, exclusive causes, if you will. They're always multifactorial. You know, the very first case of autism was described in the mid-15th century. It was kind of long before any of the stuff that we're thinking about is going on, but it's clearly accelerating. So risk factors is the best way to think about it. Risk factors for autism include parents at an older age conceiving children, women over 35, men over 40, premature delivery before 37 weeks, what's called common genetic variants, not things that are inherited through families. And then environmental exposures, the biggest one that's being investigated is combination vaccines. So it's probably not any single shot, but when they're given all together, the child gets very sick. Occasionally there's a febrile seizure. And for sure, when there's a febrile seizure, data from Europe show about a 40% conversion rate to autism. So I think you're going to see the lens really start to narrow down on these triggers.
Wow. The autism bucket and the ADHD bucket are two very different buckets. So I want to set the autism one aside. With ADHD, it seems like just from my friends who are parents, it seems like it is, I don't want to be callous, but it almost sounds like it's a catch-all diagnosis for a lot of doctors. I don't know if it's laziness, but do you find that to be true?
Well, I can tell you that, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual for Psychologists used to separate them, just like you did, that it's either ADHD or autism. And the most recent version now, DSM-5, says that they can overlap. And I think there is some overlap. For sure, ADHD, there's a high rate of other medical problems. I do think it's overdiagnosed, particularly in children over 12. Now, the current criteria are children under 12, they have to hit a 6-point scale. But we're seeing widespread prescription of Adderall and Ritalin in older children and adolescents and even adults. And I think they're taking it for academic performance. And so what we're seeing is a code that indicates ADHD and then a drug. And I think that's something that should be investigated.
Yeah, really important. So I want to talk quickly about long COVID, because CDC now says it is a long-term health concern for the United States. The one thing the CDC never talks about is whether there's any tie to the vaccine. You've been very clear on this. Tell us a little bit about what long COVID needs to be investigated for when it comes to the vaccine.
We believe the cause of long COVID is the spike protein. So the spike protein is the spine on the surface of the virus here. And it's installed in the body after the infection as well as the vaccines in high quantities. Now, recent research suggests that, in fact, there is an overlap, a blend. People get the infection, they've taken the vaccines, they get the infection again. So a paper from Germany by Daxner and colleagues shows about 70% of long COVID is really due to the vaccines, and it's all due to retained spike protein in the body.
Okay, and I want to hammer it again. I know I always ask you this, but it's because I want you to continue telling our audience. You have a protocol for getting rid of spike proteins. Tell us about it.
It's critical. McCullough protocol, base spike protein detoxification. It's now in a single product by the wellness company called the Ultimate Spike Detox, nattokinase, bromelain, and curcumin in combination with other natural products. We have thousands of patients under direct observation, emerging scientific literature, preclinical and clinical. It's all coming together. It is the way of people getting out of this problem of long COVID and vaccine side effects. We use additional drugs when needed, but this can be done naturally with an over-the-counter product like the Ultimate Spike Detox.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible, and something that I think is so useful. I don't think I've told you this. A friend of mine, her son, you actually treated. He had long COVID for 2 years, and now he's in the clear. So thank you on her behalf, and thank you for being here tonight. Dr. Peter McCullough, everybody head to twc.health/justnews and use the promo code JustNews to save 10%. That is a whole product line of incredible products that you can have for your home, for travel, whether you are facing any type of bacterial infections. They have something for everything everything that you might be concerned with. So the code JUSTNEWS at checkout at twc.health. All right, everybody, one final break, and then we'll be back on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. I have at least 4 things that I want to make sure we know before we go, so we got to be moving miles here.
I'll talk fast.
All right, so something that Peter McCullough said, 1 in 12.5 boys in California have autism. That is one of the states with the strictest vaccine policies. It's very scary. Yeah, I mean, you see these regional clusters of lower than normal vaccine rates, and lower than other areas for autism rates, and they're oftentimes higher in high vaccine states. Now, listen, who knows if that's the cause? I think the doctor was right that it's a complex thing. A lot of things coming together, but for the first time, someone's actually going to look at it. We're not going to get lip service. We're going to get data, and that's usually the best way to solve these things, with data. Yeah, and I think that's what people want. They don't care if they don't want a foregone conclusion. They don't want a study that concludes where they think it should. They just want to be able to ask the questions, which we all learned from COVID. Asking questions of the scientific community was a little bit hard at that time. Scott Rasmussen sent me a poll shortly before we came to air. 75% of voters trust the American people more than our political leaders. Just 9% trust political leaders more. I got to know who the 9% is. Yeah, they're probably in Washington. It's probably an oversampling of Washington, D.C. Yeah, listen, the ruling class of America have lost the confidence, and maybe Donald Trump will restore some of that over time. Yeah. But we'll see. I thought today's most important and sometimes underreported development of the day, the United States Supreme Court, which has handed Donald Trump most of the wins he's wanted thus far, taking on the birthright citizenship case. That will be a historic case. And to be honest with you, I don't know which way that will go. Yeah. But I do think it was a big moment for the Trump administration, and it will resolve this issue for once and for good. Whether someone coming in here illegally does it, or someone coming here and doing birth tourism just to have a baby on the visa and then try to get their baby to be an American. But we're going to get to the bottom of that on this case, I think. I think America is about to really learn a lot about originalism and textualism when it comes to the Constitution. It's going to be a big one. That was our oral arguments are going to be must listen to. Absolutely. Okay, a big movement. You were talking about distrust in political leaders. There also has been a huge distrust in our education system for a very, very long time, which is why this administration is making the moves that it is to decentralize it out of D.C. and at the states. While Texas has taken their own step in doing that, they passed a $1 billion school choice bill. It's not at the governor's desk yet. A lot of steps to go between now and then, but this is a big one. Yeah, the House has always been the
difficult place to get it through. Getting it through this time, it's been a mission of people like Angela Paxton, who was on the show and talked about last year, Governor Abbott. And he's been frustrated by years because Republicans blocked it, but not this year. The Senate's been an easier place to get it through. I think it probably gets through. It would be the largest state in the country to now have a school choice program. Will be historic if it gets through the hops. George Clooney.
I was just about to bring it up. You read my mind.
I'm going to be the culture guy today. Watch out.
All right.
George Clooney's still getting crap for getting Joe Biden out. Let me tell you what, George. Whether Joe Biden was in, you lost, and whether Kamala Harris is in, you lost. It was not going to be a year. Neither one of them could own the record that they created during the 4 years, and don't feel so bad. Both Democrats were going to lose, I think.
Listen, this is a guy who deserves plenty of criticism, but for this, and it's not on his shoulders to blame it. I mean, you look at the trajectory, and there was a timeline of events where Joe Biden, his mental health was very, very publicly and apparently failing in the last year leading up to the
apparently
last summer.
Knew it too.
Yeah, apparently everybody knew it. They were just covering it up. And then you had the disastrous debate performance, and it was just, and then you had Donald Trump getting shot in the ear, and I think that just turned the entire political season on its head. And then he comes out with this letter. So I mean, I get it that there are a lot of people who are wanting to throw blame, but like you said, I don't think it would have mattered if Joe Biden was in the race or Kamala Harris. I mean, they both would have lost.
And by the way, they're on track to do it again if they keep up this thing of trying to make Garcia a martyr, if they keep trying to force men into women's sports. They're just doubling down on the things that got them shellacked. They'll get shellacked bigger. It's the American people have spoken, and the Democrats ain't listening, at least not their leadership.
Yeah, I threw up an article, was that this morning? Oh my gosh, this has been a long day. Nate Silver predicting that AOC will be the front runner for the Democrats going in, and then we saw that also with that, I think it was a CNN poll sometime around the middle of March that showed that when it comes to Democrat core values, most voters thought that AOC embodied that. But how is that compatible with the fact that 56% of voters support President Trump's mass immigration deportation?
Yeah, listen, I think the Republicans would love it if AOC was the nominee. They would be glad to have her. One thing I can say, Earth Day's coming up.
Yep.
Keep an eye on the IRS. I wouldn't be surprised if the IRS had some big announcements on Earth Day. Something I've been trying to report out. Don't have it nailed down yet, but Earth Day could be an interesting tax day too for some people. Stay tuned. We'll have more on that over the next couple days.
Wouldn't that be interesting? In honor of Earth Day, we should do another special on clean energy.
Sure.
Nuclear idea.
I like that.
I love it. There's got to be more that we can scratch the surface on when it comes to nuclear. A lot of people are interested in it.
I agree.
All right, everybody. That's going to do it for us tonight. Grant Stinchfield is going to take you through the next hour, but we will be back here tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern. Everybody have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Well, folks, welcome to Stinchfield. President Trump is upping his punishment against Harvard University for what? Not just violations of civil rights, but I would say Harvard University is becoming a breeding ground for training young jihadists. Certainly they are terrorizing people on their campus, and I think this pro-Hamas riots that we see on not just Harvard's campus, but so many other universities is nothing short of despicable. And Harvard wants to push back as the federal government says, hey, you got to rein this stuff in. So what does President Trump do? Well, we are now learning today he wants to is considering it, pulling the idea of Harvard taking in any more foreign national students. Leaving them without the right to take in these foreign nationals as students. This, as we are just days away from the IRS deciding whether or not they should pull Harvard's nonprofit status. Now, Harvard has a $53 billion, yes, billion-dollar endowment. And somehow the United States government is sending this organization that is literally teaching anti-Semitism on campus by its allowance of these Jew haters, and that's what they are, to work their evil ways on campus. And so we shall see how we're sending them $2 billion. I have no idea. That has been pulled until Harvard complies. We'll see what happens with the IRS standing and as well as taking in foreign students. Today, Elizabeth Warren. This is where the Democrats stand on all of this. Listen carefully.
We are not better and stronger because Donald Trump wakes up one day and decides he wants to cut that research. So I think I'm actually very proud of Harvard to stand up and say, we're not going to do that. But here's the
You know, you're proud of Harvard for standing up to President Trump? I wish I could say I'm proud of Harvard or any other university for standing up to pro-Hamas lunatics that are terrorizing students. That's who Harvard needs to be standing up to. And yet they're not. They roll over to the radical left. Well, I want to bring in with me now Harvard law professor emeritus and author of the new book, Preventative State. Alan Dershowitz is with us. Professor, it is so good to see you again. Thanks for coming on this evening.
Having me, yeah.
So, Professor, I've got to ask you, you teach at Harvard, Professor Emeritus. What do you make of everything going on there now?
I want everybody to imagine it's the late 1950s, and there is a segregationist school, call it Ole Miss, call it University of Alabama, and they allow mass Ku Klux Klan people to harass black students and prevent them from coming to classes. They encourage their teachers to teach white supremacy. And the Justice Department says, maybe we're going to do something about this. Maybe we'll pull the funding. Maybe we'll start doing investigations. Every liberal I know would be supporting that. And the only people who would be defending the universities are segregationists like Governor Wallace, who praised the University of Alabama and Ole Miss for maintaining segregation. And so what's the difference? The only difference is in the 1950s, it was the Klan that was harassing African-American students. Today, it's the variation of the Klan called Hamas wearing masks that are harassing Jewish students and preventing them from coming to classes, and teachers who are teaching essentially anti-Semitism. And so the government comes in and says, we're going to condition federal funding. And yet people attack the university saying, oh, that's a terrible thing to do. It interferes with academic freedom. Well, it wouldn't interfere with academic freedom if you were protecting blacks and gays and transgenders. It only interferes with academic freedom if you're defending Jews. And you cannot have that kind of a double standard. Yeah. Harvard, in the end, will fold. Why do I think Harvard will fold? Because it will lose in court, and it will lose in the court of public opinion. The vast majority of Americans don't want to give money to a school that is teaching anti-Semitism.
I want to get to the court case here in a minute, but I want to ask you, and I don't know what the right thing to do is. Part of me is, I love that you're a Jewish professor on a campus that seems to hate Jews, and you're standing and fighting. But have you ever thought, what, take my fancy title, I'm out of here, I don't want any association with Harvard anymore?
I almost did that. Back in the day when I was just an assistant professor, I threatened to quit if Harvard maintained its policy of never allowing a Jew to be a dean or a Jew to be a president of the university, and I got them to change their views. Look, remember in the 1930s, the president of Harvard welcomed Nazis onto Harvard campus, supported Nazism. Harvard has a terrible, terrible history of anti-Semitism, anti-Catholicism, anti-Christianity. It has a terrible record of bigotry when it comes to conservatives. It has become a radical university that is one-sided, and it will lose in court because nobody is entitled to government funding. So I think they will settle. Why do I think they will settle? They're presenting a very strong front. They're saying, oh, my God, we'll never settle. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We have Elizabeth Warren on our side, after all. But who do they hire as their lawyers? They hire 2 Trump lawyers, 2 people who have worked for Trump, 2 people who have worked to create negotiated resolutions. So I think they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. Out of one side of their mouth, they're saying to the faculty and to the students and to the radicals, don't worry, we're going to fight. On the other side, they're telling the Trump people, shh, don't tell the faculty, but we're here to negotiate and we'll work something out. Because many of the things that the government asked Harvard to do, it should do. It's the right thing. Some of them go too far, and that's why we have negotiations. So I think in the end, this will be negotiated in a way that serves the interests of all sides.
So President Trump raised the issue on Truth Social. Maybe we should pull their tax-exempt status. He doesn't have the power as president to do that. In fact, the way I read the law, he's not supposed to even talk to the IRS about it. He says, hey, I'm just reading about this stuff. I'm not talking to the IRS about that. Do you think the IRS would be well within their bounds to pull tax-exempt status from Harvard University, seeing that Harvard's recent history here?
Well, there is a case on point. There was a Christian university, a small Christian university, and the IRS pulled its tax exemption because it was discriminating against women and against gays. And so if you can pull a tax exemption for discrimination against women and gays, you surely can do it for discrimination against Jews and Catholics and others. So there is a legal basis. Look, Harvard cannot come out of this thing as a winner. It's losing in the court of public opinion. Americans don't want their tax money to go to a wealthy school that mostly has very, very rich students. It has also some poor students, some middle-class students, but, you know, it's $100,000 in tuition. So they're going to lose in the court of public opinion, and I think they'll lose at least some of their cases in the court of law. So if I were Harvard's lawyer, and I'm not, I would say, let's go to the bargaining table, let's negotiate, let's accept some of the provisions, let's fight about some of the provisions, and let's see if we can compromise.
All right, last question for you. So I'll take it as a no that you're not going to leave Harvard in disgust. Are they at least listening to you at all, Professor?
Not only that, but I've been an emeritus for 11 years. I was one of the most popular teachers ever at Harvard. I taught 10,000 students. Harvard has never invited me back in the last 11 years. They have essentially prohibited me from speaking and making a moderate pro-Israel case. They do not want to hear all sides of all issues. Today, Harvard would not even allow the Lincoln-Douglas debates. And so, no, I'm not being listened to at Harvard, and the students aren't being given an opportunity even to hear my point of view. I have offered to come to Harvard to talk about my new book. You mentioned it, The Preventive State. I asked to speak to the faculty about this book. No, they didn't invite me. I asked to speak to the student body about Israel. No, they didn't invite me. Harvard has become a place where only one side of ideological and political issues, 95% of the Harvard faculty are anti-Trump and anti-Republican and anti-conservative. And so, no, it's not an educational institution. It's a platform for propaganda.
Well, but I so appreciate your...
It should have research money. It shouldn't deny money for research on cancer and objective things of that. When it comes to material, federal government shouldn't be funding that.
Well, I, of course, appreciate your voice on this, Professor Dershowitz. It's always good to see you. I'm always grateful when you spend some time with me here. And again, thank you for coming on. And the new book, Preventative State, good luck with that. I urge everybody to go out and get it like all your other books, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's good seeing you again, too. All right, folks, I want to turn now to what to me are two absolutely disgusting stories, both coming out of Dallas, both involved young 17-year-old, accused criminals. Let's put it that way. First off, let's start with Carmelo Anthony. This is the black teen who is accused of stabbing a white football star at a track meet in the chest and killing that football star. Anthony says it was self-defense. Well, today they held their first news conference. Now, I'm not quite sure why they're even holding a news conference now. You think you'd want to keep your head low and let the courts do their thing, but they hired a Black Lives Matter activist from the Next Generation Action Network. I've known this guy a long time. His name is Dominique Alexander. He's got a criminal history, including shaking a baby that he was charged with. And what did they do? The victim's father, Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff Metcalf, showed up to this news conference, and they had him kicked out. They didn't just ask him to leave. They told him he would be charged with trespassing if he didn't leave the property. Now, a victim's father has a right to hear this news conference. You don't kick a victim's father out. This from a family that has raised almost $500,000 now. Who's sending money to a man that now admits that he killed this guy? Self-defense or not, I don't buy that personally, but we'll let a jury figure that out. They move into a $900,000 house, I'm told by the Dallas Morning News, potentially buying a new car, that in the Dallas Express, and they kick the father out. To me, it is absolutely disgusting. And what does this Black Lives Matter leader have to say about it? Listen to this.
That was disrespectful and just shows you all the character. He was not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay?
Mother scratcher off. I'm not seconds worth. You want to talk about character? Your client, or whatever he is, stabbed a 17-year-old in the heart, and he died in his twin brother's arms. And you're talking about character? Since when do accused murderers become victims in America? Oh, I forgot. I hate to break the news to everybody, but for some reason, in the minority communities, somehow when you commit a crime, you're now a victim. To me, it's an absolute outrage. And then I see this. You probably heard when it happened, the shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School just south of Dallas. 17-year-old goes in, shoots 4 kids. 4 kids. Thankfully, all of them are going to live, okay? He escapes and turns himself into cops, and he shakes hands with the cops. The cops, it's like a hero's welcome. This is like a celebrity event or something outside the Dallas County Jail. We've lost our minds in this county. Roll it.
What you got? You're good, man. Hands up. It's dangerous. Come on, Tracy. We gotta get. Come on, Tracy. You gotta get go. You gotta go. Stop. They trying to get to me. Come on,
I got him, he says. I got him after shaking all the hands like it's some kind of a celebrity. I'm told they hired a social media expert for all of this. Since when does turning your son into the police for attempted murder mean that it should be a social media viral event? My Lord, what is happening in this country? I don't know if this kid thinks he's going to raise all kinds of money on GoFundMe as well after trying to shoot 4 kids in school. Well, joining me now is the executive director of the Victims' Rights Reform Council. She's been on the program before. She fights for victims' rights. Her name is Jennifer Harrison. Jennifer, welcome to the program. I'm sorry I'm getting upset.
No, I don't blame you. Thank you. Everybody should be as infuriated as you are.
Jennifer, let me ask you, let's go back to the original story. They kicked the victim's father out of a news conference. What in the world are they thinking?
I don't know, to be honest with you, Grant. I mean, we live in a completely upside down world. And, you know, unfortunately, you and I have been talking about this for a very long time. But Carmelo Anthony is not the victim here. And, you know, Austin Metcalf's father has displayed nothing but grace and humanity throughout an entirely disgusting and horrifying situation for his family. He even went so far as to publicly forgive Carmelo Anthony. So I don't understand what they're talking about character. And for this family to display so grotesquely, you know, portraying that their son, who we know, because he admitted it, intentionally stuck a knife into another child and took his life, to portray themselves as the victims today is just absolutely disgusting. I just don't understand what this world is coming to. And then to try and profit off of it.
Look, I'm going to tell you, I know for a fact, if it was a white kid that went and sat under the tent of a mostly black team and the black kids asked the white kid to move and the white kid stabbed the black kid in the heart, there would be no donations on GoFundMe from a mostly leftist group to support Austin Metcalf. And there shouldn't be. You don't donate to people who's put a knife in someone for, in my opinion, no reason. He says self-defense. I say it's too much. You should never bring a knife to a track meet. Now let me bring you to the other situation. Why are police, if we could roll the video, guys, of Cut 19, we don't need to hear it, but if you could roll it while we say this, why are police shaking hands? Do we have it? Excuse me, not Cut 19. It's the video of the shaking hands of police. Why are police shaking hands with an accused school shooter?
I don't know, Grant. I mean, like I said, the world has just turned completely upside down. I think it's just ever since George Floyd and the BLM and that whole movement, which, you know, glorified criminals. And I mean, I don't know how we go back if this is where we are now. You know, sadly, these people are thinking of themselves as heroes. There's no amount of respect or humanity on the streets anymore. And, you know, these kids think that they're going to be superstars if they kill somebody when they're disrespected on, you know, in school or on the field or whatever. And this is the world we live in. Meanwhile, you know, my organization, as you know, tries to save lives. We try to save lives of victims of domestic violence and get them out of, you know, endangering situations. We try to save children from child abuse. And we can't even raise $10,000, but these cold-blooded killers are raising $500,000. I mean, I don't, if you can explain it, I would be happy to listen.
You're a crime victim, basically yourself, and we won't go into that story, but I'd like you to do this. Give me the website. Maybe somebody out there will help donate to the Victims' Rights Reform Council so you can help people instead of GoFundMe pages for accused murderers. What's the website, Jennifer?
Thank you so much, Grant. It's victimsrightsreformcouncil.org.
All right, victimsrightsreformcouncil.org. It's a great organization. I've been talking to you, Jennifer, for a long time. I appreciate you coming on tonight and talking with me about this.
I appreciate you and all of your support over the years, and please don't give up and don't start, you know, getting keep the fight up and don't be complacent when this stuff comes, because unless we keep talking about it and get fired up the way that you have, it's not going to end.
Yeah, Jennifer, you know me. We're never backing down. That's not going to happen. Let me play one more clip for you, because this basically sums up the whole situation of how bad things are. Cut 29. These were kids in class when the shooting unfolded at Wilmer Hutchins, okay? They're desensitized to violence, folks. Totally desensitized to this. Watch.
Like that. That's a real gun. Get in.
You hear gunshots and you don't move? You're that desensitized? You're that immune to this? It's dangerous. But the media, society, the place they live, gunshots are the norm now, I guess even in school. Not a good situation. All right. Are high prescription drug prices going to be the norm now? Wall Street Journal is reporting our tariffs on China could reach 245%. You know, I've got this prescription drug kit from the wellness company. I've got a number of these kits because I think what is going to happen, prescription drug prices are going to go through the roof. Why? Because China says they're shutting the entire operation down. TWC.health/RAV, by the way, to get one of these. TWC.health/voice, / to get one of these kits. They say they're going to ramp up and shut down sending us anything, China. We get 85% of the ingredients for our prescription medications from China. What is that going to do to us? I want to bring in with me now the Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine for the Wellness Company. Dr. Kelly Victory is here. Dr. Victory, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, as always, Grant.
All right, you brought this to my attention. You've been screaming about this for a long time and letting people in high places know about this. We are going to be at the mercy of China when it comes to prescription medication, are we not?
Absolutely. This was a predictable event, Grant. I've been talking and writing about this for well more than a decade. Our over-reliance on China for pharmaceuticals represents one of, if not our greatest, national security threat. Americans have become addicted to low-cost products, and this problem with pharmaceuticals began with the Department of Defense outsourcing the contracts for those prescriptions required by our military to China. China was able to undercut the cost or the price of American manufacturers, and therefore those contracts went to the Chinese. As you stated correctly, we now get 85 to 90% of all pharmaceuticals or their active ingredients come from China. We are talking about relying on our greatest geopolitical foe to get the medications that we need for everyday things from high blood pressure to diabetes. And it is one thing to talk about buying a bauble for your garden from China or a t-shirt that's cheap, but the idea of buying your blood pressure medications or your child's diabetes medications is ridiculous. All it would take is for the Chinese to either jack the prices up exponentially, cut off the supply entirely, or God forbid, taint the supply, contaminate it, and we would be in a world of hurt. And now we find ourselves with these tariffs, which I happen to wholly support. It is the right thing to do to bring manufacturing back to the United States, but it won't happen overnight with pharmaceuticals. So we have got to look at other options, what we can do to stem the interim until we are able to get that manufacturing happening back here on U.S. soil.
So I guess the most important question is, yes, you can get a kit or 2 or 3 or 4 from the wellness company, twc.health/voice, and I urge people to do it. Use promo code VOICE for 10% off. But at some point, what are we going to do? How do we ramp up production here in the United States when we're getting ingredients from China? What if China says, you know what, no more? Do we run out of prescription medications?
Well, in the interim, I would suggest, in addition to getting the emergency kits, we've got quite a number of them at the Wellness Company. You can look at the various contents of each of them and decide which one is best for you. I also recommend that people get an extra supply of their routine medications, blood pressure medications, asthma medications. You can go to your insurance company and request a vacation refill, meaning to buy a month or 2 ahead and have that already in your possession. It's just rational readiness. In the meantime, I believe that we've got to incentivize the refurbishment of our moribund manufacturing capability in the U.S. We had those abilities previously, and we can do it again. It won't happen overnight. It can take 2 to 3 years to get a pharmaceutical factory up and going. The last one that made, for example, something as simple as amoxicillin in this country was bankrupted back in 2004. Our last manufacturing facility that made sterile saline was wiped out in Puerto Rico by Hurricane Marie. I mean, this can't happen. We've got to do this back in the U.S.
Well, Kelly, Victory, I will tell you it's a great warning, and I hope leaders of this country are listening to us, and I hope some entrepreneurs are out there listening to us to ramp up the production of this stuff. There's going to be millionaires made off of this, and you know what? I don't care about that. You're millionaires made off of this, and we're going to help make us secure as a nation. I'm 100% all for it. Dr. Victory, let me tell people how they can find you and the Wellness Company, and I want people to go to twc.health/voice. Use that promo code VOICE for 10% off. Those kits are great, and I'm telling you, now more than ever, you'd want to have one of those kits in your household to keep your family safe. All right, folks, with tariff fears affecting markets, many are worried about their portfolios, but there's good news. President Trump exempted gold and silver from tariffs, so you can still protect it with your savings with precious metals. To learn more, simply text America to the number 989898 for a free Birch Gold info kit on holding precious metals in a tax-sheltered IRA. Convert your IRA or 401k into a gold IRA with no money out of pocket. I trust Birch Gold because it's got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, and it is time you did too. Text America to the number 989898. No obligation, only information. All right, as China plays hardball over tariffs, American businessmen are making moves to take control of TikTok. The governor of South Dakota and a great entrepreneur up next. back, everyone. I know many of you out there love TikTok. I actually use TikTok, even though they kicked me off like twice. So now my TikTok handle is not Grant Stinchfield. thinking I can trick them into letting me survive on that platform for a little while. But I use a burner phone because I don't trust TikTok. I don't trust what they're doing. I think they are spying on American citizens, so I use a separate phone. Now, look, I've got two here, all right? Both are Patriot Mobile, but this one sits in my office only for TikTok. This is the one I carry around with me. So what are we going to do? If TikTok doesn't get sold to an American company soon, President Trump can keep postponing this, but I don't know how long this is going to happen. Well, I want to bring in now South Dakota Governor, Republican Larry Roden, and the Wyoming entrepreneur looking to purchase TikTok. He's got virtually a $50 billion bid in, Reed Rasner. We've had him on before. Reed, Governor, it's great to have you both on the program. Governor, I want to start with you. South Dakota is taking an active role in Reed's bid here. Why? How can South Dakota help?
Well, for a lot of reasons, South Dakota is kind of, cybersecurity has been at the forefront in South Dakota. We're a huge ag state. And the Noam Roden administration, former Governor Noam, we announced a year and a half ago that cybersecurity was our next big industry. So we've focused a lot on technology, and we brought a lot of business to the state. We have a lot of things going for South Dakota, and I think Reed has recognized that. And I think that we've positioned ourselves better than any other state in the nation to be a perfect fit for an American-owned TikTok to land in South Dakota.
All right. So, Reed, I've talked to you about this before. You're my favorite for the pick because I know you think a lot like I think, and I really don't trust Bezos over at Amazon and some of the other characters that want to purchase TikTok. It may get even worse. How is this bid going? Are you talking with TikTok? Are you talking with the Trump administration?
Yeah, so we've been in communication with ByteDance and with the administration from early on. And from the beginning, we've said that this is going to be a massive footprint in these mountain Midwest states. And we are so proud that Governor Roden has joined Team Rasner and is truly leading the charge in the mountain Midwest states to advance the technology and bring $1 trillion industry and $1 trillion footprint throughout these Midwestern flyover states, they call us. It's going to secure the future of TikTok, and we're excited. The conversation is going good. There's a lot of geopolitical tensions, but that's out of our control. We're focused on the business, and we're ready to sign the deal and get this across the finish line. ByteDance is there with us, too. I'm pretty confident.
All right. So, Governor, a lot of this, when you talk about the electric power, especially with AI, now I'm not sure TikTok's in that game. Reed, you may get into that game. I'll ask you about that. But the energy capacity, your state is an energy state. Am I right on that?
Yes, I believe so. We have we kind of lead nations as far as production on a lot of fronts. We've focused on renewable energy, and we have a huge amount of hydroelectric capacity in South Dakota. A number of data centers have been very serious about moving into South Dakota because of the resources that we can bring to bear.
All right, Reed, let me ask you about TikTok and your plans. If you were able to take it over, I just mentioned I've been kicked off of there like twice now, and I'm very careful about what I post. It really, quite frankly, is a nightmare. It's still very, very biased towards conservatives. What is your plan as far as that platform and opening it up to all kinds of thought?
Yeah, so we're going to protect the First Amendment, and it is going to be a censorship-free platform. You're going to be able to speak freely on TikTok. It's your First Amendment for a reason. In fact, when we get this, I bet Governor Roden will have us out to Mount Rushmore, and we can have a freedom of speech, big TikTok live with all of America, fireworks going, and we can really set this thing off and make it a big event for all of America. You'll get your accounts back, I can promise you that. And there's some really great things happening with AI, quantum computing, and we're excited to team with South Dakota, their electrical, their database centers, and everything happening in that state. And we're so excited for Governor Roden. He's truly part of the vision and part of the visionaries that are leading the charge for these states. And when I talk about $1 trillion industry, the footprint is going to be massive. And we are so happy that he has recognized this and stepped forward as a leader for the Mountain West states to lead the charge.
All right, Governor, I know you've been outspoken about the need for free speech in this country. You have your counterpart in California, where a lot of these tech companies are based, that literally was working with the FBI, working with tech companies to shut down, I'm talking about Gavin Newsom, of course, to shut down conservative thought and conservative speech. From South Dakota's perspective, from your perspective of governor, how do you push free speech, partnering with TikTok and getting South Dakota and that just, infusion of freedom that state breathes there involved in all of this?
Yeah, well, it makes me smile because I've said it many times without reservation. South Dakota is the freest state in a nation founded on the principles of freedom. And I think we've not just talked the talk, we've walked the walk. And for me, this is exciting to me because I think it would just be poetic. See, it was a year and a half ago that former Governor Noem banned TikTok in South Dakota. We were the first state to do that, to ban the communist-owned TikTok. How fitting would it be for an American-owned TikTok that believes in conservative values and understands where our rights, liberties, and freedoms come from? How fitting would it be for them to land in a state like South Dakota? I think it'd be very great.
I would love to see it happen. I like the both of you, and I think it would. What a refreshing 180 from where TikTok is now. Reed, I guess I'll ask you the last question. Your bid is, am I right, at $50 billion? How does that compare to the others that are throwing money around? And where do you see this going? I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, we are $20 billion higher. We are a canyon apart. There is so much space between us, higher than any other bid. And what makes us the most American, as President Trump actually truth socialed out, the most Trumpian offer is that we're going to develop the Sovereign Wealth Fund, I'm calling it the Freedom Fund, for President Trump to establish that legacy. And we're going to create a fourth legacy industry across these Midwestern and Mountain West states that's truly going to be remarkable, creating what is a fourth legacy industry, stabilizing these economies finally. So get out there and make your voice heard and tell President Trump and Vice President Vance that this deal needs to go through. We need to save TikTok and make it American owned and protect the users' data. These are American people's data, and it's pure espionage at this point is what's happening. But we are the greatest American first and the biggest offer out there. We've raised a lot of money and we're ready to ink a deal. And I think ByteDance is at the table with us. So truly, China needs to get to the table and figure something out soon.
Well, I would like nothing more than not only get my old account back, but take this phone and get the TikTok from this phone onto this phone that I carry around with me all the time. And I know that'll happen the moment that you guys take over. Governor Roden, it's a great pleasure having you on the program. I appreciate you sharing time with us. Reed Reisner, thank you, and good luck on the bid. We wish you all the luck. Please keep us posted, the both of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. Up next, folks, West Virginia is leveraging their energy base. Oh, we could have had like an energy off between the South Dakota governor and a senator from West Virginia about who's got the best energy. I'll tell you, both states are doing it really well. West Virginia, specifically when it comes to coal and, again, artificial intelligence in the news. We're going to talk about that next. back, everyone. Welcome to the program. President Trump today making a declaration against China when it comes to artificial intelligence. Listen to this.
To remain number one in AI, we're going to have to double up our electricity. Take our whole country. We're going to have to double up our electricity. Think of that. And probably even triple it up. And we're going to let them build their own electric plants with their plant that they're building for the AI or whatever they're doing. Never been done before. We're going to get them quick approvals. It's going to be very clean, going to be very nice. And we're going to get them very fast approvals.
I'll tell you, there's something else you need electricity for. Bitcoin mining. These are the two big tech industries right now. When you talk cryptocurrency mining and AI, you need electricity, and you need a lot of it. Who has the ability to generate electricity? How about West Virginia? Wouldn't it be great to bring back West Virginia's coal miners and the coal industry? Right now, that industry is virtually dead, starting a resurrection with President Trump's executive orders to unleash the coal industry. I want to bring in now West Virginia State Senator, Republican chairman of the West Virginia Energy Industry and Mining Committee, Chris Rose is with us. Senator, it's great to have you back on the program.
Thank you, Grant. It's good to be back.
All right. So, look, President Trump has some plans to unleash coal. I used to have a hat that said count on coal, and I'd trigger all the left when I'd wear that around, but I love that hat because you can count on it. West Virginia's taken some big steps to follow in President Trump's his lead here. Can you tell us what y'all are doing?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I have a hat very similar to what you're talking about. It actually says make coal great again. And West Virginia's took some great strides this session to do that. So House Bill 2014, which we know is the microgrid and data center bill, is actually unleashing West Virginia energy and also attracting data centers and microgrids here to West Virginia, because these data centers consume enormous amounts of electricity, and they have interest in West Virginia coal, gas, and water to do that. The coal and the gas for the generation source and the water for cooling. And those are three things that West Virginia is abundant in. And we just passed a bill with a huge help from our governor, and a lot of the people in the Senate work together to get this thing done. So West Virginia can be the data center hub for the United States and help President Trump win this war with China to be the technological superpower of the future.
All right. How is the coal industry doing? Will it take a while to ramp it back up? I use the example, I vacation sometimes on the Tennessee River, and I love it. It's a beautiful place. It used to be filled with coal barges. Last summer I was there, I don't know, I maybe saw one in 3 days. How's the coal industry doing in West Virginia?
We're starting to see an uptick. You know, we've worked with the Trump administration and his Department of Energy to increase some export sales to India. Domestic use is going to take a couple of years to get consumption up as we, you've seen with the executive orders, the coal plants coming back online, keeping the other ones open. But also for these microgrids to be built, it's going to take a couple of years. But in the meantime, he's been doing a phenomenal job setting us up with a lot of our allies to consume more West Virginia and America coal. So under Trump administration and hopefully in 2028, Vice President Vance, when he becomes president, we could continue this on and revive coal, because we finally have a president who has ended the war on coal.
Look, I want to burn coal in a clean fashion just as much as anybody does, and I think that's important. Can you produce electricity for as cheap as you could with coal, with clean coal technology and instituting that? Is this a legitimate thing now? Is the technology there to do this?
So I would argue the technology is already there with the modern day scrubbers that the coal-fired generation fleet in the United States already has. If you was to shut all of that off today like a light switch, it would make zero measurable difference in the entire world's emissions. So, the climate change thing is a hoax. All this, the coal plants are dirty is a hoax. West Virginia and the United States already has the cleanest coal-fired power generation in the world. It's the most affordable and reliable. And these data centers are coming here because of that. We're going to see microgrids actually use coal. You're going to see some new coal-fired generation being built onto the grid because everyone knows it's the most affordable and reliable electricity. And the days of subsidizing unaffordable and unreliable Green New Deal is over.
All right. You've been a big part of pushing this. You're a big Make America Great Again guy. I know you're a big Trump supporter. There have been those in West Virginia that come after you with a vengeance. For some reason, I know West Virginia is a conservative state. Are they still coming after you? You're going to be able to get this stuff through?
Well, of course, the other side's never going to stop, but neither are we. We have to get it through because we have to deliver for West Virginia. We have to get these coal miners back to work, these gas workers to work. We have the greatest resources here in the country, right here in West Virginia. We have the greatest workers, and we're not going to allow these special interest groups and the Green New Deal lobby to stand in our way. And we're absolutely going to deliver for President Trump.
Lastly, how helpful was his executive order last week to start to unleash this?
Oh, it was phenomenal. It's been the shot in the arm that our industry has been waiting for the last 2 decades. We lived through the Obama war on coal and the Biden administration. These executive orders, these coal producers are coal miners. They're pumped. They're stoked. They're rallying behind our president, the greatest president of our lifetime, and we are ready to help him make America great again.
Yeah, it's so great to hear. West Virginia State Senator Chris Rose, I appreciate you coming on the program. Keep us posted about any future things you're working on. We enjoy having you on.
Thank you, Grant. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And you want to talk about salt of the earth Americans, what this country was built on? You go talk to coal miners. I've talked to them many times in Western Pennsylvania. I've talked to them in West Virginia. I've talked to them in parts of Ohio. These folks are what make America great. They really are. And I'm glad to see that we're going to get these plants back fired up, ready to go, and get America back on track. Finally. Thank you, President Trump. All right, if you are at risk of missing today's deadline, is it today? Oh, my gosh, it is. If you are at risk of missing today's deadline to file your taxes, you need to listen up. Wait a second. It's not today. It was April 15th, wasn't it? Unless there was a delay. You're already late, folks, so now you really got to call Tax Network USA. The IRS is ramping up enforcement, and every day you wait only makes things worse. If you owe back taxes, the IRS will not hesitate to use tools like property seizure, bank levies, and wage garnishments. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help you. Even after the deadline, it is not too late to regain control. Your consultation is totally free. Act now before your situation escalates. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. All right, the Kilmar Abrego saga continues. Yes, this is the El Salvadorian MS-13 gang member that the left wants to make out to be some kind of hero. We dig into that more next. back here, but I'll tell you what. The Democrats really know how to pick poster boys, don't they? Let's pick an MS-13 gang member who beats his wife, has numerous traffic tickets, snuck into the country, and Lord knows what else. Let's pick him to fight for. Well, CNN had his attorney on. Of course, I'm talking about Abrego Garcia, the man Trump deported to El Salvador. This is his attorney.
And do you dispute his alleged ties to MS-13?
I mean, absolutely. He has not been found guilty of anything. He has no criminal history. The government's own records show that.
No. He snuck into the country illegally. Okay, so he does have a criminal history. You see, he came across the border without telling anybody. That's a crime. I hate to break the news to her. There's also a restraining order against him for beating his wife. He was kicked out of the house, not to have any contact with her. Now she's begging that he comes back. And then there's all of the police reports of being picked up, associating himself with MS-13 gang members. That, to me, is criminal history, whether she wants to believe it or not. She goes on.
I also want to mention the Fifth Circuit's decision saying, the government asserts that Abrego Garcia is a terrorist and a member of MS-13. Perhaps, perhaps not. Regardless, he is still entitled to due process. And that's the key point. That's the key issue. Bring him back, and then let's put it all out there. Let's have the hearing.
Did she read the court documents and the decision? I don't think she did. I think this lawyer is a very bad lawyer for him. He has a deportation order in place, which means a court has ruled he must be deported. Now there are the ties to the MS-13 gang. President Trump has declared MS-13 a foreign terrorist organization. You do not get due process if you come into the country and you have ties to a terrorist organization. You can instantly be deported. So due process for what, I would ask you? He has already been through the court process and the court has ruled you must be deported. But again, they don't look at things like this. So President Trump was with Maloney today, and he was talking about activist judges. Watch this.
And to think what they've done to our country. And I was elected to straighten that out, and I'm doing that. But we have activist judges that don't want murderers to be sent out of our country. They don't want killers and drug dealers and drug lords and people from mental institutions. They want them to stay in our country, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's the liberal way, or as they call it nowadays, the progressive way.
Please don't call them progressives. They made up that nickname for themselves. It sounds all positive. There's nothing progressive about them. They're regressive. They want to take us back to the Stone Ages, where criminals rule the streets, not law and order. And so these activist judges now threatening to hold many in the Trump administration in contempt of court for deporting someone that a judge ruled must be deported. Go figure. This is what we're up against in this country. It's sad, but President Trump is changing it, in large part thanks to all of you. All right, up next, Gavin Newsom is begging Canadians to visit California. Wait for this embarrassment next.
Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Welcome back, everyone. So Gavin Newsom out in California, the governor there, is trying to cozy up with China. And now he's trying to cozy up with Canada because his state's destroyed and he needs help from everybody. I think he wants to sell plump jack wine to China. That's why he's working the tariffs out there. And he knows he needs income, so he wants Canadians to come visit. So what does he do? They got an entertainment industry out there. Clearly they didn't hire somebody from it to produce this stupid video.
The Golden State and Canada have always shared so much in common. Sure, you know who's trying to stir things up back in D.C., but don't let that ruin your beach plans. California, it's the ultimate playground. 2,000 miles from Washington and a world away in mindset. From our iconic beaches and national parks to world-class wine, food, and outdoor adventure, there's something here for everyone. Last year, nearly 2
there's something there for everyone, all
visited.
right. So, from homelessness to out-of-control crime to sales tax that's out of control, an income tax that's crazy, property taxes that are through the roof. I could go on and on. All the great things about California, including smog. That's going to do it for us. Have yourself a fabulous Easter weekend, folks. We will see you back here Monday. I'm off tomorrow.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, Dish Network, Channel 219, Pluto TV, Channel 240, Samsung TV Plus, 1175. You can also watch the show on Roku TV, Apple TV, the Amazon Fire Stick, and of course 106 on Select TV, as well as following us on all of the socials, which includes Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter X, Kick, Getter, and LFS6B Show on Instagram, so make sure you do that. And then, of course, live from Studio6B.com, the home for all the merch, all the stuff, all the links you need for live from Studio 6B. Welcome to a Thursday night. Damon is at the America First Warehouse, as a matter of fact. He's there's major changes afoot, gentlemen, to make sure that the Friday night shows that start live with real people watching us, being close enough to touch us and yell at us and heckle us, those go off without a hitch. Nice. Lots of changes going on, new stage, from what I hear. So he's there making sure that everything is up and running.
He left with the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's like an exterminator. He's working the bugs out.
Yep. So he'll be making sure that is ready to go. So I guess tomorrow we might be doing the show from the new stage, which will be interesting and fun. So that'll be cool.
That'll be awesome.
So he's just making sure that like Vince said, those bugs get worked out.
He had a spackle knife. He had the vacuum. I think he's ready. He's getting his hands dirty. That's what's happening.
He looked like Alice from the Brady Bunch. He's ready to go
without the hairnet.
He had his little apron on, and he's huddling over there. I think he actually has like white sneakers on too to make sure.
It's a good look.
I don't think he had white sneakers on.
Oh, white.
Yes, exactly. Let's go around the room. Slick Rick is here with Sports Slickness. How are you?
I'm doing good, Rick. How are you tonight?
I am well. You're going all Paisley.
Yes, sir.
Very nice.
Yep.
Very nice.
Rocking it.
I'm surprised you didn't. I'm very surprised you did not dress to match your new gift.
Oh, well, I got a few outfits that'll match that. But I'll save that for the warehouse. I'll bring the Prince-style Whoopi.
All right, very good.
Nice.
So that'll be, we'll be doing some sports with Slick Rick in just a little bit. Kevin Downey Jr., KDJ, is here as well. How are you, my radio friend?
I'm good, thank you, Rick. I got to tell you guys, I was on air today, and I was talking about how we're going to be going live on May 2nd, and everyone can come down to the America First Warehouse, and I said I've got a comedy thing I'm taping, and then the phone rings, and then they hang up, and my producer goes, hey, she didn't want to talk to you, but she said she wants to know if there's going to be any Nazis at the America First Warehouse when you're there doing your thing with the comedy, and she really haven't. So I went on air and I said, no, ma'am, they will not be there. They will be at Columbia beating up Jews. That's what you people do. And I gave her a little clown slap around a little bit, but that's what we're up against.
A shout out to all Nazis, huh? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, in case you're thinking about coming down to the warehouse, Kevin will be there ready to smack you. Verbally, of course.
And I promise anyone who comes down, you can drive your Tesla. No one's going to wipe their commie butt on it. I promise you.
Exactly.
That's the place for that.
Hey, if people want to find out more about you, Kevin, where they can catch your radio show, check out your comedy and all that stuff, where can they go?
Oh, thank you, sir. So, folks, you can listen to my radio show around the planet, any place with Wi-Fi. Just go to the website, that's for Long Island, linewsradio.com. And I'll be there 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you can also find me on Twitter at KDJ Radio Show. And all my shows and whatnot will be there. So that's probably the best place now. Still working on that website.
All right, very good. So Kevin Downey Jr. is sitting in for tonight. And, of course, Vin Buta is here. Vincent?
Yes.
Can I call you Vincent?
You can.
Yeah, of course. Because I just did. How are you?
I'm good. Had a great day. You know, my dog walked me, which was really nice. He's very cooperative at that. He's a huge dog, so it's quite an event taking him for a walk, because everyone that passes us in the car stops and has something to say.
Why? Because you're being dragged by your dog?
He's huge. He looks like a bear. He escaped one time, ran through the woods, and jumped into a neighbor who's having a picnic, and she thought it was a brown bear. She screamed. I haven't heard a scream like that in my entire life.
Since the day before.
So he's got quite the reputation in town.
Awesome.
So I had a very mellow day.
And what's his name?
His name is Winston.
Winston.
He's in Newfoundland.
Oh, you know what? I love that name.
Yeah. That's a nice name.
That was going to be the next dog's name.
Yeah?
Believe it or not,
Really?
yeah. I was on a Winston quest for a while, but
wow,
that's a smoking name.
Huh?
Yeah, it's a smoking name.
Yeah, it was. You know what? What's very fun, actually ironic about that is that I've talked to you about my boxer Harrison Ford, the boxer. That was his original name when he was sent to us. When he arrived via the Easter Bunny 15 years ago, 13 years ago. His name was Winston.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Little fun fact there. There you go. Fun facts. That's what we're all about. Let's get to some of the headline. Man, a lot has been going on in the last 24 hours. And, I guess the biggest story of the day has to be the Florida State shooting. I don't know if you guys saw anything about that.
Yes, of course.
Horrible.
Yeah, terrible situation down in Florida. Florida State University, of course. Here's what we know so far. This is coming from CNN. 2 killed, 5 injured in mass shooting at Florida State University. The deadly shooting where 2 people who were not students were killed and 5 others wounded in the shooting today at Florida State University in Tallahassee, according to local police. Officers shot the suspected gunman, who is now hospitalized. So there you go. He's alive. Authorities identified the suspect as a 20-year-old FSU student.
This is a troubled guy, man.
This is a troubled guy and the son of a local sheriff's deputy.
Yes, I heard that.
Which is another tragic thing that's attached to this story. They found that the handgun that was used was his mother's service weapon. As they took him into custody, a shotgun was found in the school's student union as well, and another gun in the suspect's car, according to law enforcement. So those are the quick details of the story. Here is the press conference from the police, cut number 1 from earlier today. Naming the shooter and identifying, of course, what I just read there. That he's a son of one of the sheriff's deputies. Here's cut number 1. Check this out.
And we understand that you all have been devastated because of this person's actions. The question as it relates to who is the shooter, the shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner, and he's a son of a Leon County Sheriff deputy. Our Deputy Eichner has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. She has a tremendous job that she's done. Her service to this community has been exceptional. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons, and that was one of the weapons that was found at the scene. And we are continuing that investigation into how that weapon was used and what other weapons perhaps he may have had access to.
Yeah, so there you have it, the press conference naming the suspect, talking about his relation to the sheriff's deputy there. Dr. Brett Howard, the surgeon at Tallahassee Memorial Care, said surgeries he did on the patients that came in after the Florida State University shooting were all very successful, he said. We were able to proceed to the operating room in a very systematic fashion. No real concerns, honestly, throughout the procedures. So we're very thankful that all went down without any issues. So it sounds like the others that were injured, the 5 that were injured, luckily will be, going home as soon as they recover from their injuries. Just another example of things that, you just can't control. You don't know what sets some of these people off. And how you handle it, really, because a lot of times people freak out. They don't know they don't know how to handle things. So I'm interested to see a little more of the coverage as this kind of unfolds, because you'll get a hint from the students, from the people at the university on how they handle, an active shooter situation. From what I understand, they put out a message that they were on lockdown because of the active shooter. But I'm sure we'll be hearing stories, probably of some courageous things that happened, people stepping in and helping out others, maybe some that were shot, as this thing unfolded.
The police got there so quick, didn't they? Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing they said, that someone called it in, and then within a matter of minutes, they were in there, and they took him, didn't take him down, but they did shoot him.
Well, they took him down.
they didn't kill him. They shoot him.
Now, is there a motive? Now, we do know he's a leftist. That part is out. But do we have a motive for why he would start shooting people?
No.
Or did he pick these people?
Not from what I've read so far. Nothing in terms of motive. For these people that were shot. Again, the 2 people that were killed were not students. So it's not like he was going after students.
Mm-hmm. And did anyone hear that some of the students from the Parkland shooting were at Florida State? I heard something to that effect.
I heard
Did you
that
hear
too. Yep.
I don't know if that was confirmed, but some of the students there that were from the Parkland shooting are now Florida State University students.
Right. Yeah,
wow.
It could be. So, yeah, that's the, I guess that's the big story. Breaking today in Florida, again, the shooting at Florida State University where 2 people were killed, 5 others were injured. It's, and again, it kind of makes you think, like, what would you do in that situation, right? Because a lot of times, everybody talks a good game. Everybody's like, oh, I would do this and I would do that. I'm sorry, but when you're in the line of fire and you've never had to deal with that before, I'm sure things would probably, kind of play out a little differently. I mean, we had a situation at where I work where the fire alarm went off and nobody knew what to do. Ugh. And it was dumbfounding to some of the people that worked there. Like, wait, we don't have a system. We don't have a process. I'm sure, of course, they do it at schools because, they've had to deal with this. They've seen it happen at other universities and high schools and such around the country. But it always kind of puts things into perspective if you find yourself in that situation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he apparently he pulled up in his car, he got out and just shot the first person he saw, and then kept doing it. There's only so much you could do. But we had gotten reports, and I think we should talk about this. We were talking a little bit about this off the air, but I think we should talk about this. There are reports that he was a big Trump hater, and that there's some smoke with that fire.
Right.
I don't want to jump to conclusions and say he did this because he hates Trump. But I will say the bigger issue here is the anger and the depth of the anger that we're seeing now amongst folks from the left.
Right. They embrace violence.
the acting out of that anger. We've seen it with Tesla, firebombing, dealerships, burning down cars, people just average everyday people keying cars and painting Nazi symbols on their cars, to something like this, which I'm personally willing to take a little more of a leap and say this had something to do with that anger. But we're seeing that anger,
right?
And that anger is not only contagious. That anger is years and years, in my view. A little radical view here, but in my view, years and years of purposeful leftist behavior.
100%. 100%.
Almost like training.
Yeah, almost like training. And look, it's been a bad week. We had that really skeezy-looking guy in Pennsylvania try to burn out the Shapiro family in the governor's mansion. Another guy in Butler, PA, wants to kill Trump. What are the odds? 2 guys from Butler, PA, 13,500 people. I have the answer right after this.
All right, very good. We'll take a quick break. That's a nice radio tease. That's Kevin showing off the radio stylings.
Right after these words.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some sports with Slick Rick. We've got news with Kevin Downey Jr. and with Vin Buddha as well. And, of course, with you guys. We'll see you in the chat. Chat. Join us in the chat as well. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced my PTSD, and I'm a better husband and father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Thursday night. Welcome to the program. If you missed the opening, Damon is at the America First Warehouse, making sure tomorrow night's show goes off without a hitch. Brand new stage, brand new look. You'll be able to check it out for the first time yourselves and for us as well. We'll see it for the first time.
Oh, the
tomorrow
center
night.
stage. Yeah.
Because we heard about it.
We did.
And Martin over there built the stage.
Yep.
Incredible, how quickly that they're able to do stuff over there. Mm-hmm. And now we're going to be able to see, hopefully, we'll see it unveiled for tomorrow night's show. So
I like the chairs. I like those chairs. They were very comfortable.
Nice, he brought some armor all there today to put on the chairs.
Oh, man. Talk about slick.
Yeah,
nice.
It's going to be nice.
Slip right off of it. All right, let's do some sports with Slick Rick Sports, brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Save yourself a lot of money on some great stuff, especially in time for Easter. You still have time.
That's right. Come on,
LFS6B at checkout. Mike Lindell's MyPillow.com. Slick.
Well, today's Holy Thursday, right? Today's Holy Thursday.
Holy Thursday. I can't believe I forgot.
World. Yes, we'll get to that a little bit later.
All right.
But Major League Baseball was very disingenuous last night by dismissing the scores, but I was a little tight on time, and I said, we'll skip the scores. It's early. Oh, I got a lot of heat. So I apologize to all our America's favorite pastime fans, and I'm going to go right to baseball scores first before I do anything else tonight, with all due respect to the Major League Baseball fans. Here we go. Orioles 6-2 over the Guardians, top of the 7th inning. Top 6, we have the Tigers blanking the Royals 4-0 in Detroit. Looking good, Kevin. And the Rays over the Yankees 3-1, top of the 4th. But Rick, don't worry, it's early down in Tampa. We know the Yankees sluggers will get up there and make that a run. The Mets winning right now in Citi Field. I did say City. Over the Cardinals 4-1, top of the 4th there. We have the Angels blanking the Rangers 1-0, middle of the 1st. And these are all finals from earlier today, including my Reds losing, unfortunately. Diamondbacks 6-4 over the Marlins. The Pirates defeated the Nationals 1-0. The Mariners beat the Reds 11-7 in 10 innings. So Athletics blanked the White Sox 8-0 in Chicago, and Phillies over the Giants 6-4. To the NHL we go. Final night of the season, and thank goodness, because the Islander fans can breathe a sigh of relief. Get the golf clubs ready, Vin. It's over. It's been over, actually, for a few days. But Sabres 4-1 over the Flyers, 12 to go there in the second. Also, midway through the second, the Red Wings over the Maple Leafs, 3-1. Kevin, you're having a good night tonight. Hurricanes 5-3 over the Senators, 11 to go there in the second. 8 to go in the second period. The Rangers blanking the Lightning 1-0. Rangers also getting ready for a golf tournament. We got the Penguins 2-1 over the Capitals, 12 to go there in the second. Capitals, of course, will be in the playoffs, probably just mailing this one in. The Islanders getting blanked by the Blue Jackets, 3-0 in Columbus, 9 to go there in the second as well. Flames take on the Kings. That's a 9:30 p.m. puck drop tonight. We got another play-in tonight, East for the 8th seed, Rick. Win or go home here. The Hawks and the Heat. That game just getting underway. I'll get an update on the score on that, and that'll be actually tomorrow night. Check that. That's 7 p.m. tomorrow night, that game. And then also the Mavericks are taking on the Grizzlies. That game in Minnesota. That'll be at 9:30 tomorrow night. So those should be some good games. Last night was a blowout. How Dallas, man, they just completely blew out Sacramento. I couldn't believe that. That was the nightcap last night.
Now, I'm surprised Dallas has to play again.
Yeah, Dallas has to play. You have to win for the 8th seed. That's what it is. So whoever played last night, they got eliminated. They had to go to this is like the final for the 8th seed.
Okay, for
tomorrow night. One game, one off, Rick. Gotcha. So that's going to be a big one there. All right, let me get to a couple of scores, and a couple of stories here real quick. Very sad story, actually, in the sports world. I want to report on this. 3 dead in tragic boating accident and major fishing league tournament. Paul Boyer, Breitbart. 3 people have been pronounced dead following a tragic boating accident at the Major League Fishing tournament on Wednesday. The incident occurred at Smith Lake on Wednesday morning in a multi-boat crash, killing 3 people. Major League Fishing confirms that a serious boating accident occurred this morning on Lewis Smith Lake during day 2 of the Tackle Warehouse Invitational, the MLF said in a statement. The incident involved one of the event's competing anglers, Flint Davis of Leesburg, Georgia. Emergency personnel and authorities responded immediately and remain on scene managing the situation at the time. According to WBMA, the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency said that 58-year-old Joey M. Broom was fatally injured when the center console vessel he was on board was struck by a nitro bass boat. Broom was pronounced dead at the scene. The town of Sneed in Blount County lists him as one of 5 town council members on its website. 44-year-old John K. Clark of Cullum and Mississippi man 62-year-old Jeffrey C. Little were also both on board the center console vessel. Aaliyah said the two were thrown overboard during the incident and drowned. Their bodies were recovered later. The Cullman County Tourism Bureau said the incident has deeply impacted our entire community. Smith Lake is a cherished destination for both locals and visitors, and this incident was deeply impacted our entire community. We are grateful for the swift and dedicated response of our emergency personnel. We remain committed to supporting our community however we can. So, sad story in the fishing world yesterday. Real tragedy. So, just wanted to report on that as per Breitbart. And that's a wrap in Sports Pick. Back to you, Rick.
All right, very good. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com, use our code at checkout, and save yourself a ton of money. Let's kick it over to radio band, comic extraordinaire, and penmanship king for PJmedia.com. Kevin Downey Jr., how are you?
I'm good, thank you, sir. I'm good. We were talking about, I actually have a new piece up about what's making these people so crazy lately. We know why they're crazy, but why this week? And why is it built to this? Remember, they were just wiping snot on Teslas before, and if you look at who's doing that, those are a bunch of seniors. I've got a picture where everyone's over 70, and they all just came out to do it. But this week, this guy in Butler, he was insane. He's just insane, and he's calling, we got to kill Trump and everyone else. And I thought, what are the odds that there are 2 people from Butler, PA, tiny town, who wanted to kill the president? Well, I asked Grok, and the answer is 1 in 27.5 billion. Now, that tells me there might be something else going on, MK Ultra. We can talk about that later. Anyway, a big week for violent lefties, horrible week, and I want to know what you guys think. I think this country is going to explode sometime through the summer.
Yeah. I hope not.
I hope it doesn't. But
I'm feeling the same way in many ways, because what we talked about before, this has been just like the judges, just like the narrative we're seeing. This is 15 years in the making, if not more. But I think a hardcore 15 years of anger, of angst, of setting the playing field so that the left always wins. And if they don't win, they destroy. Mm-hmm. And part of their destruction is, they think, motivating their base. You know, that's the irony of all this, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree with you 1,000%. If you, folks, this is communism. Remember, Yuri Bezmenov, the Soviet defector, told us there's a demoralization, destabilization, and what comes after that? Crisis. And the crisis is violent. And that's what we're in now. We're just coming out of destabilization. Well, this is actually destabilization, but we're really close to crisis, and that's going to be bad. Remember what they did 5 years ago? They're burning our big blue toilet towns because they were allowed to. And now, I don't know if that's going to happen this time. I don't know. Maybe it will. I don't know who's in charge of Seattle. Maybe they'll have another Summer of Love where a bunch of cops get hurt. I don't know. But it all came down this week. And like you said, it's contagious. Once one does it, and we're also seeing a lot of people not going to jail. We're seeing people doing horrible things and getting let out of jail. The stabbing thing in Texas, there's a rapist who rapes 2 young girls. He got his bail lowered, and now, of course, the communists got to keep their thugs on the streets. So that's where the bail fund people come in. Remember, Kamala was pimping that. Yeah, they're still out there. They're still letting animals out of jail.
And you know what? One thing you can't let go of this as well is who's stoking this fire. Mm-hmm. It all comes from the mainstream media.
Yep.
You think about I wanted to say something I didn't say. It's good. Her name is Taylor Lorenz. The way she was fawning over the killer of the pharmaceutical guy.
I watched her try and explain that. By the way, she tried to explain herself.
They always try to explain themselves. They try to make it seem poorly. It's like when you remember the Boston bombing. At the Boston Marathon, where they put that kid on the Rolling Stone magazine cover, and women were swooning. Oh my goodness, we have to get him out. It's all driven by this media narrative that, you know what, if it's coming from the left, like Kevin said, it's okay. We're allowed because we need our spaces for anger to express ourselves. Well, you know what, the other side is bigger, stronger. And you don't want them to express themselves because you're going to find yourself in a problem if you're on the left. Yeah. People will push back. They will not let themselves be pushed around.
Yeah, I love it's the blue-haired sea cows who want to take on the guys with guns.
Right.
Okay, have fun.
They're also the ones that say, I'm going to abstain from sex forever. I don't think you had a choice, honey.
Yeah.
Anyhow. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some more news live from Studio 6B. Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow. And when you turn off the water, away it goes. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, 3 times stronger than the other hoses. But my favorite part of our new hose build, the oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. This is an exclusive release of our newest Pocket Hose. Order now.
Call 1-800-449-7172. That's 1-800-449-7172. Or visit copperbullet.hose.com. Order now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on Thursday night. Welcome to the program. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. He's got more news. We'll do that in just a few minutes. Vin Buddha's here. We're going to do some with him as well. And, of course, Slick Rick Sports. He's got another update coming up before the top of the hour. I don't know if you guys caught this. You might have, because it was a big day of news everywhere. Lots of different things happening, from the tragedy down at Florida State University to what was going on in Washington, D.C. at the White House as President Trump welcomed Italy's prime minister, the lovely, the talented, and very conservative Giorgia Meloni. Here she is, cut number 12. No, is it cut number 12? No, it's cut number 11. Here is President Donald Trump, heading out to the, to the entrance where they welcomed the heads of state, and he went out to meet Georgia himself as she defies the EU and arrives in the U.S. to make a deal. Here's cut number 11. Check this out. There she is, exiting her vehicle. Great person. Yeah, Yeah, he was probably telling her, this is where I kicked that little schmuck Zelensky out the door. Remember that a couple weeks ago?
Sue yourself.
She's tough as nails, though. She's a really popular leader.
Yeah.
She's articulate. She's definitely going to help Italy. I've been to Italy many times. I'm Italian. I've traced my roots. I've done all that. And that country has been so dysfunctional for so many decades in terms of its economy and all that. It's still the most beautiful place in the
Best
world.
food.
With the greatest food, beautiful people.
Wine.
Yeah.
But they finally have a leader that now can take them into prosperity, and that's what the country's been wanting for decades.
Yeah, here she is in cut number 2. Here she is saying she wants to, what she wants to do to Italy, and check it out for yourself. Here's cut number 2, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni at the White House.
The goal for me is to make the West great again. Okay, and I think we can do it together.
We can.
We will keep on work on that. I'm going to close. I want to say only, I'm proud of sitting here as Prime Minister of an Italy that today has a very good situation despite the difficulties. A stable country, reliable country. 1 million more jobs in the last 2 years and a half.
Great.
Yeah, so there she is.
Very grateful lady.
That's amazing.
Extolling the virtues of Italy and the path they're on, which is good.
Yep.
And also, here's the last.
Why can't they all be like that?
Yeah, exactly. You would think.
And she's hot.
Nice looking young lady. Yeah.
That I
10
did
would
not
do
know.
it again.
Well, she wants to make the West great again, and that includes Italy.
You are correct.
Here she is, cut number 10, as she basically takes down a reporter. Cut number 10, Giorgia Meloni. Check it out.
The retaliatory tariffs that the European Commission passed and then suspended, are they still on the table if you cannot make a deal with President Trump?
I'm sure we can make a deal, and I'm here to help on that. I cannot deal in the name of the European Union. My goal would be invite President Trump to pay an official visit to Italy and understand if there's a possibility when he comes to organize also such a meeting with Europe. I think the best way is that we simply speak frankly about the needs that every one of us has and find ourselves in the middle. That's useful for all. Somebody calls me such a Western nationalism. I don't know if it is the right word, but I'm sure that together we are stronger. And I have to find a way. I'm here to find the best way to make us both stronger on the two shores of the Atlantic.
Ooh. I like her.
Yeah,
I really do.
She nailed it.
The Italian lady.
She's got hotter.
No, she is. Well,
it's on like chicken parmesan.
Well, let's face it. She's strong. She knows what she wants. She says right up front, "I'm here to make a deal."
Yeah.
You know. There you go. That's what we're looking for from the other leaders around the world, and it helps that she has the same kind of values, and she wants to make Italy the way it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know. Because I know growing up, you used to hear about this, the Perillo tours and
Mario Perillo.
Yeah, exactly.
Perillo tours.
It all looked wanted to go.
It all looked so awesome, right? It all looked so awesome, and I remember in the 80s, hearing from my friend, Long Island, a lot of Italians.
How you doing?
But when they had family visit,
How you doing?
They came over here like ecstatic to be in America. Like they had like USA jackets, leather jacket. It was like, oh my goodness. You didn't realize how connected they felt to this country. And I guess because of all the immigrants that came over, there was that back and forth. So you know what? Let's hope that this is the first step.
We got a lot of Italians in Long Island.
Yeah.
Oh my
People
God.
I meet around the country.
It's half the island.
Joey Buttafuoco? I'm like, how do you associate all of us with that guy? One point I want to make though on what she said. I thought she said something super important, and the EU's got to get around this. And I think this is the basis of all of Trump's strategy, and that is we need, as she had said very well, to unite and be together. We're stronger together. We're stronger with the EU and the United States together. Why? Because we have to isolate and show China that we are united. We've never been really united. Everybody's going to make their own deals. They're throwing tariffs around. They all kowtow to China because they're stroking checks. Right. By the way, big checks, not little checks, big checks to leaders. There's corruption all over the place. The Chinese have been playing their hand beautifully. If we don't stick together, this is not going to work. And Trump's entire basis for this is to get everybody to stick together. And I've heard many of his negotiating points are, you want to talk Turkey, number one, you can't talk to China about this.
Yeah.
You can't do that stuff. This is the right strategy.
It's like when you get a divorce. It's like you get your friends and you get your friends, and that you gotta keep. And we can't mix and match because it's not gonna work. These are the rules, and if you're saying that we're gonna get a divorce, well then I'm taking this and my friends, and you can have those friends.
But we have to stick together at the end of the day, like we did after World War II. That's sort of where we're at with China. This is a silent or Cold War right now.
Right.
It's for real. This is not, it's no different than what happened with the Soviets, except we actually trade with them. Whereas the Soviets, we had a Cold War, we didn't do any business with them. In this case, it's worse because they have us.
Yep.
We have to take this position with the world. And that's where Trump's charm and his personality comes in, and you saw that from this Italian leader, and even the leader from the UK and Ireland. Like they seem to have a little bounce in their step with Trump in the room.
Yep. And later on in this tape, I don't know if you saw it, Trump for some reason goes, "Oh, by the way, Europe, you got to stop this migration thing."
Yeah,
it's not working.
Right.
He says, "I'm not a fan."
And she did say, I remember her saying, they do have a migration. They've cut it down a lot. Because they were getting inundated as well.
Mm-hmm. Italy, Germany, and England got overrun with migration that has not helped any of those countries. No. It's like Minnesota.
Right.
All those folks that went into Minnesota that migrated over voted for Omar, whatever her name is.
Right.
That's how she got elected. They all went to one town.
Yep.
One area. And that's how this moron got elected who hates our country.
Yeah. And the same in UK.
UK?
Look at their leaders. Leaders of all their major cities are all Muslims. They're not your typical cranky looking tooth Englishman or Englishwoman. No. They're all from outside the country. So they've been overrun as well.
Vance made a comment about that and got filleted. And that is about England being overrun by radical Muslims who will use nuclear weapons, do all this stuff. And people were laughing at him. And I saw this on Facebook. People were getting on his case. And I'm like, have you seen the stats?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how much of that population is now, I'm not saying they're radicals. There are Muslims, though, and they've left their countries, and they're doing some radical stuff there. But it's like 14% of the population.
Yeah.
That's a huge number.
And they all vote for the same person.
And 50 to
exactly
56% of all the gang rapes throughout Western Europe.
Unbelievable. It is so true.
Yeah, amazing. Hey, let's switch gears, kick it over to Vin. Vin, your news brought to us by the Eternal Life Coin, timeless symbol of faith, legacy, and the soul's infinite journey. You can go to EternalLifeCoin.com. That's EternalLifeCoin.com and check it out for yourself. Vin, what do you got for us?
Yeah, thank you. I actually have one of those Eternal Life coins with me. I carry it with me. Some people might wear a cross. Some people might have a bracelet with something on it, just to be another support system for their faith. Yeah. I've had this for 15 years.
Wow.
And it's just a beautiful coin. That's all. It's a beautiful coin. And if you're a person of faith and like I am, it's just something that I personally like. So I'm glad we can share it here with the show. I have a couple of points to make here. First off, Elizabeth Warren said something that I figured out is the entire Democratic position on all this immigration stuff. If they can disappear Mr. Abrego Garcia, then they can disappear you. What does that really mean when Pocahontas comes out and says that? And we have heard this on CNN and MSLSD and all these stations about, he was just, deported. They can do that to you.
Right.
The whole they can do it to you narrative. What does that really mean? It means that they're trying strategically to force the Trump administration to look at every case one by one. That's really what they're going after. They're making a big stink out of this particular one because of the due process and so on. And I think we all know the reality. He was here illegally. I can't tell people this all the time. They're like, well, he didn't get this, he didn't get that. He was here illegally.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
He's a criminal.
Yeah.
And besides all the other stuff, MS-13, all the other things that he's involved in, he's here illegally. And he's a citizen of El Salvador. He's not a citizen of this country. We owe him nothing. But this strategy is what they do. And we were talking about it with lots of other areas, with the judges and everything else they put in place. This is how the left really operates. Their entire motive And way of operating in stopping Trump is to slow him down to a snail's pace at every stop, so they can then hopefully gain some traction in the midterms or do what they did, cheat their way to winning the next election, which is what they did with Joe Biden. But it's something that gets overlooked, I think, because people see the fight, which is, they're flying to El Salvador to get this guy out. It's not really that. It's about trying to get this into micro fights so that Trump now has to go for each and every one that he's trying to get, deport, that go through a process like this, which would take 10 years, at best, to get a couple of million out. So
yeah, it's a death by a million cuts.
It's exactly it. And the other thing we're seeing here overall, and you see it with the media, and it's not as bad as the first time Trump was in office, because frankly, they're just a lot smarter, and they got better people, and they're able to fight things, and they're firing people, they're getting rid of deep staters. Having said that, what we're seeing here is really how powerful the left is. They have put a lot of juice into the system. Yeah. They've been working the system. We talked about the judges for 15 years. Thank you, George Soros. For 15 years, and others, by the way, they've been putting in progressive, biased judges. That strategy is paying dividends for them right now. They have done so many things, but they all pop up when a guy like Trump becomes president. And now that Trump is president, we're seeing all of these little tactics they put in. And it's overwhelming to me how powerful they've become within all the infrastructures of our systems.
Right.
And
which is why they're the ones screaming bloody murder that Doge has found them out.
That's exactly right. And hopefully, as we talked about this last time I was on the show, people need to get arrested. Pam Bondi, I'm judging you on that. On politicians getting arrested and taken out in handcuffs.
There you go. All right, we'll come back. We'll do some more with Kevin Downey Jr. and with Slick Rick. We'll do a sports report as well, and of course with you guys in the chat. Make sure you jump on, say hello, like eyes of a lady, eyes of a lady in the Rumble chat.
Lady.
And Drake 99. All right, we'll take a quick break. We come back. More live from Studio 6B. Stay there.
This crime happens a lot, and it's happening more and more often. I have been fighting title fraud since 2003. I know it's real.
Title fraud is the most common source of real estate litigation that I am aware of. It is rampant.
This really is a crime that can impact anybody who owns any property.
Genuinely evil people are defrauding and victimizing innocent people.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Thursday night. Welcoming you back to the program. It's flying by so far this first hour.
Sure is.
Vin Buddha's going to have some more stuff in the next hour. We're going to come to KDJ in just a few, but let's do some sports first with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Slick, what you got for us now?
Well, I hate to have to report on this transgender nonsense, but it's part of sports, and I got to get these stories in. Yep. And now Illinois joins states defying Trump's executive order protecting women's sports from trans athletes. So,
they signed it? I mean, they're on board?
They said they're on board, so here we go.
Okay.
Democrat, this is Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart. Democrat-dominated Illinois has become the next left-wing state to defy President Trump's rules banning transgender athletes from... they're worried about the Constitution here, guys. You understand?
Oh, of course.
They want to make sure that we're following the letter of the law like they do with everything else. After being quizzed on the issue for weeks, the Illinois High School Administration, IHSA, which governs schools sports in the state, has now affirmed that they will follow Illinois state laws passed by the state's radical Democrats, which forces participation of males who identify as females into girls' and women's sports. Consequently, the IHSA has now officially moved to defy President Trump's efforts to protect females from the incursion of transgender athletes, WQRF-TV reported. In March, 40 state lawmakers sent a letter to the IHSA asking for its position on transgender athletes. The sports organization stonewalled the request until Tuesday when they finally replied and stated they would not follow the federal laws but would instead follow the rules the Illinois Attorney General put forward. The Illinois Attorney General and more recently, the Illinois Department of Human Rights have asserted to the IHSA the Illinois Human Rights Act requires that transgender athletes be permitted to participate in events and programs aligning with the gender which they identify. The IHSA said in this letter, the organization added that obeying Trump's common sense ban on trans athletes would interfere with state rules. Compliance with the president's executive order would place the IHSA out of compliance with the Illinois Human Rights Act, the group explained. They're worried about these things. The IHSA board president Dan Tully, now listen to Dan Tully, wrapped up his letter, trying to claim Teletubby, claiming his organization is an untenable position and has not taken a stand on which side is correct on transgender athletes, but they're siding with the state rules, clearly puts them in the left-wing Democrat camp on the issue, and of course several Republican lawmakers.
So Slick, they're going along with it.
Yeah, they're going along.
They're going along with having trans athletes, men who think they're women in women's locker rooms.
Right. Exactly.
They're going along with that.
They want the Constitution has to be upheld there, Vin.
90% of the country is against that, and they're going along with it.
I think it's even higher.
I think it's
higher.
You know what? It's got to be like
96%.
Yeah, it's got to be like 98%.
Who the heck would be in favor of this?
Well, what is transgenderism? About 1% of the population? It's probably not even that, right? It's a fraction of 1%.
It's a fraction of a fraction.
I don't even care if they're trans. All I care about is there's a girl in a locker room who's playing a sport. One, you don't need someone with male genitalia in there. And two, they're physically, we're seeing people get hurt. They're physically stronger. It's dangerous.
Yeah. Look at the poor girl with the volleyball.
If you had a tournament with 12 and under, and some 18-year-old played in that, and they dominated, you think that would be legal? No.
They wouldn't allow it because of the age.
They would have
it's
to
the
allow
same
it.
situation.
Well, that'd be age discrimination, right? So that why should it be any different? No, it's absolutely crazy.
It's the same situation.
And again, the tail wagging the dog with all of these things, and enough of this, really. And this is, I think, how they're actually getting themselves out there by all this crazy nonsense. This is how transgenderism is starting to become a bigger and bigger thing in this country in terms of making this awareness, making all this noise. We just got to shut this thing down.
It's progressives placating each other.
When I say a bigger thing, I mean story-wise.
Right.
It's constantly every day I've got at least 3 to 4 stories in the sports feed, and I end up having to read one.
Right.
The rest I leave to the dogs.
And look what it's come to. We're actually not even just the country, the world going, hey, if you don't let that guy in the locker room with those girls, you're a bigot.
Yeah.
Right.
And they fell for it.
When years ago,
upside down,
very recent history, you'd be arrested, you'd be shackled, dragged out, and embarrassed. You'd probably lose your job, lose everything, everything, because you're a freak that likes to go in and look at girls undress in the locker room.
I'm all for the trans sports league.
Yeah.
They want to play that way.
They don't want that, Vin. They don't want it.
Have your own thing. And what happened to women's rights? I mean,
exactly.
What happened to that? Where are the women here? Where are they in Illinois?
I have the answer. Why are women's rights gone? Who's a big part of the New World Order? That would be Islam. What does Islam hate? Women. They're setting us up for it. And this whole sexual assault thing in Europe, I hate to say it, it's disgusting, but this is yet another form of taking over Europe. Look, it's a sick way of a sick form of dominance. And it's been a part of warfare forever. And Kate, you know who wants to put the M for MAP for a minor attracted person on the LGBT CIA thing? That would be the people that are having sex with children. I happen to know a friend of mine from what they call Palestine, not a country, it's something else, told me that once you leave the big cities, you get out into the smaller places, every little boy learns by his 10th, 12th birthday, stay away from the old guys.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
we heard about that in Afghanistan, that some of the soldiers there got in trouble for taking things into their own, taking matters into their own hands when they saw these guys abusing these kids.
Yeah,
unbelievable,
crazy.
It's a sick
the
society.
whole thing's nuts.
So is that a wrap on sports?
That's a wrap, absolutely.
All right. Slickwork Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Kevin, we'll come to you at the top of the hour because we're running a little short here.
Okay.
But this story here, I think, kind of falls in line, Slick, with what you've been talking about. Believe it or not, in the UK, I don't know. Maybe they've stepped away from the amphetamines
a minute
for long
of
enough.
Sanity.
Yeah, for a minute of sanity, as the UK Supreme Court says legal definition of woman excludes trans women. In a landmark ruling, the United Kingdom's highest court ruled that the legal definition of woman excludes guys who like to play dress up and think they're women. In case you didn't know what that was, it's called trans. In a case with sweeping consequences for how equality laws are applied, Britain's Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the definition of a woman, which they could figure out, but I guess our Supreme Court justices can't figure out, even the women, that the definition of a woman in equality legislation refers to a biological woman and biological sex, sparking celebrations outside of court among gender-critical campaigners, but warning that it's a worrying development for the transgender people. No, it's not. It just means we're not going to play along with your stupid little mental games. We don't care. Halloween all day, we don't care. Every day of the year can be Halloween for you. We just don't have to agree with it. The case centered on whether trans women with gender recognition certificate, I guess you can get a certificate, I don't know, you get it out of a cereal box, which offers legal recognition of someone's female sex, are protected from discrimination as a woman, blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, seems like the UK Supreme Court, got this one right.
About time. I mean, they're about to go under. I'll also add, this is great, transgender cop, you can't frisk someone of the opposite sex. That's over too. And, we were talking about, Vin, we were talking about earlier, what's making these people crazy? Well, number one, transgender people have a mental illness. All right. It is what it is. You don't have to, you can call me a bigot. I don't care. So what you do is
they will.
They will. You tell them that if someone doesn't recognize your pronouns, then they hate you. And words are violence, and you're being genocided. And that's why we've seen so many, in my opinion, so many mass shooters, so many crazy. And look at this guy, He just burned down a Tesla dealership and the New Mexico GOP. Oh, look, he's wearing his best purple lipstick for his driver's license photo.
Right.
These people are easy to set off.
Yeah, they're called Trantifa.
Trantifa, yeah, I love that.
That's the term. That's what they called the guy who killed the guy in Vermont. These are members of a coalition. They call themselves Trantifa. Again, Halloween every day.
You could call themselves Antifa.
Every day. You can knock on doors, get candy, whatever. Play dress up.
I just don't like special rights. I have nothing against trans people. I understand, whatever's going on, but nobody gets special rights here. You have equal rights.
Right. Yes, no such
Simple
thing
as that.
And you have the right.
Class.
You have the right to be offended.
Yes.
So that was my.
Well done. Well said.
Final comment on that.
Great sound.
All right.
Effect.
Great first hour. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick things off with Kevin Downey Jr. And we'll do some more with Vin after the break as well. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Hi, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Thursday night. Welcome to the program, hour number 2. Damon is off tonight. He's working hard at the America First Warehouse, where we will be tomorrow night, debuting a brand new set, brand new stage, a whole new look. So he's making sure he's working out all the bugs, and he'll take care of it. We'll make sure that the show goes off without a hitch tomorrow night. In the meantime, of course, Kevin Downey Jr. is joining us, sitting in, helping out. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it very much.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Slick Rick has got sports. We'll do that in just a little bit. And, of course, Vin Buddha's here. We'll be going to him in just a little bit as well. I did my first, what even is that, in about 5 weeks yesterday, regarding the Blue Origin fight with all the celebrity ladies.
Yeah.
And it seems to be, I don't know if you've been on socials like X. It seems like people are just destroying this whole exercise in celebrity space travel. I don't know if you've seen any of it. People are making songs. Other celebrities are coming out bashing these women. Other women are coming out bashing these women. It's like, what are you actually doing? You're going up for 5 minutes. You're screaming like sissies up there and then floating back down like, oh my goodness, I changed the world. You didn't change anything.
Yeah. What do they call that? The USS D-list? Because I'll be honest, I didn't even know Katy Perry was still alive, but now she's kissing the earth.
Yeah, she's kissing the earth because she went up for 11 minutes and floated around for 3.
Yeah,
big whoop. Do that on a regular plane flight. It's a little turbulent. You'll float all over the place.
And might I just add, ladies? I know it's all the women's lib. Your rocket looked a lot more like something manly than something womanly, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink.
Well, anyhow,
I didn't pay attention to this at all, by the way.
You didn't?
I had no interest in it. I didn't pay attention to it. I don't really care. To me, this was just a dumb, sort of self-indulgent thing to do. Hey, by the way, you got some dough? You want to go up in a rocket? Okay, I'll take some, go pay someone $100,000, $200,000, $1 million, go up in a rocket, have a good time, right? Yeah. I don't care, but I have no interest in it. It's not like Evel Knievel jump in Caesar's palace.
Yeah.
Oh, man,
okay,
that
I have an interest in.
Right.
What do you think about this? I think he's going to sell trips to space, and he's going, wow, it's only men that are going to sign up. I think maybe he threw the broads on, threw the ladies on, so women go, oh, yeah, maybe I'll go.
Yeah,
Katy Perry went.
Maybe. And the funny part, it was billed at this all-women's crew, a crew, like they're doing a mission.
Yeah. Oh, man.
The only mission I saw was a certain stupidity of them taking up space, which is what they did. But I caught this anyhow. So the reason I bring this up, because people have been bashing this like crazy, and it seems to have picked up in the last couple days. I don't know if you guys know who the comic Alex Stein is. Here he is, cut number 3.
Love him.
As he goes to a what do you call it? The meetings that they have in the town hall meetings, and he takes his 3 minutes. Here's about 1:20 of his take on the Blue Origin space flight. Here's Alex Stein, cut number 3. I thought you guys get a kick out of this. Check this out.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Alex Stein. I am here tonight because we're in Grapevine. You guys are very familiar, obviously, DFW Airport. And I am a commercial airline pilot for Spirit Airlines. And I'm a little frustrated because if you turn on the TV, all I'm seeing is a bunch of bimbos in space.
The moon! You guys, I will have to tell you, look at the moon.
That's right. They're sending Lauren Sanchez and Oprah Winfrey's, I don't even know what, Oprah Winfrey's lesbian lover, I guess, to space.
I love the reaction.
I just think that is absolutely ridiculous. It's a waste of resources. Me flying, I'm in the aerospace industry, and I don't want to try to land my plane and worry about, running into some woman with, silicone breasts or something like that. I mean, listen, are they sending them up to space to try to test the effects of Ozempic on what it does to you in a zero gravity environment? I don't know, but I know that it looks fake, and I'm not saying the Earth is flat, but I'll tell you this much, that originally we went to the moon. It was done by a bunch of Nazis, a guy by the name of Wernher von Braun, who was brought over during a thing called Operation Paperclip. So I don't want to go to space with a bunch of bimbos and Nazis when we got a bunch of problems here in America, especially in Grapevine, that we need solved.
Yeah, so there's just a bit of it.
Wow. It did prove that when you're in space, you can't tell if you had Botox or not. It doesn't affect that whatsoever.
But I just thought it was so funny just watching the reactions because they have to let him talk. It's his 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So I hope that inspires more people out there to go and speak at your local town hall meetings. Take your 3 minutes, and if it's something great, send it to us. Because I'd love to play it and see what you had to say.
And wear your MAGA hat.
Oh, did you see they open the door, then they close it?
Yes, I saw that. And then they had to wait like 2 minutes to open the door again. I guess they were trying to set something up. Again, it's all a publicity stunt. They really didn't go to space. They went really high, where you may be on the edge of space, but you're not really in space.
No,
nothing really happened to you, and then they came right back down. It lasted all of 10 or 11 minutes. So there you have it. I just thought I'd share that.
Just have a gummy. You'll feel the same way.
Right, exactly.
That's okay.
Hey, let's do some news with Kevin Downey Jr. Kevin Downey Jr., of course, his radio show. You can catch it live on linewsradio.com Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Kevin, what you got for us?
Thank you, sir. Well, Letitia James has officially hit the panic button, and I'm loving what's going on because she ran to be the Attorney General, ran saying, I'll get Trump, even though there was no reason to get Trump. Well, she just hit the panic button. She's holding a fundraiser dinner, and it's only $18,000 a person. If you want to help Tish James, she's got 3 things coming up. Here's my favorite one, and this one's new. I just found out about this. She bought a 5-family dwelling, but she said it was a 4-family dwelling because that changes the insurance, it changes the mortgage that you're going to get, everything. And she also bought another place said her dad was her husband, little Ilhan Omar me for my sake, but whatever she's into. And of course she bought one in Virginia where she said, I'm going to live here. And so the news crew went out there. She's not living there. She could actually be in real trouble. I think she'll skate because she's a Marxist and they defend themselves, but she might have to step down from her job.
Yeah, from what I understand, and it's funny too because she's basically accused of doing exactly what she accused Donald Trump of doing. Now, you mentioned the reporters going to her dwellings in Virginia. Here it is, cut number 6. Daily Caller sent a couple of reporters over to Tish James's homes, where she said she was that was her main residence. I don't think they found her. Here's cut 6. Check this out.
Hi there. I'm a reporter with the Daily Caller News Foundation.
Goodbye. You're trespassing.
I'm sorry.
Trespassing. My kids are around
He's
here.
on the side.
I understand. We mean no trouble. We're just curious who the occupants of the home are.
Don't worry about who's occupants. That's none of your business.
Well, there are connections. There are connections to New York Attorney General Letitia James.
That doesn't matter. You're trespassing.
Are you related to Letitia James?
Do you know her?
You're trespassing. Go in the house.
Do you know Letitia James? No? Okay.
You're trespassing.
No comment. Thank you, ma'am.
Don't come up to my house no more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a good one.
That's one house.
Very cooperative.
Be well.
Very nice people. As you can tell, very welcoming.
Yeah. They got nothing to hide. You want a cookie?
There's a car parked in the driveway.
Hello there, ma'am.
Comment. You're trespassing.
No comment?
Yeah, you're trespassing.
You know, one just called the other.
Who lives here, ma'am?
No comment.
No comment.
He only knows 3 words.
Yeah, exactly. So there you have it.
4 words.
What
no comment. No comment, and you're trespassing.
Yeah.
The irony is amazing.
Yeah. Anything else you got there, Kev?
I got a ton of stuff here. My computer froze, but I'll be out of that. You know what? I don't need a computer for this one. There's 2 new polls out. And young people aged 18 to 21 have made a big swing to the right.
Thank God.
A big swing to the right by more than enough to throw an election. Right? More than enough to throw an election. Also, Catholicism is on the rise, especially with young people. Because let's face it, folks, we all know that I think it was Karl Marx who said we got to get rid of religion, and that's a big problem. And they try to. Well, Christianity, not Islam, of course. And now Catholicism is coming back with young people. They're voting to the right, and they're finding God. They're finding church. And that is huge because there's the things that the communists hate. They hate the nuclear family and they hate religion. They hate Christianity. 2 things they cannot, if they're not going to win. If we have that going for us, they cannot fully win. We will always be on top. We will have to fight them, and that's coming up now. But yeah, big news on these polls. This is amazing. And the weird part is the 22 to 29-year-olds, they're still pinkos, but their younger brothers, are not. Excuse me. And they say, well, how did this happen? They said two things. Number one, these younger kids don't want men in women's sports. That's a big part of it. And COVID really set them off. It hit them during their formative years, and now they're learning and developing more right-leaning views on several key cultural and political issues. And that is the best thing. That's the best news ever.
Yeah.
I'm surprised to hear that because it's made me, of all the things I've been scared about of our society, it's been the young people, how they've been indoctrinated. And so, and the group that you said is still the pinkos, what is that? That's like, what would they be considered?
Pinkos, 22 to 29.
22 to 29, they kind of went through that system.
Yeah.
These younger kids now, maybe COVID kind of shielded them a little bit because they weren't allowed to go to school from that system. But I'm really surprised in a very pleasant way that that's happening because I didn't see it coming. I didn't see Trump even getting their votes like he did.
You know what's surprising, though? I did see it coming simply by going down. Whenever I was driving around and you see kids out on their bikes, when you see kids with like Trump flags on their bikes,
that's when I knew.
I'm like, wow. It caught me by surprise. I'm like, what is going on here?
And you see that up by where you live, up in our area.
Even the boy in my home, he wanted a Trump flag. I'm like, where is this coming from?
Wow.
I didn't sit there and like hammer the kids at home. That's something I didn't do in terms of politics because it's like you want to keep them. Just be a kid. Just be a kid.
That's true.
Have fun. Go outside.
You got your whole life to wait to be miserable with that.
Skin your knees. Hit on girls. Have fun. Do whatever. And you don't want to kind of push your political views on them.
No.
But I think in terms of just watching how things have kind of unfolded, and they're like, well, that doesn't seem to make sense. And telling them, you're right, it doesn't make sense. It's okay for you to think it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If your teacher says otherwise, let us know.
That's the problem, though.
Yeah.
I didn't have a political view when I was in grade school. I didn't have a political view till the United States beat the Russians in the 1980 Olympic hockey team. Then I got a political view.
You know what I got a political view?
That's about when I did too. Yeah.
That was my moment. I didn't have my teachers never talked about it. Even in high school.
The Cold War wasn't a thing, right?
We didn't talk about it. They just educated us. This is what happened in World War II.
I remember
that's what happened in Vietnam.
My political view showed up when President Carter ordered that failed rescue attempt.
That was embarrassing.
Oh,
for the Iranian
in Iran?
hostages.
Yeah.
And at that point, for some reason, it caught my attention because, I love my country, and I was like, this guy's embarrassing us.
That caught my attention too.
And it was something that
it was the same time frame as the Olympics.
Well, if it caught your attention, then we beat the Russians, then you really kind of that pushed me over.
That was the same window.
So, all right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Vin's got some thoughts on some things, and we'll do some sports with Slick Rick. So all we need you to do is hang tight through the break. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there. Jumping in the chat.
Jumping Yemeni.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve. Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed. Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, one large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes? And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
All right, sounds like the blues. And
can you do that?
Yeah, I have to. It's part of the shtick. Shut up, Vin. I got reads to do here.
All right. Check, please.
Damon needs me to do the reads. Tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse, with over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments. The IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. You don't want to be a part of that. The good news, though, is there's still time for Tax Network USA to help you out. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got it covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, fines, and surprise levies before they escalate. All you got to do is call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes their move. That's 1-800-905 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. So there you have it. If you're one of those and that is something that could help you out, make sure you reach out to them. Did you know, though, that you can still join AMAC today for only $1? That's right, Slick. $1 for 1 year of the membership. I want to encourage you all to visit amac.us/Studio 6B and activate this limited time opportunity. Just listen to all you get for that $1. AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, works tirelessly to advocate for the values that matter most to Americans, like small government, strong borders, and election integrity, while protecting your constitutional rights. Becoming an AMAC member gives you access to all of that, of course, and to free advice on Social Security and Medicare, ensuring that you get the help you need when you need it most. As a member, you stay informed with trusted news on the AMAX Newswire, the Better for America podcast, and your subscription to the award-winning AMAC magazine. Oh my goodness, there's so much there for $1. Does it end? No, because you also get you get to enjoy exclusive money-saving discounts on travel, hotels, insurance, restaurants, and so much more. But it's for a limited time, so join AMAC and receive all these benefits for just $1 for your first year. Normally $16. You can take advantage of all these benefits and help save America for that $1. Join today. Visit amac.us/Studio6B or call 1-888-262-2006. That's amac.us/Studio6B or call 888-262-2006. Join AMAC now and save America with AMAC. So
you get more bang for your buck than a 4th of July picnic.
Exactly.
It's a great service too. I've been in on it many times. It's better than AARP. That's for sure.
And you get like Slick said, you got a big bang for your buck for just that $1 for the first year. So take advantage of it and go to AMAC. Let's do some sports right now with Slick. Rick, Slick, what do you got for us?
Programming note. I think Vinnie Mac should read the AMAC reads for us. For Epizal, perfect.
I'm not only president, I'm also a client.
I'm right with you, Vin.
Brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow.com. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code at checkout. Slick, what do you got?
Here's some story, Rick, right up your alley here. Ex-MLS star Aaron Bupenza dies after fall from 11th floor balcony.
Really?
Simon Kent of Breitbart. Former MLS, that's Major League Soccer star Aaron Bupenza, a part of SC Cincinnati's win in the Supporters' Shield in 2023, died Wednesday after reportedly falling from the 11th floor balcony of a building in China. He was 28 years old. The Gabon-born international had joined Chinese club Zhejiang FC, based in the city of Hangzhou, from Romanian outfit Rapid Bucharest in January. TMZ Sports details local police have launched an investigation in Bupenza's death, reportedly treating it as suspicious, you think? The Gabonese forward began his soccer career in 2015 and played for numerous clubs, including FC Cincinnati, which he helped win the Eastern Conference and the Supporters' Shield given to the team that with the best regular season record, the outlet notes. FC Cincinnati moved quickly to honor Bupenza and his contributions. Of course, there's all kinds of tributes on social. For its part, Gabon's Football Federation, Fegafoot, announced the news of his death on social media, the BBC reports. Bupenza is remembered as a great striker who made his mark during the AFCON in Cameroon, the statement said. Fegafoot and the Gabonese football family offer their sincere condolences to his family. Zhejiang FC said in a statement on Instagram that Bupenza passed away at his residence and offered condolences to his family.
Dang.
So, Rick, that sounds awfully familiar.
It does, because usually when you fall out of a window, it happens in Russia, and it's because you said something wrong about President Putin. Speaking of falling out of windows, Slick, I don't know if you saw this. I don't mean to interrupt your sports report
go
here,
right
but
ahead, by all means.
Cut number 13, a Russian woman survives a 6th floor drop out of a building.
Wow.
Check this out. This is cut number 13, and it happened in Russia. Who knows? Maybe she did say something not so nice about President Putin, but obviously she wasn't high enough to kill her. Here's cut number 13. Check this out.
Oh, wow.
Luckily, she landed on top of that car. Not for the car, but for her. As you can see, she's still alive.
Oh, my gosh.
Was it a Tesla?
Wow.
Maybe she jumped on it.
Yeah, so it turns out the story is she was cleaning her window. And she was leaning out trying to, hey, because I've done this too, where you're like, you know what, I can get that spot. And you kind of lean out and you start doing stupid stuff that you shouldn't be doing. Next thing you know, boom, she's out the window. Luckily, again, she lands on that
You
car.
could have warned the audience, Rick, on that one. Wow.
Was that a little?
How did she get all the way to the street?
Well, again, she fell out of the window.
But that, if you look at a building from the base of the building to the car, that's got to be a good 7-8 feet.
Oh, maybe she was really trying to reach the. She was trying to reach the window on the other building.
That's it.
She's like, I can get that spot.
It's the mystery of life.
Yeah.
Next time you got to be careful when you say I have to bounce. But
and
man, I'll tell you,
I've seen Die Hard. Die Hard, when she jumps out of the window, she lands through the car. I've seen that.
All right, so one more sports story, just shifting gears, Rick.
Sorry.
No worries. WWE superstar Roman Reigns shows support for Trump ahead of WrestleMania. Reigns, a headliner this weekend, said the choice was very clear. This is Ryan Morick of Fox News reporting. Roman Reigns and Donald Trump have one surprising characteristic in common. They are both WWE legends. Reigns, of course, is a former world champ in the business and will be headlining WrestleMania this weekend. Trump, he's actually a WWE Hall of Famer, the president is. Yes, before becoming president President Trump actually hosted WrestleMania 4 and 5, and he went against Vince McMahon in the Battle of Billionaires.
I remember that. You're fired.
Unbelievable. That bout resulted in Trump assisting in shaving McMahon's head bald. 18 years later, Reigns will battle CM Punk and Seth Rollins in a triple threat match one night on the event this Saturday in Las Vegas. And ahead of that bout, Reigns, whose real name is Joe Anoa'i, said he supports Trump despite being a registered Democrat in the state of Florida. Well, that's interesting. I support our president. Trump is one of those guys where he's got a vast history and a huge background. Reigns, who said the choice for the 2024 election was very clear, told Vanity Fair he's been in entertainment, he's been in big business politics. At this point, I'm supporting a bright future for our country, positive and competent leadership for us to be where we're supposed to be a world leader and carry that respect and do what a world power like us should be doing. Reigns did criticize Trump for picking battles with political rivals, saying that Trump needs that adversary. He needs that opposition to bounce off of. He needs that competitive motivation or something, he added. This Saturday will mark the 9th time a record that Reigns will headline the WWE staple. He actually headlined both nights of the event last year in Philly, losing the championship after holding the belt for 1,000 consecutive days. And that's a wrap in sports.
All right.
Back to you.
Very good. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Don't forget, anyone who makes a purchase this week with MyPillow.com or EternalLifeCoin.com and uses the code LFS6B at checkout and sends their confirmation email to LFS6B@yahoo.com, you will receive the T-shirt of your choice. So you get an extra prize while you save cash. Not a bad deal. That's what we do here. Right, Vin?
We give good deals.
We give good deals.
Good deals.
Exactly. We'll come to Vin Vuda. He's got some thoughts on some things coming up next, as well as Kevin Downey Jr. We just need you guys to hang with us through the break. Live from Studio 6B. Stay down.
We're in a very holy time of the year. We think in terms of a deliverance.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time. This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
This Passover, if you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials and matzah for the Passover Holy Day. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spill spills, they're no problem for bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get horsepower bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Thursday night. If you're just joining or you joined in the last couple segments and you're wondering to yourself, where the hell's where's Sasquatch? Damon, he is working hard at the America First warehouse, getting ready for tomorrow night. See, and again, we've talked about this in the first hour. There's a brand new stage. There's a brand new layout. So anything you saw in the last 2 or 3 weeks is going to be completely different this week. And this is moving forward because we're trying to incorporate the show. So when people do come to see it starting May 2nd, it'll be a better experience for the people in the audience where they can it'll give you a better feel, I think. Sitting in the round kind of thing. Mm-hmm. It almost like being at a Tom Jones concert.
Yeah, well, I think Ozempic's going to be our sponsor because we're going to be in the round, so it'll be nice.
So it'll be a better experience, I think, for the studio audience, which I think will be important. And of course, moving forward, once we start introducing music and all the other things we want to do, we think it's gonna look great. So he's making sure he's getting it ready for tomorrow night. Because again, that whole stage that you saw the last 3-4 weeks has now been moved, and there's a lot of moving parts that go along with it. So he's taking care of that. In the meantime, we're holding down the show. Kevin Downey Jr. is here, of course. He's got some more news in just a little bit. Slick Rick has got sports. But let's go to Vin Buddha. Vin Buddha segment brought to you by the Eternal Life Coin, a timeless symbol of faith, legacy, and soul's infinite journey. You can go to theeternallifecoin.com. That's eternallifecoin.com. Check it out for yourself. And remember, keep in mind, if you do make a purchase this week on Eternal Life Coin, or My Pillow for that matter, use our code LFS6B at checkout and send your confirmation email to lfs6b@yahoo.com and let them know what kind of free t-shirt you would like. And they'll take care of it. So there you have it. Vin, what's been bugging you?
Oh, well.
Besides me.
No comment. I got a couple of things that have been bugging me. But, we talked about everyone's inflection point into politics, and I think they touch on the two things that have been bugging me. I mentioned that for me personally, it was the 1980 Olympic hockey team having gone through the whole thing with Carter. I kind of woke up, and then Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan's presidency made me aware. And in college, I was in college then, my peers in college were also aware, after going through our teen years, learning to drive and so on and not be able to get gas and stuff that Carter did that was so lame. He was a horrible president. Then Reagan comes in. That was my first awakening. My second awakening was when Obama hit the scene. And I remember liking this guy and saying, whoa, this charming guy, man, wow, can he talk? And then I read one of his speeches, and I realized, what the heck is he talking about? I didn't know he was saying that. That was my second wake-up call for politics. I mentioned this because of what's going on with Harvard. As a young person, you're going to have an inflection point, and people have posted on the chat here about their various inflection points, from the JFK being murdered and other points that they found that time where they felt passionate about the country or politics. You see what's happening at Harvard. 30% of their students, by the way, are foreign students. They're coming here bringing their baggage. They're bringing their ideas and things that are not working in their country, and they certainly don't work here. And we have generations of young people grossly affected. Harvard's just one of the shiny objects. We've seen this throughout college campuses for decades now, of the complete left leaning. And I'm happy to hear what Kevin had to say, which is this next group of young people are awake. And it's just great to see our president not backing off, and something that's very easy for him to back off on with Harvard. So he's cut their federal funding, and he's going to cut their tax-exempt status, which, by the way, that's the real thing that's going to hurt. You're going to see a pile-on of lawsuits. But something has to happen. What happened with Columbia, what happened with Harvard, what happened with a few other schools with this anti-Semitic stuff, that's just one thing. It's going to be something else. And it's going to indoctrinate young people just to have the wrong view of the world. That's very dangerous. So I'm really happy our president has stepped up. My next side of it is my Obama moment. My Obama moment happened because I read what this guy actually said, and I thought, this is crazy. And I'm seeing this with Bernie and AOC now. And Bernie and AOC are running around, they're drawing big crowds. And I mentioned this last time I was on the air. One of my biggest fears is the left's politicians and people they put in place to possibly win. We have to hope that they actually have some good people that are more moderate, that understand the world in the way that is sensible and through common sense. Because if they do not make that step, and it's looking like Bernie and AOC got some serious momentum here, which is very, very sad, and it's sick if you think about it. Now, we, of course, don't want them to win, but what if the left wins another election? Who do we really want to see them bring to office? We want to have them bring someone who's got common sense, someone that's not going to destroy the country like Joe Biden just did, our Jimmy Carter, which is Joe Biden for 4 years. So I say this with really two views. One is young people being affected in college by these foreigners that are coming onto our campuses and bringing their radical views. And we saw that with the anti-Semitic things. And two, people, maybe mid-age who have been voting for years, read what these people are saying. They've never said anything positive about a victim of a crime, a victim of an illegal who raped a child, raped a girl, murdered somebody, or did something really sick. They've never spoken out against these people. What do? They love the criminals. They're fighting for the criminals. Really bad people. You're deporting MS-13. Do you know what MS-13? We're on Long Island. We had a big MS-13 population here.
Trump flushed a lot of it out.
Trump cleaned them out. Yeah. Prior to cleaning them out, they were taking hatchets. They were taking very, very knives and wood chippers, machetes.
Yeah, machetes.
And ripping people apart. These are vicious, horrible people. But you don't see either of these top flight politicians now, supposedly for the left, talking about that. They've not said anything positive about our victims. This Maryland senator flies to El Salvador to try and get an illegal back here. Yet a woman's daughter was killed by an illegal, and he doesn't even make a phone call. Doesn't say anything. This is one of his constituents. And you saw the press conference where she talked. Mm-hmm. It was heartbreaking hearing her talk, but I'm sitting there and thinking, I am in a surreal world where politicians now are making a choice, and they're choosing to go where the bad guy is and not comfort the person who's just been suffered a huge loss by a bad guy.
Right.
So this is an inflection point. Trump is doing what he's doing. Many of us woke up and we voted for Trump. Many of folks out there didn't. There has to be a wake-up call. I had mine when I was in college with the 1980 Olympic hockey team. Man, it was a sporting event, but I became proud, and then I voted for Reagan. And then I read what Obama said, and I was like, not for me, not for this country. And that's what's happening right now. So my point is, we need to start paying attention, and it's not just us as MAGA supporters. It's in our best interest to help and educate people who really don't understand this, because God forbid AOC or Bernie or any of these clowns get in. We thought Biden was bad, and Biden was probably the worst president. I didn't think anybody can do worse than Carter.
No. And then all of a sudden,
he definitely topped
Joe
him.
Biden.
He topped him.
Joe Biden topped everything, mostly because he was not there.
Right.
All these progressives were doing stuff for him. So it's in our best interest to help the left understand and have these inflection points, because we're in deep if the next presidency becomes one of these two clowns.
Yeah.
So that's what's been on my mind.
All right. Well, thanks, Vin. And it does give you pause, but you also have to understand when you're seeing the people that show up, a lot of them, they get paid. From what I understand, they do they check cell phones and see who's showing up at these things, and it seems like it's all the same people. Clusters of the same people. That's amazing how that happens, right?
And that's the deep fake, though. The
Right.
media makes it seem like these are
exactly.
real people, and then the real people think, oh, yeah.
Right.
You know? Not meaning the affected progressive left, not the real people, right?
Exactly.
But they think it's real.
Right. And you talk about the illegal immigration issue and Patty Morin, the mother of Rachel Morin. Here's a clip, just a quick minute clip of her speaking yesterday. Here's cut number 4A, since you brought it up. We didn't get a chance to play any of it yesterday, but here it is, 4A. Check this out.
Why are we not protecting the American citizens?
Yeah, simple question.
It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this. Thank you.
That's okay, because about 99% of the American people don't understand this either. And if they want to go die on this hill, please keep climbing, because we love seeing you destroy yourselves.
Yeah.
Right? I think this is going to hurt the Democratic brand for a while. Breaking news from our friend Put on a Suit in the Twitter chat. that animal is right now speaking with Maryland Senator Von Hollen.
Really? How'd that happen?
Hang out with them. Yep, breaking news. Thanks again to Put on a Suit in the chat there. And I will also say this. People don't realize that for the Marxists, Biden did a great job. He did what they sent him there to do. And this guy going down to get that animal, he's doing the right thing. Remember, they need violence. They need criminals. That's why they said in 2019, we're going to let them all out. That's why they said, oh, you know what, cashless bail, got to keep them out. They want the crime. They want the chaos. It's essential to their plan. And I feel horrible for that woman. But once she understands that that is their plan, now she'll know why. Now you know why you feel you have no rights. Because there are people who want this. They want more of this. All right? As a former leftoid, and I was not that big a leftoid. I was a New York City liberal, not really a leftist. I will tell you this, these women who get raped or killed, they're seen as annoyances because they go against the narrative that these people need to believe in. And I never thought that way. It's another reason I'm not a liberal anymore. But they first of all, they're going to mock that woman right there, and they're happy to see her daughter go, and they don't care about the kids, and they don't care that most of the women killed will be Latinas or Hispanics. They don't care. They'll take it. That's why Hamas buries their missiles in underneath kindergartens and whatnot. They will take the loss. All they have to do is win.
Yeah. That makes sense. It does make sense in a sick way, honestly.
And what's amazing, too, is that it's not even about getting this Garcia guy back, I don't think. I think at this point, it's about rousting up people, getting them to emotionally react and march. And like you said, think that violence is okay. You know what? I need to strike out because they deported this Maryland man who's not a Maryland man. He's a El Salvadorian citizen who was deported because he was illegal. They still can't clear that first hurdle, by the way. No. The first hurdle is the word illegal, which means moving forward, everything is null and void because it's illegal to begin with.
They don't even recognize that.
Yeah. All right. We've got one more segment. We'll go back to Kevin Downey Jr. one more time. Slick Rick Sports one more time. And, of course, we'll see you guys in the chat live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night. Stay there.
Did you know that somebody could literally steal your house? Yeah, that is a thing that happens. It is when a criminal forges your signature on one document uses one fake notary stamp. They then take out loans using your home equity. And the worst part of it is you don't even know it's happening until you start getting collections and foreclosure notices. This right here is why you need to use Home Title Lock.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Hi, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Thursday night. Look at this. From Les Durham, a $5 super chat in the YouTube chat. Just want to say y'all do a great job. Rick Delgado and Vinnie Mac and KDJ and Slick Rick and Aaron and Fran. Great job. $5 super chat. Thank you, Les Durham. It literally popped up on my screen as I was about to say something else. You know, I played that clip earlier of that woman. I think she was 80.
Oh, was she really?
Even better.
Who fell out the 6th floor window.
And she survived, man.
And she
God
survived.
bless.
She landed on a car. She's alive.
Her. God bless.
All right.
But again, if it was tragic, I wouldn't have played it.
Right.
I don't see why everybody's so up in arms.
Okay. No problem, Rick.
There'll be a therapist here
Aaron?
in about an hour.
Yep.
Aaron, forgive me. I hope you'll be able to sleep. Let's move on.
Alleged MS-13 gang member seen sipping margaritas with Democratic senator. What is going on here?
I believe we have that picture, right, Aaron?
My God.
How does this happen?
They'll take a victory lap over this.
Check this out. Here they are. Sitting together. Oh, he's holding his hand. Oh, they're having a man moment. Is there something that Mr. Van Hollen wants to tell us that maybe we don't know about this relationship?
Where's the martinis?
I don't know.
I don't see a martini.
So there he is. He's comforting, consoling the wife-beating thug gang member.
Him. Huh? Touching him.
They look like they're in a Panera Bread, not a bar.
You know what?
That's sick.
I'll have a tortellini, please.
I did a little research. Everyone knows Rachel Morin. There's another, it's a horrible case, Kayla Hamilton, 20, autistic, raped and murdered by an MS-13 animal, also from El Salvador. I searched her name and that senator's name. I couldn't find any point where he mentioned her at all.
Yeah. Not surprising. Not surprising. Do you want to see another senator who came out to have something to say about this whole thing? We're talking about the D out of Rhode Island, I believe, Senator Whitehouse, who wants to fine the U.S. until the wife-beating illegal immigrant gangbanger MS-13 member terrorist is returned to this country. This is Senator Whitehouse, cut number 4. Listen to this and tell me this guy isn't a bigger scumbag than some of the other, like Van Hollen's we've seen out there. Cut 4.
The judge says this was outrageous. What you've done violated an existing court order. It lied to me. You've dissembled to the court. You violated your oaths as lawyers, and you put this person in terribly grave peril. So I'm going to put the government under a civil contempt sanction of $1 million a day.
He's doing it
until he comes back.
It's like double secret probation.
There you go. Add up the millions. Oh, and by the way, I'll consider awarding some of that to the victim if this isn't solved.
Yeah. So he wants to give the victim, he considers the MS-13 illegal immigrant gangbanger wife beater the victim in all this. And he wants to give him millions of dollars. That is your Democratic Party, everybody. Wow. Kevin Downey Jr., you got time for one more stuff for us?
Well, oh, yeah, definitely. I got a lot of stuff. So Tulsi Gabbard, man, every day is great. Every day is great. Tulsi Gabbard is now, did you hear about this thing she's canceling out? Not canceling out. She's declassifying it, and then we can all read it. It's the Joe Biden How to Crack Down on Patriots Handbook. It's all about how people like me, like us, and like you are domestic extremists or stuff like that. The whole playbook that they used to find out who we are. And remember the FBI said your grandma's Betsy Ross flag was a sign of domestic violent extremism, and my Ashley Babbitt shirt and your Gadsden flag. All of that is coming out. She's declassifying it and releasing it so we can see the book they use to classify us as domestic extremists, and they use that to censor us, to spy on us. We don't know yet. It's all coming out, and it's hopefully should be done next week. She's making, and yesterday, this is right on the heels of Marco Rubio closing up shop over at the censorship. I don't know what they were calling it. They had a couple different names.
The Department of Brainwashing.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So that's gone. But this thing that they're going to leave, you watch. It's going to be their playbook. It's going to be, and it's all about. They say it's about domestic terrorism. It's about patriots. It's coming out. You're going to be on the list too, man. You watch this show. They've got you.
It's their Mein Kampf, I believe.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Anything else before we throw it over to Slick?
Yeah, look at this. Vin, you were talking about Bernie and AOC going on their Fight Oligarchy tour.
Yeah. Big word, too.
Oh, that would be something.
Big word, oligarchy.
I saw the banners they have, right? Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So Bernie's already spent $221,000 on private jets. $63,000 on commercial jets when he couldn't get a private one, but he had to scum it. He spent $41,000 on lodging and another $248,000 on event production. So we're looking at over $500,000 spent by communist Bernie Sanders to fight oligarchy. Come on, he owns 3 homes, man. That's what I hate about these people. Oh, we're here for the people. I need another mention. No, AOC flew first class to go and join them. It's such a joke.
It's a scam. Yeah. It's a total. Who's paying for it? Is it just donors are paying for this? I guess it is.
I'm sure.
I hope
taxpayers.
I mean, if it's the taxpayers, that's a Doge issue. Big time.
Exactly.
Bernie's been talking oligarchy for like 20 years.
Right.
Like, he's got no other narrative than this.
That's the only thing he talks about. Exactly. Hey, let's do one more sports report with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code at checkout. Slick, what do you got for us?
All right. Well, a little golf today. Men's PGA Tour. We got the RBC Heritage, which took place in the Harbortown Golf Links of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Beautiful place. $20 million purse. And Justin Thomas led the first round with a 10 under. Heck of a day. Russell Henley shot a 7 under, as did the great Scotty Scheffler. They're both in second place, so we'll keep track. I'll update you tomorrow night on that. Major League Baseball, yes, the Yankees did come back. I called it. They beat the Rays. Well, they didn't beat them yet. They're up 6-3 in the bottom of the ninth with one out. Rays are just about finished there. Rangers over the Angels 4-3, top 7. Finals from earlier tonight. Diamondbacks over the Marlins 6-4. Pirates blanked the Nationals 1-0. Mariners over the Reds 11-7. Athletics blanked the White Sox 8-0. Phillies over the Giants 6-4. Orioles down the Gardens 6-2. Tigers 6-1 over the Royals, and the Mets won. They beat the Cardinals in Citi Field 4-1. NHL action tonight. Get you some scores there. Flames and Kings, no score right now in the first period. We got the Sabres over the Flyers 4-3 with 9 to go in the third. 4 to go in the third. Red Wings continue to lead the Maple Leafs 3-2. Hurricanes and Senators in a goaltenders battle 5-5 with 9 to go there in the third. And the Rangers go out on a good note. They beat the Lightning 3-0.
Nobody cares.
With 6 to go there in the third. It's pretty much over. And the Penguins 3-2 over the Caps.
Playoffs.
12 minutes. No, they didn't. And the Islanders went out in great fashion. They only scored 1 goal, gave up 5, and lost. Well, they're losing 5-1 with 4 to go there in the third. So actually, check nice. That. The Blue Jackets have now down the Islanders 6-1. They had 1 goal, insult to injury. And I got a story about Aaron Rodgers complaining about his interview with Aaron Glenn and the Jets, and I think that saga's pretty much over. You know, he was on earlier today on Sean McAfee complaining about he flew all across country to go and meet with Aaron Glenn to see about his future with the Jets, and Glenn ended up like blowing him off during the meeting, went and got the GM, came in, told him, we're going to go in a different direction forward, and that was it. So you're a little ticked off about that, but not a lot of drama. But Rick, I'll throw it back to you for the last minute and a half there.
All right, well, thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com, use our code LFS6B at checkout, and don't forget, anybody who makes a purchase this week on MyPillow.com or EternalLifeCoin.com and uses our code LFS6B at checkout, you get an extra prize. Just send your confirmation email to LFS6B at yahoo.com and you'll receive the t-shirt of your choice. Make sure you specify the size and the shirt exactly, and the color, and all that stuff that you want, because it's your shirt and it's going to be free, just for you. All right, I think we've done a great show. Kevin Downey Jr., thank you so much. Enjoy your Tom Jones concert tomorrow night.
I will. I've got a picture of a woman here. I got a picture of a woman here who jumped off the Empire State Building and lived. She landed on a car. If you want to see it, you sicko.
All right, cool. We'll play it
with those pictures.
We'll play it in the third hour. Thank you, everybody, for watching. As always, we salute our military, active and retired, first responders across the board, EMTs, firefighters, police, everybody working the front lines, the ICE agents, Border Patrol, you name it. Everybody trying our best to keep us safe. We appreciate it. And, of course, everybody on the show, Slick, Kevin, and Vin, as well as Damon, working hard at America First Warehouse. We'll see you there tomorrow night. Fran and Aaron in the booth. And, of course, little me right here saying goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duct to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duct powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the horsepower Duct hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duct Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those cracks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duct with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
The top contender for the Democrats in the 2028 presidential race. You might be shocked to hear this. Also, the Maryland father who turned out to be a criminal gangbanger who beats his wife is the hill that Democrats are willing to die on now, at least for the time being. And also, Letitia James, the prosecutor in New York that prosecuted President Trump, may have committed fraud a lot of different times. New revelations in her mortgage scandal come to light. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get into those discussions with our fantastic guests, the DNC is imploding, and we should celebrate because that's great. We are happy that the DNC is imploding. Now, in order to lay out why it is imploding, I think we need to recognize some actual realities. Whether or not you like the DNC, and I can imagine if you're watching this show, you don't, you do have to recognize some of the strengths that they have. Lover or hater, Nancy Pelosi has kept the Democratic Party for the last 30 years in lockstep. The one advantage that the libs in the Democratic Party have had is the fact that none of them stray the course. They all vote like sheep in a herd, and that's why they can win elections. On the Republican side, one of the greatest things about being a conservative is we have different opinions. We have different ideas of how things should be run, and we debate them and we decide together as a collective how we should move forward. You might say that diversity is our strength. At the same time, that's not a very easy thing to deal with in actual elections. Finding a cohesion in a party that has so many different opinions and allows those opinions to be said sometimes can be very difficult. On the other side, the Democratic Party, being sheep that they are, have always been, well, it's easy to coalesce. They are losing that advantage. In a meeting in the latter part of last month, one of the new vice presidents of the DNC, a guy named David Hogg, refused to sign a pact that said, hey, we're not going to primary Democrats with Democrat money. He said, nope, absolutely not. In other words, this is a small fracture, but a telling one in the fact that Democrats, having their one advantage being cohesion, even that is breaking apart, which, again, music to my ears and should be to yours. Here to comment on that and so much more is Adrian Gray, host of Pop Culture on the Hill, and Gavin Wax, the chairman of the New York Young Republicans. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Great to be here.
Gavin, let me start with you on this one. Considering the fact that you've seen Republicans, again, it's one of the best things about us, and sometimes the more difficult things about us when it comes to elections, being all over the place in terms of how we're going to do things. Democrats have not had that problem, but it looks like they're gonna start having that problem. I don't know, what does this look like in the midterms and the next presidential?
Well, I don't know what it's going to look like because Democrats have a tendency to create many genders, and I think they're going to create as many factions to match each gender. You're going to see a pansexual faction of the party break off from the hetero-queer section of the party. It's going to be a really messy situation. I'm not going to be able to keep up with all the binary, non-binary internal disputes, but I welcome it. I think it's going to be great for our electoral process, our electoral chances going into the midterms and all the down ballot races to have a very fractured Democrat Party. As you mentioned in the open, historically, they've been able to march in lockstep, but now we're starting to see with them out of power and really leaderless and not having that great of a bench, they're starting to bust at the seams. So it looks like their new illustrious vice chairman, Mr. Hogg, has a lot on his plate. And I encourage them to continue to duke out all of their little debates internally and let the best man, woman, or Zay win.
How you got through that with not cracking a smile was very impressive. Adrian, so, the part of the reason that the Democrats have been able to stay in lockstep is because power is kind of doled out from the top. In the modern age, and I'm sure you're aware of this in the pop culture world, you can create your own power. AOC has done it, David Hogg has done it, and that actually it makes it more difficult for people to remain in that lockstep. What kind of influence on the Democratic Party do these kind of newer members who already have platforms have, and do you think that they're going to be able to kind of continue, falling in line, or are they going to go all over the place, which hopefully inevitably means conservatives win more?
Yeah, this is crazy. This party is so at odds with each other. It's crazy. The DNC isn't just fractured. It's giving group project energy, but no one is doing the work. And when David Hogg won't pledge allegiance to the woke flag anymore, you're in trouble. Your star recruits that are activists who won't pledge loyalty, the ship isn't sinking. It's in full mutiny. So the DNC is now a circus without a ringleader. And like I said, it's a nightmare. So I'm curious to see what happens here.
Yeah, it's hard to not smile at the chaos that's going on in the DNC. And speaking of chaos in the DNC, Nate Silver, one of your bigger pollsters, it came out over the weekend or the last couple of days and said, the person that I think has the best chance of winning the DNC nominee for president in 2028, if she chooses to run, is none other than AOC. Now, that might be shocking to a lot of people because AOC has often been so far outside of the political mainstream, even in her own lefty side, that it's unfathomable to think. But a Yale University poll found that AOC had the highest net favorability ratings among Democrats at 60 points. And the same poll said she was in second place in a hypothetical 2028 DNC runoff, second only to Kamala Harris. Gavin, are we excited about this? Is this a good thing? Or do we have something to worry about, considering the fact that her and Bernie right now are pulling some pretty big crowds, and I don't think it's necessarily in our best interest to completely ignore that.
Well, listen, I don't have a lot of respect for Nate Silver. I think his predictions in the past and his polling have kind of taken a nosedive. I think they need to downgrade him either to Nate Bronze or Nate Copper or maybe Nate Lead. I'm not sure whatever metal is cheaper this day and age. But in reality, I do believe him on this. I do think AOC is their best contender in terms of the primary for the Democrats. I think she's going to come in there with a lot of vigor, with a lot of support behind her. She's going to rally the left-wing base, and I think that's what she needs to get through a Democrat Party primary. I mean, we have to see how the party insiders and the party bosses are going to take that. They've obviously rigged it in the past against Bernie and others, and they certainly rigged it to consolidate around Joe Biden back in 2020. So this is a party named after democracy, but doesn't actually practice what they preach, at least as it comes to their internal party mechanism. But let's see. I think she's probably their leading contender. I do believe that. And, all the power to them. Again, I hope they continue to fight internally, and I hope they nominate AOC. I think it's going to be a disaster for them down ballot, and I think she represents, like you said, the fringe of the party, not the electable portion of the party, at least not nationally.
Yeah, Adrian, so this is interesting too, because I think everybody knows in primaries, you kind of run to your side. The constituents that show up in primaries are the hardcore voters that really love all the super lefty progressive stuff. And then after the primary, it is a race to the middle. Who can be the most moderate? And considering how far left AOC has gotten, let's just say, hypothetically, she gets the nomination in 2028. Do we think she has the possibility to go back to the middle and kind of appeal to those moderate Democrats, or is she too far off course at this point to have any sort of redemption?
Yeah, I think not. She's not moderate whatsoever. I think she's scary, but also a great competition for us. The way she ran Amazon out of New York is how she's going to run the moderate Democrats out of her area. This to me is a mistake. It's a nightmare. I don't see this happening. It'll never happen. So I have no confidence in this whatsoever.
That's a good point. I forgot Amazon came into New York City and said, we're going to provide thousands of jobs. And he said, no, not on my watch. Absolutely not. Yeah. Not sure if that was.
She has a degree in economics and she still thinks that like money grows on taxed billionaires. So, I mean.
That goes to show you what a degree in economics actually is worth. Speaking of people who may not be worth much nowadays, is Dr. Fauci. His stock has fallen substantially, and I hate to continue battering a ram that is far past, but the Wall Street Journal came out with an opinion piece say, you know what, it is time to actually hold Dr. Fauci accountable. Now, for those of you watching, I'm sure there's many reasons why we don't like Dr. Fauci. A lot of those, though, if we're being fair and we're being honest here, were subjective opinions. He may have wanted to crunch down a little bit more, a lot more than all of us did. But at the same time, it's hard to, hold people accountable for their thoughts and ideas in the moment. What you can, though, and what the Wall Street Journal is making the case here, is you can hold him accountable for the lying. And that is what I think a lot of people might want to see. Dr. Fauci misled Congress multiple different times about not funding the laboratories in Wuhan with NIH money. And that is, I think, what the Wall Street Journal is making the case of. That's why we need to hold him accountable. Gavin, is this something that is politically advantageous to hold Dr. Fauci accountable, or prosecute him in any way, shape, or form for lying to Congress, or at least that's what we think?
I mean, look, I think the consequences of Dr. Fauci's actions as they related to the reverse gain of function, they need to be addressed. We need to create some sort of repercussions for what he did, what he engaged in. I think it goes beyond just his opinions here. I think he actually engaged in malice, and the type of research that we were funding led to that pandemic and killed many people. It destroyed civil society. So we certainly can't let him get off the hook. And I don't know what his defense is going to be. He may take the Cuomo approach and, claim he's just Italian and everything is okay. I don't know, but I think we definitely need to use RICO charges if we need to go after him, like we went after the mob. He represents a new type of mob. We need to take him down. I think the deep state medical, sort of cabal that he has been running for the better part of a few decades really needs to face some accountability for once. And I think Dr. Fauci should be at the top of that list for those to be prosecuted.
Yeah, Adrian, in the last couple 30 seconds, do you think this is a feasible feat? Feasible feat, good word in there. A feasible feat for us?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, his version of science involved more flip-flops than a Florida spring break boardwalk, okay? He masked the truth better than he masked himself, and he needs to be held accountable.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if anything comes of that, because I think the evidence is overwhelming. Just ask Rand Paul. I'm sure he has some thoughts. Let's see. Adrian Gavin will be right back after the break to discuss, the Attorney General that prosecuted President Trump may have committed fraud, or at least that's what it looks like. And we'll check in with Turning Point White House correspondent Monica Page after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Let's check in with our Turning Point White House correspondent, Monica Page, at the White House. Monica, a lot going on today, but again, I repeat myself because you're at the White House and there's a lot going on every single day. The Italian Prime Minister just came and went. Tell us, what is she saying? What are the tariffs looking like for her and the rest of Europe? What's going on?
Yep, another busy week here at the White House. Of course, we're in Holy Week, so a lot is happening. President Trump wants to get as much in as he possibly can before Easter weekend, of course. But Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, like you just mentioned, paying a visit to the president this afternoon, talking all things tariffs. She came here on behalf of the European Union, to which President Trump has placed a 20% tariff on the EU. And as we know, 2 days after he placed that tariff on them and on all the other countries, he implemented a 90-day pause thanks to China. So now I believe that talks and the pause will resume sometime in July, about July 9th, I believe is the date that the tariffs will resume. But Giorgia Meloni says that she is confident that President Trump and herself can come up with a plan before the pause is over. So coming on behalf of the European Union here, working out some kind of deal with presidents. Of course, they have a great relationship, as we know. So very positive. Giorgia Meloni just left here just moments ago here. It's around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time right now. I gave her a little wave as she left, and I saw her hand in the motorcade. So I think she waved to us back. I was the only one waving at her because I'm a big fan. But it was very positive from what we understand. And stay tuned for the news coming out of the European Union, I suppose, from here on out.
Yeah, well, congrats on the wave. And that's all very important reporting. Thank you for doing that. And now to the nitty gritty stuff. The New York Times is big mad about the internal, I guess, WWE style jockeying for who gets into the White House. And, you know, just so viewers know, in order to be a big time reporter at the New York Times, you probably have to come from money, because you probably have to intern at the New York Times, which means living in Manhattan, which is very expensive. And so basically they get to pick the winners and losers. But now they're very mad that the Trump administration is letting new media in. Tell us what's going on that front.
Well, we got two little media blips on behalf of Turning Point, and not only an article, but also an Instagram reel highlighting and detailing who exactly is who in the new media spot, who's been getting a lot of traction. It was interesting because the New York Times article was interactive. So the more you scroll, you can kind of see, you know, new pictures or videos come up as you're scrolling through. And they actually included a time lapse showing me sitting on the left-hand side of the briefing room, just standing there talking to my colleagues about 50 minutes before the briefing even starts, kind of trying to pin it as though I'm desperate to get a spot in the briefing room, when I'm just happy to be there and get a question on behalf of the American people. Like, sorry that I'm doing my job, ? So that was pretty interesting. And then they made the whole Instagram reel showing one of my questions, as well as some of my other colleagues, kind of trying to say that I'm echoing right-wing voices. And they played a soundbite from Ash Wednesday where I asked the question, and I prefaced it in a way where I presented some facts. Not one Democrat senator voted to keep men out of women's sports. And apparently that's a right-wing talking point, ? So I mean, it's a simple Google search will show you that not one Democrat senator voted to keep men out of women's sports. So clearly, I don't know where they were trying to go with that. But hey, listen, no, there's no such thing as bad press. Am I right?
Yeah. And it's fascinating, too. The New York Times specifically did a big profile on Charlie Kirk, is now mentioning Turning Point in their recent pieces. And I feel like they think they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to get him here. And in reality, we're like, hey, cool, look at, we're in the New York Times. This is fantastic. We're a threat now, which is fantastic. And by threat, I mean, obviously, in the business sense, not at all in the physical sense, because they're going to take that out of context. Monica Page, Turning Point White House correspondent, thanks so much for joining us. Have a great Easter weekend.
Thanks. You too, Joe Bob. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The interesting takes that the New York Times is officially taking, and so many libs taking some weird stances. The hills that they are dying on are fascinating. I think this next thing that we're going to talk about is encapsulated best by a tweet that I think Charlie said, I hope you find someone who loves you like Democrats love illegal criminal gangbangers who beat their wives. Let's bring our panel back. Adrian and Gavin are here. This Maryland father story has exploded to new heights the more and more we find out about him. Yesterday, the Bill Malugin of Fox News put out the domestic violence complaint that his wife filed, saying some pretty awful things. It referenced, she said that their baby started to cry. She was putting pressure on him, and the reaction was he punched her in the face, scratched her eye, left her bleeding. And she also said at this point, I was afraid to even be close to him. Now, Democrats were already in a weird spot defending a guy who was in the country illegally, affiliated with a very murderous, dangerous gang in MS-13. Now it turns out that he could have possibly been beating his wife. All of that aside, one of the Maryland senators did actually go down to El Salvador. Play this clip here of something that's not going to age well.
I'm here at the airport. I'm about to board my flight for San Salvador. The goal of this mission is to let the Trump administration, to let the government of El Salvador know that we are going to keep fighting to bring Abrego Garcia home until he returns to his family. We are going to keep fighting because this is a miscarriage of justice. What bullies do is they begin by picking on the most vulnerable.
Adrian, is there some irony there with him saying we're protecting the most vulnerable? Oh, like his wife that filed a domestic violence complaint? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, where are the feminists? They just always seem to disappear, poof, be gone in so many issues. But immigration laws exist for a reason. And this is what happens when they're ignored. The left calls this man a father. I would hate to see their definition of a model citizen. Because they're always fighting the wrong battles.
Yeah, Gavin, Stephen Miller at the White House the other day, I just brought up, I think, a fantastic and kind of snarky, but also probably very serious. Like, okay, so let's just play this out. We bring this guy back. We're just going to deport him again. He falls in the category of a terrorist group, this is MS-13, and is in the country illegally. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to waste taxpayer money on the flight? Should they do that just to prove a point? Just bring him back and then deport him to the same place?
I mean, look, the optics of that would be funny, but I think it will drag us down in the mud, and we have a lot of people that need to get out of this country, a lot of violent criminals to be deported, many more Maryland men or New Jersey moms or whatever other euphemism they're going to use for a lot of people here that are illegal, and many of whom are members of violent satanic gangs. I mean, this is what happens when you have a Democrat Party that's been taken over wholesale, frankly, by these theater kids who think they're living their own civil rights movement, and they're trying to pick all these anti-heroes to be heroes. So this wife beater, this abuser, this member at a high rank of MS-13 has now become the hill that they want to die on. I just don't really understand what they're thinking. Part of me actually thinks that the Trump administration knew this about the Maryland man from the beginning, but withheld it and let the Democrats walk into this trap. I don't know if they were that sneaky about it, but either way, this is political suicide for the Democrats, and I hope they continue to double down on this nonsense.
Kevin, I will say I'm not a huge fan of you taking the high road when I want to get down in the mud and play funny practical jokes on the Democrat Party by sending this guy back and forth. But speaking of people on the Democratic Party that aren't making their party look good, remember Letitia James, she's the Attorney General of New York, said nobody is above the law. Well, when she was saying that, it looks like there's allegedly there's a chance that she was committing fraud. And not just one time, numerous times. There has been a report into the DOJ saying in the 80s, she co-signed on a bill or on a home loan with her dad, who she listed as her husband. I don't know, maybe that's fraud. Maybe there was some incestuous relationship going on there. I have no idea. In 2001, she tried to say a 5-unit complex was a 4-unit, which obviously gives you mortgage advantages. In 2023, she tried to purchase a home in Virginia and said, this is my primary residence, even though New York state law says, well, okay, well, the Attorney General actually has to live in New York, so that can't be your permanent residence. Gavin, So she's obviously going to cry. Well, this is a political prosecution. Is that a fair defense for her, or is this like, this is just you get what's coming to you because you rode on your high horse and now you're in this position all of your own doing?
Well, first, I'd like to say I think we finally found the pathology for Letitia James, is that she is a failed real estate investor, and she's incredibly jealous of President Trump, who is a successful real estate investor. And I think that was the origin story of her politicized prosecutions and persecution of President Trump. So I think we got to the root cause here, that she just was not happy with the state of her largely fraudulent portfolio. But look, I think this is rich. I think this is the Democrat Party in a nutshell: incompetence, corruption, and projecting their own crimes onto other people. She engaged in a litany, it seems, of mortgage fraud over the years, something akin to what she was trying to go after President Trump for. I think she knew the crime very well. It was an obscure crime that she went after President Trump for, a bookkeeping error at best. I think she should face the same standard of justice. I think she should be dragged into a courtroom in Lower Manhattan. I think she should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And if we don't do that, we're really not going to get away from this sort of tit for tat, politicized legal system. We need to show that there are consequences and repercussions, and I think this is a perfect example to make an example out of someone, and I think it should be the failed real estate investor, Letitia James.
Yeah, and there just seemed to be like overwhelming evidence. A reporter from the Daily Caller News Foundation went to those homes in Virginia that she purchased, and turns out she doesn't actually live there, so it wasn't her primary residence to begin with. Adrian, I hate to bring you down into the mud here, but indulge me, if you will. How long do you think before Letitia James plays the race card of this? They're prosecuting me because I'm black, black woman, and that's why. Not because I broke the law. That the only reason is because I'm a black woman.
Yeah, that'll be probably mid next week. The irony here is crazy. I think she just really wanted to know what a fraud case felt like from the inside. There's no other explanation. I secretly hope, I wish that President Trump, and I don't know that he does, but a great idea if he's listening, he should get a champagne bottle that's gold encrusted with these people's names, on them, right? And then he can pop the champagne as soon as this comes full circle, because this is not the first time that it's happened. But it's very clear what she's done here has been plotted and planned. So there's no sympathy here.
Yeah, so taking a page out of Dave Portnoy's book. And also, you heard it here first. The over-under line on Letitia James playing the race card is about Wednesday of next week. You can bet on DraftKings or Polymarket or whatever your betting options of choice. Obviously, that's not true. We're making a joke. But Gavin, Adrian, hey, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time and sharing some laughs. We'll have you back as soon as we can.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Coming up next is a great clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
What is going on with the state of bread in America?
It's very significant. This was the information that opened my eyes to the realm of food processing. I'm a food scientist, graduated with a food science degree, which is the study of food processing. After college, after graduation, I continued to study health and how the body works because I loved it. So I knew that whole wheat flour was better, but I tried it and buying it from the store, and I didn't see any great difference, and especially I couldn't make it taste very well. But in 1991, I subscribed to a publication. The first journal that came into my home was How to Greatly Reduce the Risk of Common Diseases. In that journal, the history of white flour was presented. Oh my goodness, it blew my mind. A little brief discussion after that of the common diseases that plague America and showed how it was directly related to the commercially processed flour that came on the scene in the early 1900s. So my eyes were completely open. I learned that whole grains are the most nutrient-dense food that God has given us. If you read Genesis chapter 1, verse 29, God gave us two kinds of foods. He says, I've given you plants that bear fruit that have the seed in it. That's our fruits and vegetables, wonderfully nutritious and healthy. But he said, I've also given you plants that bear seed for your food. That's all your grains and beans and nuts, okay? Why did he give us those two kinds of foods? I can't claim to know the mind of God, but here's what I do know. Fruits and vegetables lose their nutritional value every day that they're stored or even ripening on the tree. They decay and they rot over time. Not so with your seeds. Wheat and grains are storable. So God gave us storable food, and here's what I learned. Left whole and intact, they're perfectly storable, but only when they're eaten, either boiled and eaten whole, or the flour is freshly milled, do they retain all their nutritional value. They lose nutritional value as soon as that flour is milled as soon as that grain is milled into flour. And I learned that prior to the 1900s, most families had the capacity to mill their own flour, and they made their own bread. Most of the bread consumed in this country before 1900 was milled at home, made at home, and consumed at home. And here's what I also discovered. As soon as you break that kernel of grain open, those nutrients then are exposed to the air. They begin to oxidize. Oxidation begins to take place immediately. You don't have to be a food scientist to have seen oxidation with your eyes. You've cut an apple, you've cut a banana, you've cut an avocado, and you've seen it turn dark. What you may not see, though, is those nutrients getting used up and degraded in the presence of oxygen. Someone in the late 1800s discovered that if we sift the very nutrient-rich bran away and the oil-laden germ, because that vitamin E wheat germ oil that's there, laden in the wheat germ, it's got a lot of fatty acids, got a lot of oils there, that when they're exposed to the air, oxidation and spoilage takes place very quickly. So they said if we take that nutrient-rich bran away, that oil-laden germ away, and leave only the white flour part, which is known as the endosperm, and all that is, for all practical purposes, protein and starch. So someone came up with this brilliant idea. So they were like, hallelujah, no more food, no more flour spoilage. So it led to the invention of these huge steel rolling mills that would crush the grain and then run it through a sifter, because the bran and germ mill up a little more coarse than the endosperm part. So they would sift those coarse bran and germ parts away, leaving only the protein and starch, this long-lasting white flour that would never spoil. So this was in the 1900s. These steel rolling mills came on the scene. Everybody thought, this is a wonderful discovery. So all the local millers went out of business. They, the mills moved out to the wheat fields, and every household, every woman in every household was like, hallelujah, I don't have to mill my own flour, because they were hand mills, And so it was considered a wonderful discovery. They displaced the local millers. The next thing you know, they were producing massive volumes of this long-lasting, never spoiling white flour, and it came on the scene. And now, for the first time in the history, really, I don't want to sound so dramatic, but the history of the world, white flour became food for everyone, rich and poor alike. Prior to that, white flour was reserved for the wealthy, for the royalty, those that had servants that would make sifters out of reeds and, primitive screens. They would sift the coarse bran and germ away to make fluffier bread for the king, or the wealthy people. And the poor people were resigned to eat the peasant bread, the dark bread, the rough, with the bran and germ still intact. But when these steel rolling mills came on the scene, now, rich and poor alike had this wonderful white bread. It looked like it was a wonderful discovery, but there's a verse in Proverbs that says, there's a way that seems right to a man, but the end thereof is death. And what happened was totally unexpected. So now the world, the masses, are eating this wonderful white bread, right? Greatest thing, white bread.
Yeah, bunny bread, Wonder bread.
Oh, Wonder bread, all of it, yeah. So what happened is 3 diseases became epidemic shortly after the white bread, white flour came on the scene. Beriberi, which is a vitamin B1 deficiency, it results in nervous disorders. Pellagra is a vitamin B3 deficiency. It's known as the disease of the 4 Ds. It's skin eruption, so a lot of dermatitis. Usually was main symptom was really horrible, inflamed around your nose and your face.
Like acne?
Well, it was like more oozing sores. Yes, really bad. So dermatitis, dysentery, so GI, lots of GI disturbances, dementia. Yep, and death. Like I said, it's known as the disease of the 4 Ds. I'm from the Atlanta, Georgia area, and interesting, I found this so fascinating when I started studying this. Pellagra was actually, the first case was diagnosed, I think it was 1902. I can never remember if it's 1902, 1905, somewhere right in there. So shortly after the mills took over the market and white bread came on the scene for everybody, first case of pellagra diagnosed in Atlanta, Georgia. There were over 30,000 cases that first year. They thought, okay, this is some kind of infectious disease that's going on, with all the symptoms. Another study I read said the southeastern United States, particularly plagued by pellagra. They said that Georgia and South Carolina, the mental institutions were literally overflowing. They did not have enough beds to house the patients. Yeah. So that's a vitamin B3 deficiency. And then anemia was the 3rd epidemic disease. Puzzled health officials all over our country. They were going, what in the world what's this outbreak? And like I said, first thought that it was an infectious, issues. They eventually traced it to the missing bran that has all the vitamins, all the minerals, all the phytonutrients, lots of protein, lots of fiber, the missing germ, vitamin E, wheat germ oil, good fatty acids, proteins, fiber too. All these diseases could be traced to those missing components that were no longer in the flour. They supplied all those B vitamins and iron and all these nutrients. In fact, in wheat alone, I've studied this, there's only 4 essential nutrients missing. Vitamin A, vitamin C, so eat your fruits and vegetables. Vitamin D, get out in your beautiful sunshine. And B12. It's a little, you can't get B12 from plant products. But anyway, so they traced these 3 diseases that were now plaguing our nation to the missing bran and germ that were no longer in our flour and our bread, went to the millers and said, you got to put it back in. This is making America sick. So the millers were like, yeah, that's not going to happen. We found a very lucrative market for what they call the byproducts of the milling process. The bran and germ to this day is sold to the animal feed and cattle feed industry to make cattle feed, and the white flour's for us. So they were like, nope, not going to happen. So it would take until 1948 for the government to step in and say, you got to fix the flour then if you're not going to put it back in. And so it was mandated that they would, quote unquote, enrich the flour.
Yes, because I see this on the ingredients list. Enriched wheat or white flour, or bleached.
Oh, yeah.
What do those things mean, and why should that terrify consumers?
It should terrify consumers, because here's what blew my mind. As a food scientist, when I read that word enriched, I would go, wow, we're doing you a favor. We're putting more vitamins in there than would have been there if we hadn't messed with it. For the 35, 40, who knows how many nutrients are lost when they take away the bran and the germ. They only put 4 back in. That was what was mandated to be enriched. 3 B vitamins, B1, B2, B3, and iron. That was it. That was the enriching process. Supposedly, it took care of beriberi and pellagra and anemia. But I always have to ask this question. How many nervous disorders do we have in our country today? How about skin, dermatitis issues, gastrointestinal issues, dementia? So supposedly it corrected those. But what you have to remember, these are synthetic forms of the natural vitamins and minerals that were in the bread when they took the Bannon germ away.
So the enriched white flour, bad. You're saying we need to be eating what type of flour?
Made from whole grains, freshly milled. Mill it yourself. Outside of milling it yourself, you cannot get real flour. So real nutritious
You can't buy
flour.
it anywhere?
You can't, not really. I mean, maybe if you find a local mill that might be milling it, but And if that were not enough, now listen to this, 50 years, they watch the rising incidence of neural tube birth defects and go, must be so it was mandated in 1998 that they would add the folic acid back to the flour where it was missing from. Again, synthetics. And this is creating a whole nother issue. I don't know if you've done any studies or interviewed anyone about MTHFR, the gene mutation that people are having problems breaking down and utilizing the synthetic folic acid, but they can use the real thing.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Remember, you can always email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Fortunately, we're on a limited time schedule today, but otherwise there's a bunch of great emails. Jonathan had actually brought up a really good question about China, which again, we'd love to get to. Maybe we'll get to on the podcast, Joe Bob Unlimited, wherever you get your podcasts. But love your emails, love reading them, and love seeing the memes that you send. Somebody sent us this clip that you're not going to believe is real. We always like to make fun of The View because the people on The View, the ladies that circle around the table and give their opinions, are often incredibly dumb. And, usually we're not going to The View for something that is actually good. Except for today. We got this email of this video clip of Whoopi Goldberg, of all people, saying something intentionally or not. I'm not even sure she was saying it intentionally, but saying something that a lot of us should agree with, which, again, I can't believe these words are coming out of my mouth. Here is Whoopi Goldberg. Take it away, Whoopi.
What we have to always do, regardless of who you voted for, you still got to pay your rent, you still got to take care of your kids, you still got to take care of your business. And maybe some of what's happening, like, they're trying to take apart the Department of Education. Yes. Maybe that is a good thing, because maybe it will force us to make sure that our kids actually get what they need. Maybe it'll force us to go to our state and say, listen, I want to make sure, since you're taking all this money from my taxes, I want to make sure that my kids get exactly what they need. I don't have to wait for the government to do it. We can do it. This is now in our hands. This is in our hands, and it's going to be tough, and nobody wants to do it because it's a bitch. But you know what? If it comes down to your survival, this is what you got to do. You got to take care of what you got to take care of. And they're telling me that we're going to be right back.
Yes. Yes to all of that. That's the whole point, Whoopi. That literally the entire thing we're trying to do is return governance to local control. Why? Because local control understands the needs of the people better than the freaking federal government that could be thousands of miles away, and this big nameless, faceless entity that doesn't actually care about you but issues policies and money and all of these different things that don't actually help you. The reason we want to eliminate that sort of stuff is to get back to the locales that actually do know you, that actually interact with you. You probably played T-ball. Your kids play T-ball with the mayor's kids, and there's camaraderie there. There's so many different benefits to that. Yes, Whoopi, yes. Now, I think she might have accidentally stumbled into conservatism in that particular instance. I am no way, shape, or form saying that Whoopi is a conservative by any stretch of the imagination. But that is the point, Whoopi. The point is that the federal government doesn't do anything well. The Department of Education doesn't do anything well. And your states, and more importantly, your local school districts, is going to do so much better for you and your family and your kids than the freaking feds. I can't believe we are agreeing with Whoopi Goldberg here. But that is sometimes a broken clock is right twice a day. And sometimes you stumble into conservatism. Now, in the remaining minute we've got here, we've got some hilarious memes. We're not doing a show tomorrow. Charlie and Jack Hibbs are going to have a fantastic conversation that's going to air here on Good Friday. So, given the fact that we're heading on into Easter, let's pull some of these memes up in the spirit of Easter. What's in graphic one? Let's see. There we go. Jesus duking it out with Satan. Satan falling over because that's a modern depiction of. Jesus owning the devil. Love it. Next one here is, what is this? YOLO. You only live once, not, except not in this case. I like that too. That's fun. What do we got next here? So then I was like, Mom, chill out. I'll be back in like 3 days tops. Yeah, maybe a little bit modern, maybe a little bit memey, but still that is the truth. And then what do we got coming up at the last part is boom. The classic meme. Yeah, Jesus overcame the grave. Love to see it. Hey, have a great and fantastic Easter weekend, whatever it is that you're doing. Make some time for family, and we'll see you Monday. God bless America.
The moral confusion of the left is one of great interest to me. The first person who taught me this is the legendary Dennis Prager. He noticed it, let me put it that way. Of course, we are now honored to be filling Dennis Prager's time slot across the country on Salem radio stations, from AM 560 The Answer to AM 960 The Patriot in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, to KRLA. Something that Dennis Prager would mention time and time again is how the Democrat Party would emphasize a tyrannical approach to things that do not matter and would ignore things that obviously do matter. The Democrat Party will fight like none other to make sure that boys can go in female locker rooms. The Democrat Party will go into the courtroom. In fact, they will fly to foreign countries to fight for foreign gang members. But for American citizens or for girls in locker rooms that want privacy, they're viewed as kind of an annoyance. Like, why are you so outspoken? What's the matter with you? What do you want, rights? You want attention? This was on full display yesterday, where you had the tale of two political parties. One political party decided to go fly to El Salvador and get on their metaphorical hands and knees and beg for an illegal alien to be returned to the United States of America. He's not a U.S. citizen. In fact, I recently sat down with a prominent liberal who said, well, this was a U.S. citizen. No, he was not. This is not a U.S. citizen. This is not a permanent green card holder. This was an illegal alien who is awaiting deportation. An illegal. Also a wife abuser, just so we are clear, Mr. Garcia. So on one side, you have the Democrat Party that is acting as if this was just a random person scooped up off the side of the street and teleported down to El Salvador. But that is what gets the Democrat Party so fired up. They will refuse to protect female sports. The moral confusion on the left is one that we've all called anarcho-tyranny. They want anarchy in the streets, but tyranny against political parties that they do not like. The Democrat Party is now the party of 80-20 issues, which is why their approval rating is 21%, because they are on the 20% of all the issues. Men and girls sports, illegals over Americans. They're for deficit spending. They're for an open border. They're firebombing Teslas. The Democrat Party right now, as fairly as I can make it, is to get MS-13 gang members out of prison and get biological boys into girls' locker rooms. And yesterday, it broke the internet, where the mother of Rachel Morin, showed up to the press briefing room. The mother of Rachel Morin. It was chills. It was a surprise press conference, and it was a phenomenal contrast to the foreign appeasing, terrorist sympathizing Democrat Party. It was an amazing spectacle what the White House put on display. Here is one clip. Harrison Fields reports on what a USA Today reporter came up and told him. Now, there was a lot of controversy around it. I want to get to that actually secondly. Let's begin with cut 270.
Please tell the truth. Exactly. Tell the truth.
Yeah.
Tell how violent it really is. This is about protecting our children. It's more than just politics or votes or just anything. It's about national security, protecting Americans, protecting our children. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Now, that was her off the podium. Very raw and emotional stuff. I think her name is Patty Morin, if I'm not mistaken. Patty. I actually got a chance to meet her at America Fest. Very decent, a wonderful woman. We flew her out to America Fest to speak to our students about Her daughter, who was murdered by an illegal alien, a mother of 5, who never should have been in the interior of the United States. Never should have been in the interior of the United States. And they brought her right up to the press briefing room, the Trump White House team. And she told the story. And of course, they are trying their best to ignore it. They would rather fly to El Salvador and get into the weeds to fight for yet another gangbanger. And breaking news yesterday, guess what? That Maryland father, Mr. Garcia, that Maryland father, turns out more and more evidence shows that he was part of MS-13. Let's play cut 263.
The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country.
Back to his home country. Raised in El Salvador, from El Salvador, and is a gang member. The moral confusion of the Democrat Party might be one of the great threats to the American homeland. I mean that. When you have a political party that will go make a spectacle, a political opportunity out of a foreign gang member. Look, in the end, the immigration battle was always going to have a case like this. The Democrats need symbols. They need names. They need George Floyd. They need Michael Brown. They were going to grab some deported person and cling on to them. I just thought they were going to wait and hold their fire for someone that wasn't a gang member. We need to have rock solid consistency.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Something very historic transpired today. Could you tell the American people what that was?
Well, we ended government-sponsored censorship in the United States through the State Department. And let me explain how we get there. This started out, 10 years ago with this effort of let's go after the messaging that Al-Qaeda and ISIS and others are putting to radicalize people. Who's going to be against that? That sounds normal. And then it was like in 2016, we had this foreign interference in our election. We need to start targeting some of that stuff. By 2020, it had grown into this movement of actually going after individual American voices. And one of the ways that was being done wasn't just directly, because the guy that was running this thing was actually a guy that was out there saying, Donald Trump talks just like a Russian spy. He talks just like a terrorist. And so do the people around him. But they were also taking money from this program and using it to fund these NGOs, these third-party groups who were supposed to be impartial. Those groups were then tagging. They were literally tagging and labeling voices in American politics. Before President Trump took over, they disbanded this unit. They just renamed it and moved it somewhere else. But now, over the last few months, we've worked on it and just taken it down.
Deport all undocumented immigrants. Voters favoring the government trying to deport all 11 million of them. Back in 2016, just 38% of voters wanted the government to try to deport all 11 million undocumented immigrants. Compared to where we are in 2025, 56%, the majority.
And as we gather with family and friends, we'll not forget the true source of our joy and our strength. America has put our trust in God. It will always be in God we trust. We will never change that. There's a movement to change it. It will not happen. We won't let that happen. And with God's help, We can overcome every challenge, triumph over every evil, and restore the spirit of faith in the United States for generations to come.
This is the secretarial decision memorandum.
An exclusive look as Interior Secretary Doug Burgum officially transfers federal land along the southern border to the U.S. military. This land, known as the Roosevelt Reservation, spans New Mexico, California, and Arizona. A White House official says this move will allow the military to detain illegal migrants who trespass onto the property. This action marks a significant expansion of military authority at the border.
The Democrats and the media in this room have continually and wrongly labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia as a Maryland father. There is no Maryland father. Let me reiterate. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country.
I also told his wife and family that I would try to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia while I was here. So I asked the vice president if I could meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. And he said, well, you need to make earlier provisions to go visit CCOT. I said I'm not interested at this moment in taking a tour of CCOT. I just want to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he was not able to make that happen.
I hear all these stories, all these articles. All the Trump voters, they regret what they did back in 2024. I'm here to tell you, very few of them regret what they did back in 2024. What are we talking about? Trump voters looking back at 2024. We got a new poll out. The poll was conducted this month. What percentage would change their vote to a different candidate? We're talking just 2%, just 2%. That's not even a wide spot on the road. And then there's this additional 1% who say they would rather not vote. And then you ask, okay, the same question to Kamala Harris voters, and it turns out the numbers are rather similar. So if there was a repeat, would the result be any different? I doubt it would be.
And this whole thing with Mr. Abrego Garcia, it's that old wisdom and terrifying is if you're not speaking up for this man, there will be no one left to speak up for you.
Listen, we are in unbelievably uncharted territory here. And, we're approaching the point where, I mean, honestly, it's like we're all going to have to take to the streets or something.
3 days later, Christ's followers found the empty tomb. Jesus had defeated darkness and death and promised new life to all of humankind. And that's what we celebrate each year at Easter as we joyfully proclaim on Sunday, He is risen.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you as always. It is Maundy Thursday as well, which is Holy Thursday, the day that we remember the Last Supper. the Passover meal of Holy Week. And so praying for all of you that are observing this Holy Week, we need to keep our eyes on the divine now more than ever. You can email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast, The Moral Confusion of the Left. The moral confusion of the left is one of great interest to me. The first person who taught me this is the legendary Dennis Prager. He noticed it, let me put it that way. Of course, we are now honored to be filling Dennis Prager's time slot across the country on Salem radio stations, from AM 560 The Answer to AM 960 The Patriot in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, to KRLA. Something that Dennis Prager would mention time and time again is how the Democrat Party would emphasize a tyrannical approach to things that do not matter and would ignore things that obviously do matter. The Democrat Party will fight like none other to make sure that boys can go in female locker rooms. The Democrat Party will go into the courtroom. In fact, they will fly to foreign countries to fight for foreign gang members. But for American citizens, or for girls in locker rooms that want privacy, they're viewed as kind of an annoyance. Like, why are you so outspoken? What's the matter with you? What do you want, rights? You want attention? This was on full display yesterday, where you had the tale of two political parties. One political party decided to go fly to El Salvador and get on their metaphorical hands and knees and beg for an illegal alien to be returned to the United States of America. He's not a U.S. citizen. In fact, I recently sat down with a prominent liberal who said, well, this was a U.S. citizen. No, he was not. This is not a U.S. citizen. This is not a permanent green card holder. This was an illegal alien who is awaiting deportation. An illegal. Also a wife abuser, just so we are clear, Mr. Garcia. So on one side, you have the Democrat Party that is acting as if this was just a random person scooped up off the side of the street and teleported down to El Salvador. But that is what gets the Democrat Party so fired up. They will refuse to protect female sports. The moral confusion of the left is one that we've all called anarcho-tyranny. They want anarchy in the streets, but tyranny against political parties that they do not like. The Democrat Party is now the party of 80-20 issues, which is why their approval rating is 21%, because they are on the 20% of all the issues. Men and girls sports, illegals over Americans. They're for deficit spending. They're for an open border. They're firebombing Teslas. The Democrat Party right now, and can make it, is to get MS-13 gang members out of prison and get biological boys into girls' locker rooms.
We're interrupting this program for a special live report.
Do you still believe that the United States is a reliable... They always try to help.
It could only be her.
Should the European Union still believe that the United States is a reliable trade partner?
Well, I'm here exactly to work for make the West stronger. For I believe in the West unity, and I think simply we have to talk and find ourselves.
She believes in the president.
Also, and find ourselves in the best middle way to grow together. That's why I'm here. So, if I wouldn't think it's a reliable partner, I wouldn't be here.
We have a very good relationship together, and as countries, we have a very good relationship.
To follow up, Mr. President, what if there is not a trade deal with the EU by the time of the end of your 90-day pause on reciprocal?
Oh, there'll be a trade deal, 100%. Oh, well, you think there won't be? Of course there'll be a trade deal. Very much. They want to make one very, very much, and we're going to make a trade deal. I fully expect it, but it'll be a fair deal.
Are they on your priority list?
Everybody's on my priority list.
Mr. President, Mr. President, you.
Say it.
Do you plan to meet with
Wait, one at a time, please.
Do you plan?
No. First, no. You and then we'll.
Do you plan to meet with the President of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen? Do you plan to have other meetings with EU leaders as well?
Many. We had a meeting yesterday with Japan. as you know. We've had numerous talks, very, very at the highest level, frankly, with other countries. Yeah, we're doing very well, and we're moving along on trade very well. The United States was ripped off and taken advantage of by every country in the world, practically. I mean, I have to say practically, but just about everyone. That's not going to happen anymore, but we're going to make fair deals.
Mr. President, you've been in talks with Japan and Italy this week. Do you expect to announce an initial trade deal with any of these countries by next
At a certain point, yeah, we're in no rush. We're in no rush. You have to understand we're getting right now 25% on cars, 25% on steel, 25% on aluminum. We're getting a 10% baseline. We took that down just because it was, the appropriate thing to do until we decide what the number will be. And we're, taking in a lot of money, which we've never done before, frankly. With Biden, we were losing a fortune on trade. But we're moving along very nicely, and we're going to end up with a baseline of a substantial number, which we never got anything. The United States never got anything until I came along, and then I put very substantial tariffs on China, if you remember. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But then we had a rigged election, and it was just one of those little things, and it got away from us because Biden allowed every country in the world to rip off the United States, and I'm here to save our country.
Mr. President, on China, Mr. President, you said you have China. You said in the past that you aren't worried about allies growing closer to China as a result of your tariffs. And this week we saw Chinese President Xi Jinping visit with 3 of our allies. Should you be worried that they're growing closer?
No.
Mr. President, will you pick up the phone?
Nobody can compete with us. Nobody.
You said that you have a good relationship with President Xi. Why not pick up the phone and call him and make a deal?
Oh, we're going to make a deal. We'll have a deal. I think we're going to make a very good deal with China.
Do you plan to reach out to him and call him?
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
Mr. President Trump, Mr. President, you told me avoiding Marine One a couple of months ago. I like her very much regarding Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Will she be the one to mediate your relationship with Europe, do you think?
Well, I do like her very much. I think she's a great prime minister. I think she's doing a fantastic job in Italy. We're very proud of her. I knew her right from the beginning. I knew her as a very early prime minister, and I knew she had great talent. She's one of the real leaders of the world, and I'm very proud to be with her.
Prime Minister,
I can't do better than that, right?
Yes, that's fantastic. Okay, we can close the press conference.
We should end the press conference. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Prime Minister, how quickly can you raise your defense spending?
Oh, well, Italy is the summit of the NATO now that they've raised 2%, which was requested.
It'll go up.
Yesterday.
It'll go up.
And then Europe.
Is it enough?
As you know,
It's never enough.
Europe, as you know, is committed to do more, is working on tools to allow and help the member states in increasing the defense spending. And we are convinced that everyone has to do more.
Prime Minister, are you ready? Are the retaliatory tariffs that were passed before and then suspended still on the table?
No, sorry, please repeat it.
The retaliatory tariffs that the European Commission passed and then suspended, are they still on the table if you cannot make a deal with President Trump?
I'm sure we can make a deal, and I'm here to help on that. I cannot deal in the name of the European Union. My goal would be invite President Trump to pay an official visit to Italy and understand if there's a possibility when he comes to organize also such a meeting with Europe. I think the best way is that we simply speak frankly about the needs that every one of us has and find ourselves in the middle. That's useful for all. I really, somebody calls me such a Western nationalism. I don't know if it is the right word, but I'm sure that to be stronger. And I have to find a way. I'm here to find the best way to make us both stronger on the two shores of the Atlantic.
We're going to have very little problem making a deal with Europe or anybody else because we have something that everybody wants. You know what that means, right? We have something that everybody wants. We're going to have very little problem. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes. We'll be right there in the Oval Office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press.
President Trump and cabinet members meeting at the White House. Also, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is there at the White House. She, of course, has come not only to reach a deal over tariffs for her country, but also represented the European Union. You heard President Trump talking about that meeting, saying that he doesn't think it's going to be a problem for him to reach a trade deal with Giorgia Meloni, specifically even the European Union, saying that we have something they all want. And that's something they all want, I believe, that he's referring to is the fact that the United States is the biggest market out there. And so everyone wants to invest in the market. And the reality is we also have more consumers here in the United States than other markets, and everyone wants to tap into that consumer base. So President Trump will also be meeting privately with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy here in short order. He was saying that they will be meeting in the Oval Office. So that is the next step for them. There very likely will be another press availability between the two coming up. And we, of course, will carry it for you live here on Real America's Voice. In the meantime, let's get to some other headlines of the day, and there's a lot happening right now. For instance, we want to start with an issue related to the tariffs and trade. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell speaking yesterday about that very issue. Here's exactly what he had to say as he somewhat criticized, if you will, some of President Trump's trade practices.
The administration is, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up as tariffs find their way, and some part of those tariffs come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood. And, my hope is that we'll get through this and get back. Well, we're always going to be aiming for maximum employment and price stability. That's what we do. I do think we'll be moving away from those goals probably for the balance of this year, and then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
Again, President Trump meeting to talk about tariffs, just as you heard Jerome Powell talking about there. He's meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. We will have more coverage of that as it develops. In the meantime, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
In the history of the medium. The Bill Maher show, I thought, went going to do a little bit of a recap there. Not a big fan of marijuana smoke, so that was difficult to have to navigate, to be around. It was a conversation. We went through a lot of topics, a lot on religion. To Bill's credit, there were no rules. It was just kind of straight towards the source. And so we're going to do an entire recap video of that. But he treated us very well. But I'm not a fan of marijuana smoke, so that was difficult. That threw me off a little bit. The secondhand smoke of the marijuana smoke was a little tough, but I have a good spirit about it. YREFI.com. Go to YREFI.com. YREFY.com. YREFI is amazing. The YREFI is the underwriter of our campus tour. They are wonderful, and it's because a lot of students have private student loan debt. If anybody in your life has private student loan debt, go to YREFI.com. YREFI refinances distressed and defaulted private student loans, which are different from federal loans. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payments on their private student loans when they first contact YREFI. You can finally take control of your private student loan situation. It may not be available in all 50 states. They will go after defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. I want you to think about anybody in your life that might have private student loan debt. A sister, a brother, a niece, a nephew, a son, a daughter, a grandson, a granddaughter, maybe you yourself. Think about it for a second and then refer them to YREFI. Amazing Patriots, YREFY.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. The escalating violence of the American left, it's really something. There is a new Substack page And Blake flagged this for us, so Blake is going to help us navigate it. And it is consistent with what else we're seeing. The amount of death threats we are getting is increasing dramatically. Campus security is overwhelmed when we go to some of these schools. They're like, man, the amount of death threats we're getting, it's almost too much for police to be able to even arrest all these people. There's an econ student at George Mason University. Has over 1,000 subscribers, so he's small, but he's not a nobody. And he writes in his Substack, when must we kill them? This is a econ student at George Mason. Do you think he's going to be kicked out of school? There was just another arrest of someone who was threatening to murder Tulsi and her family. There's been multiple Trump assassins. Someone said they were going to murder me last week. It's part of the game. If you are in the arena, if you are Teddy Roosevelt man in the arena, they're going to try to murder you and anybody near you. It's part of the entire game. So you just have to have security. You got to have weapons. You got to know what you're doing to defend yourself. It is part of the new era that we are in. But CNN says that it's, I got to replay that CNN. Can we replay that CNN tape? Of all the things that animate me, of the great libels, I have to say this short clip from CNN might be one of the great lies, one of the great falsehoods, one of the great sick, twisted narratives that I have seen aired out of all the nonsense, from Russia hoax to 6 feet to slow the spread. For CNN to say that there is no left-wing equivalent of political violence is one of the most repulsive things that I've seen. Anyway, so this clip here, this post by the econ student at George Mason, Nicholas Decker, he says, the ultimate source of political power is and always will be violence. If the present administration should continue on its course, there is no choice but war. I say this out of sorrow. When must we kill them? Now, mind you, I remember when somebody showed up to my event in Idaho about 4 years ago asking the question, Charlie, when do we use the guns? Obviously, some sort of provocateur or Fed, or maybe just some sort of twisted person from Idaho. And I denounced it, and it was national news. Oh, my goodness, look at this. And now here's an econ student writing in a Substack, and where is the left and the liberal media? Complete and total silence. Nothing. In addition to all of this, we see the firebombing of all of these Teslas. Donald Trump got shot last year, and now they're saying, when must we kill them? There is no dealing with the Democrats, everybody. They want us dead, period. Deep down, they are hoping and wishing for the death of the Republican Party, of Donald Trump, and for all of us. They seek our demise. They seek our annihilation. They seek our elimination. That's what they want. They don't believe in dialogue or discourse. And we have another video that I'll show you. At Boise State University, a 70-year-old Christian activist from Boise walked up to the microphone and said, Charlie, I'm done talking. I want to fight you right here and now. And I want to punch you in the face. He literally is saying this. He said, we're done talking. We must start fighting MAGA. They know they can't win on policies. They believe in men and female sports. They can't win on immigration. They don't believe in deportations. These are deranged lunatics that have infected the American political system. When must we kill them? That's what this Substack is coming to. By the way, you have elements of Black America that are lifting up Carmelo Anthony, the murderous thug who stabbed Austin Metcalf to death. They're making T-shirts with Carmelo's face on it. They are acting as if Carmelo is this wonderful person. It's a real thing. The twin, Carmelo Anthony, who stabbed them to death. Here's 189, a very short version of the CNN clip. Play cut 189.
While America's roots are soaked in bloodshed, violence in the country today is mostly from right-wing extremism. From Oklahoma City to Charlottesville to January 6th. There is simply no equivalent on the left.
I mean, first of all, Oklahoma City was in the 1990s. Charlottesville resulted in one person dead, and that was back in 2017. Not a mention of the summer of love, the race hate, not a single mention of the spike in crime, vandalism, arson, murder, the increase in violence rates. Just There's so much wrong with that. The attempted murder of Brett Kavanaugh. This is what the media has come to. This is an econ student at George Mason University. When must we kill them? This Holy Week, we are talking about the ancient roots of our Christian faith. We have Dr. Calvert coming on next segment from Hillsdale College to discuss this. We'll be right back.
To this Real America's Voice News Break. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here with us. President Trump is meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni at the White House as we speak. You're looking at video now of a cabinet meeting which she also attended with the president. Of course, they're talking about tariffs. She is in town looking to strike a deal not only for her country but also for the European Union. Right now, she and President Trump are said to be meeting in the Oval Office together. There likely will be a press availability here within short order, and we'll try to take you there live. In the meantime, President Trump says that Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell's termination, quote, cannot come fast enough. The statement coming amid the president's continued frustration that the central bank hasn't cut interest rates aggressively enough. Plus, he's responding to Powell's remarks from Wednesday, during which the chairman appeared to question President Trump's policies and their economic impact.
The administration is, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up as tariffs find their way, and some part of those tariffs come to the come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood. And my hope is that we'll get through this and get back. Well, we're always going to be aiming for maximum employment and price stability. That's what we do. I do think we'll be moving away from those goals probably for the balance of this year, and then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
By the way, the European Central Bank just cut interest rates for a seventh time as global trade tensions intensify. The cuts are said to be focused on countering concerns about economic growth brought on by President Trump's tariffs. And as I said, those tariffs continue to be a major story today. Right now, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni at the White House meeting with President Trump to talk about the tariffs that her country has incurred, as well as the European Union. Just yesterday, President Trump meeting with Japanese trade officials to also discuss some sort of negotiation on the trade tariffs that are against the Japanese as well. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Don't just watch history happen. Make some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have a great guest here in just a second. But I do want to mention the Herzog Foundation. It ties in perfectly to what we're talking about this Holy Week. Are you rethinking your kid's educational path and wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? Well, you're not alone, and the Herzog Foundation is here to help you. With the Trump administration working to abolish the federal Department of Education and return control to the states where it belongs, there's never been a better time to explore Christian higher education and elementary education. That's why we love Hillsdale College, but this is a little different. For too long, federal overreach has dictated how children learn, but now parents have a greater say in their kids' futures. This shift could make Christian education more attainable than ever. And the Herzog Foundation is your trusted guide to navigating these changes, whether families are considering a Christian school, a hybrid model, or homeschooling. They provide the resources families need to make informed decisions. And to stay updated on the latest developments from the Trump administration and how they impact education, turn to The Lion, the Herzog Foundation's award-winning publication. The Lion offers real-time news and insights to keep you informed and empowered. Visit readlion.com to access must-read articles, and don't forget to sign up for the Lion's daily and weekly newsletters. That's readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. We work very closely with the Herzog Foundation, which is a great organization at Turning Point Academy. So go to readlion.com. That is readlion.com. I'm really excited for this conversation. Joining us now is Dr. Ken Calvert, professor of history at Hillsdale College. Check out charlieforhillsdale.com. Dr. Calvert, great to see you. So, Doctor, let me start with something where some people on social media are getting a little cute. They say there's no Christian roots to celebrating Easter. Easter is a pagan holiday. We should never use the term Easter. What is the truth, Dr. Calvert?
Well, I think that to a certain extent, they're right about the word Easter, because that is only used in the English-speaking world. And in the English-speaking world, it came into use probably sometime in the Middle Ages. Nobody's quite sure. There was an ancient Christian historian, the Venerable Bede, out of northern England, who talked about this goddess Easter that some people worshipped, but had no connection with Christian Passover, Christian celebration of the death and resurrection of Jesus. And really, it shows up first in print in, of all places, William Tyndale's Bible, when he's talking about this celebration. And from then on, it's connected to the celebration. But in the rest of the world, the celebration of the death and resurrection of Jesus is referred to in its original Greek and Hebrew, the Pascha, which is related to the Passover and to this idea of sacrificing a lamb and the blood of the lamb at Egypt, with the passing over of the Hebrews into freedom from slavery in Egypt, and the last of the great plagues, of the 10 plagues of the firstborn, the use of the blood of the Lamb and the establishment by God of the Passover feast, which was celebrated by the Hebrews, never a pagan feast, never a pagan activity, up until the present day. And the Christians, of course, celebrate Passover in a similar way, as an extension of our Jewish roots, because of course Jesus was Jewish, and the New Testament is the fulfillment of all of the prophecies, all of the looking ahead of by the Jews, by the Hebrews, of the coming of the Messiah, the fulfillment of the covenants. And what you have here in Passover, and in what Christians do every Easter, and unfortunately we still use that word, is celebrate that feast, the Passover feast, as it's fulfilled in Jesus Christ. So this is not a pagan activity at all. One of the misconceptions actually that comes out of this is the Council of Nicaea in 325, where people claim that Constantine took a pagan feast and made it Christian. They also claim this about Christmas. And what's really befuddling as a historian, Charlie, is that this never happened. It never happened. It's attributed to Constantine and the Council of Nicaea. Now, the Council of Nicaea did discuss the proper date for the celebration of the death and resurrection of Jesus, but it had nothing to do with paganism. And so, as you often point out, actually, in your debates with students on university campuses, there are very shallow levels of understanding of history and of ideas that really do not come out of any profound understanding of the actual facts.
That is really well said. And so, Dr. Calvert, I want you to explain a little bit more about how the early church sought to redeem pagan terms or festivals towards pointing people towards Christ. Everything from even wedding rings to Christmas. Talk about how they are not pagan in origin or nature, but at times there might be terms used, but the spirit was all about redemption, to get people that were so attached to their pagan traditions and bring them into Christianity. If I get that right, please, keep going or correct me if I'm mistaken there. Please, Dr. Calvert.
Yeah, I think it's very complicated because remember that the Christians and the Jews were not part of the pagan world. And so there was a definite desire to stay separate from paganism. And so when we look at the celebration of Christmas, for instance, and the celebration on the 25th of December, that was done 200 years really before Constantine. And the idea that somehow this was taking over the celebration of Sol Invictus, a pagan divinity, that's just not true. That's not what the Christians were doing. And so there's a lot of misunderstanding, and much of that came actually out of the 1700s and 1800s AD, scholars trying to connect Christianity back to ancient paganism. Now, when the Christians, do adopt some aspects of their culture, such as the use of wedding rings or the use of other aspects of the culture, it's not what you would call a full-blown adoption of pagan activities. Remember that these people were persecuted by the pagans and not particularly wanting to take on the worship in some way, or even the hint of worship of pagan gods, of pagan divinities. So I think that, looking at this historically, one has to be very careful about that. Now, along the way, did Christians build churches on top of old pagan sites in order to Christianize them? Yes, they did. But it was a Christian message that they were making and not the pagan message. Did they sometimes use the old pagan temples as Christian churches? And you do find this every once in a while, that they will adopt those structures and make them Christian, like the Pantheon in the city of Rome. But when we talk about the fusing of pagan and Christian activities, you might find some of that at the local level among Christians who are maybe confused about the transition that they have just made from paganism. You might have some confusion there. But really, on the whole, when you talk about what Christian leaders are teaching, what they're really trying to get across to their people, is this idea that we are, as Christians, very much separate from the pagan world. I would argue that a lot of the confusion in the modern world about, for instance, Constantine, or the use of pagan ideas or sites or pagan divinities within Christian practice, that is actually more modern confusion than it is the actual practice of what's going on in the ancient world among ancient Christians.
About a couple minutes remaining here, Dr. Calvert. So you are a phenomenal professor. People should check out charlieforhillsdale.com. That's charlieforhillsdale.com. If you had to isolate amongst your Christian students, those that are schooled in the Bible, that have a good understanding of the canon, what are one or two corrections around this topic of ancient Christianity that you feel you really have to zero in on? Things that people come in believing that, quite honestly, do not have any historicity to it, that do not have any foundation to it, of well-meaning Bible students at Hillsdale that sometimes you have to correct and clarify.
Yeah, I think that a couple of things. Number one, that Christianity did not appear out of nowhere on its own, that it's rooted in the Old Testament, it's rooted in first century Judaism, that Jesus is a part of that Jewish world. And this is a very, very important point that I think sometimes we miss. If you don't read the Gospels, for instance, in the thick of the Greek and Roman history, in the thick of the Jewish history, you really miss a lot of what Jesus is saying. And so that, I think, is very, very important. In fact, the fact that he is attacked really from day one, Herod goes after him because the Magi have called Jesus the King of the Jews, and Herod was named King of the Jews by the Roman Senate. So you have to understand some of that context and why people are doing that. The other thing, and related to the celebration of the Passover and to Easter, is that every year, of course, the Jews celebrated the Passover. And for us, this is like celebrating our 4th of July. And say we're celebrating 4th of July and we're ruled by a foreign power. That's what Passover is about. That the Romans are ruling, a pagan foreign power is ruling over Jerusalem, over Judea at that time. And when Jesus rides into Jerusalem on that donkey, he's saying, in relation to a prophecy from Malachi, he's saying, I am the Messiah. I'm the guy. I have arrived.
Right. That's correct.
And this gets the leadership of Rome, of Jerusalem, very upset, because the potential for warfare, the potential for bloodshed, all of this arrives with Jesus in Jerusalem. This is why they want to get rid of him. And the very fact that he is crucified, that's how they get rid of traitors and rebels.
Dr. Calvert, excellent. Please stay right there. We love this commentary this Holy Week. charlieforhillsdale.com. That's charlieforhillsdale.com. Okay, I want to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is a wonderful supporter of this program. Make the switch today. You've heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while. You probably know that for years they've stood in the gap for every American who believes in faith, family, and freedom are worth fighting for. They are the real deal. But did you know they've got cutting-edge technology too? Switching is easy. There's no store visits, no hassle. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team can activate you in minutes right over the phone. And get this, Patriot Mobile is one of the few carriers with access to all 3 major U.S. networks. That means exceptional nationwide coverage. Plus, they can even put a second number on a different network on one phone. It's like carrying 2 phones in one. Go to patriotmobile.com/CHARLIE, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Portions of our program are brought to you in part by Patriot Mobile. We'll be right back.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Patriots love him. Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We'll continue with Dr. Calvert this Holy Week. We love hearing from you. Momentarily, I'll be on the campus of Washington State University in beautiful Pullman, Washington. Next week, we will be in Texas A&M. That is in College Station, Texas. That's going to be a rowdy one. I'll tell you what, that one's going to be something else. So check it out in College Station, Texas. And then on Thursday, I will be in Wyoming, Laramie, Wyoming, at the University of Wyoming. The week after that, we'll see what happens. Maybe Boston. And then we have 4 or 5 campus stops in California to finish. So we got Riverside, we got UC San Diego, we got all sorts of fun stuff to wrap up this monster semester. And so thank you for all of your wonderful support. We have never been as viral and as successful as a program and as a unit. So thank you for that. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Dr. Calvert is with us, charlieforhillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. So I want to broaden this discussion for a second, Dr. Calvert. Can you explain the uniqueness of Jesus, of his movement, and what his followers accomplished? Something that some people will say is, oh, there were plenty of other religions or cults in the Mediterranean and the Middle East that believed in a virgin birth or rise from the dead. What made Jesus of Nazareth different, unique, and the impact, please?
Well, I could go on for an hour, Charlie. There's so much there. He is unique. And I think that when we talk about Jesus as the Messiah, for instance, in the first century BC, there was a huge expectation within Jewish groups for the coming of a Messiah. And the question then, looking at the old prophecies, what is this Messiah going to look like? You know, Isaiah mentions that the virgin will give birth and his name will be Emmanuel, or God with us. And so the question is this Messiah going to be God himself? There are questions about whether or not he'll be an angelic Messiah. There's a book of Tobit that the Jewish community used to use, and it's all about an incarnate angel. There are questions also, and I think this is most powerful for the time of Jesus, there's questions of whether he's going to be a military leader, and he's going to raise up in rebellion against the Romans. The Essenes, who produced the Dead Sea Scrolls, were among those who believed that that the Messiah would be a military leader, and they were going to be basically the shock troops for this Messiah. And so Jesus is in the thick of this, and he addresses so much of these questions about what the Messiah is, who the Messiah is going to be, and he gives, some really good counsel and directions, of course, to his disciples that he is not going to pick up the sword, and he's not going to be this bloody military Messiah, but rather he is the Messiah that atones for the sins of the people, which was also a part of all of that Old Testament prophecy, that he is indeed God incarnate, atoning for the sins of these people. So he's answering the question of how to deal with sin, with personal sin. And then, of course, in the resurrection, that this is the Messiah that is going to conquer death, that he conquers death itself. Now, one moment I love in Scripture is in the book of Acts when Gamaliel, this Pharisee, this leader of the Pharisees, stands up at the Sanhedrin, before the Sanhedrin. This is in the book of Acts. And he basically says, if this is the real thing, if he's the real Messiah, we need to be careful. If he's not the real thing, if he's not the real Messiah, and he mentions, we've seen this before, there have been other Messiahs, and it always ends up in a bloody mess, right? And that's what they're afraid of, that this is going to end up in a war. He says, if this is one of those kinds of messiahs, it'll go away and it will all end. But if he is truly the real Messiah, the true Messiah, if this is of God, we need to be careful. And I think that moment in the book of Acts says so much about who Jesus is and his uniqueness as Messiah. Now, when we talk about virgin birth and these other things, there are references to Egypt and the Isis and Osiris mythology and other things. There is nothing like the virgin birth and what happens in the Gospels. And you look in the Gospel of Luke and the story about Mary and receiving the announcement from the angel Gabriel, and she gives her free will assent to the idea that God wants to become present on earth through her. I mean, what a remarkable idea, beautiful idea. There's nothing like that in the ancient world. That is a unique message.
Dr. Calvert, wonderful, wonderful job. Thank you. And he is risen this Holy Week. Everyone can take heart. He is risen indeed. Check out Dr. Calvert's course at Hillsdale College at charlieforhillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. He has a wonderful course there that I want to take and that I'm going to complete. So I'm going to put that on my list. Dr. Calvert, thank you so much. God bless, and have a wonderful, let's just say, resurrection celebration. We won't use the term Easter. Have a wonderful
Thank you,
Sunday
Charlie. You too.
Celebration of our Lord being risen. Thank you. God bless. Thank you. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I have to head on campus at Washington State University. Producer Andrew, I'm handing off the baton. Good luck, Andrew. Talk to you guys soon.
Everybody, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett in for the one and only Charlie Kirk. We're at the Bitcoin.com studios. the mobile one at that, but honored to be with you as always. Please consider emailing us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We want to hear your thoughts, what you're up to, what you're thinking. We'll be reviewing those throughout the hour. I want to start with this story here that I don't think gets nearly enough attention. It's the Trump effect. And yes, it's at the border, but it's specific to fentanyl. In 2023 and 2024, there was an average of 2,000 pounds monthly in 85 seizure events under Joe Biden of fentanyl. In October of 2024, so right around the election, to January 2025, that average fell from 2,000 pounds to 990 pounds monthly in 47 seizure events. In February of 2025, seizures plummeted to just 590 pounds in 45 seizure events. To put this in perspective, that is countless, tens of thousands, if not 100,000 or more lives saved just in the drop of fentanyl at the border. And to help me describe all of this and to put a personal story on it is Ann Fundner, who is a mom, and she is an advocate for the stopping of fentanyl crossing our borders and poisoning our children. Ann, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
It's an honor to have you. We wanted to have you on for quite a while at this point, and this story still resonates so loudly, Ann. I just want to bring our audience up to speed of this powerful moment that you had at the RNC. I mean, I was there in Milwaukee. I remember this moment. I remember when you went on stage. I remember everybody in the whole complex talking about it afterwards. Let's go ahead and play cut 306.
My family and I were living in Southern California when President Biden took office and opened our borders. My Weston was 15, and in a moment of peer pressure, he tried something that someone gave to him, and it took my baby's life. We did everything right. I had those conversations with him, and fentanyl still found my son. And on February 27th, 2022, our lives were shattered and our baby was gone. This was not an overdose, it was a poisoning. His whole future, everything we ever wanted for him was ripped away in an instant. And Joe Biden does nothing. I hold Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the borders are, what a joke. And Gavin Newsom and every Democrat who supports open borders responsible for the death of my son.
It's an incredibly powerful moment, and you were so brave for doing that in front of that audience, in that context, in that forum. Tell us more about your personal story and your son.
Well, my son he was a really sweet kid. He was a good kid. He was so warm-hearted, had a lot of friends. He was very well-liked. He always stood up for what was right and wasn't afraid to tell people, that, just to cut it out if they were, not being nice to someone. He always stood up for what was right, even if it was against one of his friends, picking on someone. He was generous. He was kind. He played sports. He was smart, had a good GPA, went to church twice a week, very strong faith, which I cling to because I know where he is and I know his life had a purpose. But he was my everything. He was my firstborn, and I never knew what love was, or that my heart had that kind of love in me until I met him. And so he, it was a shock. It was blindsided. And my lesson to everybody is, I assure you this could happen to you. So that's what I'm doing, crusading.
And you have not stopped since the RNC. I mean, you have been busy crisscrossing the country, raising awareness for this important issue, and educate our audience on how fentanyl actually gets into the country. Where does it start? I know much has been made of China's role in this, gets smuggled in through the southern border and elsewhere. Tell us how it gets into America and how it ends up poisoning our children.
So it starts in China, where these factories make illicit fentanyl, the precursor chemicals. It's then shipped to Mexico, to the cartels, where who knows who is definitely, not a chemist that works for, Merck or Pfizer. It's somebody who probably, has no idea what they're doing, sprinkles it into a bunch of blue pressed powder, and they press it with the exact markings of pharmaceutical pills. From there, it comes over our open borders. And, I think you mentioned that under Joe Biden, they were seizing about 2,000 pounds a month. And that's not nearly what comes over here. That's the tip of the iceberg, the very tip. So, it comes over through that. It also comes over through the de minimis loophole. President Trump just put triple tariffs on Temu and Shein, because anything under $800 does not have to be inspected when it comes from overseas. And, Temu and Shein being somewhat social media, kind of like a little bit of an Amazon one, one's for fashion, one's like Amazon. They have private senders shipping things over. And fentanyl bricks were coming over that way. And so that's it. Just, those are the main ways it comes over, but it's still coming over in ways we don't know. And that's what we're getting to the bottom of. And there's a stockpile over here. So it's not going to stop all of a sudden. Multi-billion-dollar corporations called the cartels don't shut down overnight. And neither do the thousands of factory workers in China. So this is a business, make no mistake. These are CEOs making a lot of money, and they don't intend to shut down anytime soon. So we still need to fight every single day.
Absolutely. Well, we've got to root out all these loopholes. This is, please, and we want to be a part of that. So please message us after this segment of what we need to be focusing our attention on, because we want to advocate on behalf of families like yours, on behalf of families like mine. And you made this point, I think, so beautifully, both here, but also at the RNC, how you guys did everything you could to love your children so well. You did nothing wrong. It was the failure of leadership that let this happen. And nowhere is that more clearly visible than at the southern border. And I want to emphasize this point, Ann, when you have the morale of our Border Patrol agents was dangerously low. But not only that, they were overwhelmed. They became paper processing staffers of the federal government, essentially. They were not allowed to do their job. And now, in an about face that is truly historic, and we have, I believe, a graphic that will demonstrate this for you visually, 312, go ahead and throw that up. They were, the amount of border crossers that were coming over were overwhelming our Border Patrol agents, so they weren't able to do searches and seizures like they normally would or would want to do. And now we have the numbers at such a place, and you can see how they plummeted under President Trump, where there is enough personnel to do more searches. So we're going to be getting more of this fentanyl per search, per seizure, per operation than we would have before, when they were completely overwhelmed and overrun at the border. And so there's reporting now, Todd Bensman, who comes on this show often, has done reporting of this in the Daily Wire, that the cartels are actually realizing they're not able to smuggle as much of this fentanyl across the border, thank God. Unfortunately, they're turning their sights on Europe and other countries. They're now shipping it abroad to those countries, which, thank God, it's not in our country, but this needs to be rooted out where it originates, and that's China. That's with tariffs and so much more. And I want to keep you on for one more segment, if you're able, if you have the time, and continue this very important conversation. More with Ann Funder when we get back.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet?
No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
And we're doing it on Getter
Every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is hosting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni at the White House right now. About an hour ago, she met with the president and some of his cabinet members to discuss the tariffs against her country. She's here to lobby the president for better trade terms for her country. Meloni has also been dispatched to negotiate better tariff terms for the European Union, reportedly due to her strong relationship with President Trump. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Mr. Trump hosting a Japanese trade delegation on Wednesday. In this post on Truth Social, the president writing that big progress was made. Just this morning, Japan reported a global trade deficit of $37 billion. It's the fourth straight year of deficits for the country. However, when it comes to the U.S., Japan enjoys a $63 billion trade surplus. Japan is now looking to make a deal in lieu of having to pay a 24% reciprocal tariff. President Trump says Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell's termination, quote, cannot come fast enough. The statement comes amid the president's continued frustration that the central bank hasn't cut interest rates aggressively. Plus, he's responding to Powell's remarks from Wednesday, during which the chairman appeared to question President Trump's policies and their economic impact.
The administration, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up as tariffs find their way, and some part of those tariffs come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood. And my hope is that we'll get through this and get back. Well, we're always going to be aiming for maximum employment and price stability. That's what we do. I do think we'll be moving away from those goals probably for the balance of this year, and then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
By the way, the European Central Bank just cut interest rates for a seventh time as global trade tensions intensify. The cuts are said to be focused on countering concerns about economic growth brought on by President Trump's tariffs. The tension between the Trump administration and U.S. District Judge James Goldberg takes on a new layer, as the judge could slap some members of the administration with criminal contempt charges. In a ruling that was handed down on Wednesday, Judge Goldberg writes there is, quote, probable cause to hold officials in criminal contempt of court for demonstrating what he calls willful disregard for his March 15th order barring deportations to El Salvador under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act. However, he goes on to say the Trump administration can still avoid being held in contempt by taking steps to comply with his order, specifically allowing the deported immigrants to challenge their removals in court. While the administration is appealing the ruling, the judge says the administration has until next week to outline what steps it will take or identify the officials who decided to disregard his order. Well, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is out with a new report on autism, which finds a, quote, unrelenting upward trend in diagnoses among American children. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy calls it an epidemic. That's a quick check of your headlines. Tariffs have really thrown the global economy into chaos. Potential widespread inflation tied to massive supply chain disruptions is weighing heavily on all of us, but there's a silver lining that most people missed. President Trump specifically exempted gold and silver bullion from these sweeping tariffs. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you're concerned about your savings, you're encouraged to have a free consultation with a Birch Gold Group precious metal specialist. The first step is to text America to the number 989898 and receive your free no-obligation information kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold and silver in a tax-sheltered account. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of pocket. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, you may want to join the ranks. And you can do so simply by texting the word America to the number 989898. Again, text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit now.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show and often guest host, especially as Charlie is traveling. So we just want to thank you in the audience for understanding, putting up with yours truly while he's on the road at these campus tours. I promise you we would not do this if we didn't see just how dramatic the impact was. Charlie's behind a movement that he has helped spark and catalyze on these college campuses. We're honored to be a part of it and support it in any way. And actually the sponsor, the underwriter of that tour is whyrefi.com, who's also a partner of ours on this show. And that's why I'm going to tell you about whyrefi.com. Private student loan debt in this country totals about $300 billion, which is astronomical, which is just so much. The amount that these schools are charging tuition is another topic that we should discuss, and we do discuss. But about $45 billion of that debt is labeled as distressed. So why refi? What they do is they refinance distressed or defaulted private student loans that other banks, other groups, they're not going to touch it, but they will. And they're going to give you good terms, a good interest rate. They're going to make sure you can afford the monthly payment. So they work with you and what you're actually making in a month. And they make sure that this is not going to saddle you with too much of a payment that you can't deal with it. And they even allow you to skip payments every so often. So Why Refi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center, folks. Why Refi does not care what your credit score is either. When the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loan is so big that you can't ever get ahead in your finances, Why Refi is your best option, and they can save you thousands of dollars by refinancing and even lowering your total cost. So you can take control of your future. We recommend that you do it. You don't have to live like this. Stop it. If this is you, stop. Go to whyrefi.com. Tell them the Charlie Kirk Show sent you. That is whyrefi.com. More with Ann Fundner when we get back. Just a second. Back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett here from the Bitcoin.com mobile studios. Charlie's on the road, Washington State University. It's going to start in just a little while. He's traveling as we speak. So, Ann, I want to get to sort of a second wrinkle in this topic. You pointed out in your speech, Gavin Newsom, all the Democrats, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, that did nothing as young Americans and old Americans, by the way. One of the producers on this show knows two people that lost children to fentanyl poisoning. But we see this dichotomy with the way Democrats react to the illegal immigration problem. And they seem to have so much compassion for this Kilmar Abrego Garcia guy that is likely an MS-13 gang member who apparently beat his wife, who lied to immigration courts, and he's been deported to El Salvador, his home country. They're getting on planes right now, flying to go get him, and they say bring him home, even though his home is El Salvador. But they don't seem to care about people like Rachel Morin or your son. And I want to play this clip from Patty Morin. I think it's really powerful, and she's angry. And I want to get your reaction on the other side. 244.
No, actually, I'm very angry. I'm actually outraged, but I'm too sad at the moment to show anger at the same time. He did not call our family. He did not give condolences. There was no action on the Democratic Party in any way, from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Mayorkas, anyone here in Maryland. None of the senators did anything to help search for the murderer of my daughter.
Your reaction, and to Patty's moment, it's very touching. What's your reaction when you see that?
Well, I love Patty. She's a friend of mine. We're angel parents together, and we've done some things together in this fight. So she's a wonderful person with an incredible, compassionate, and warm heart. To see her up there upset with one of her own senators who was flying over to El Salvador to try to get someone to come back who is here illegally, who happens to probably be part of a gang, who does have 2 orders of protection against him for who knows what. And I'm hearing some other things come out today that he's been involved with that it's disgusting the way these Democrats protect people that aren't supposed to be here, and you have to question why. With the open borders, what I used to call it was the Future Voters of America program. How many people can they get over here to show allegiance to them for letting them come over to vote for them in the future? And I believe that's what it's all about. And that's why Democrats are so open to all of this open border and all these illegal immigrants coming over unchecked, unvetted, whether or not they want to come here for the right reasons or not, they're here legally. And that's not part of what America is all about.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty transparent too. And you've seen what Doge has uncovered as far as how many of these illegals have gotten Social Security numbers and how many have gotten welfare benefits, and they just get smuggled into the system, laundered into the system. And the amount of work that the Trump administration has before them to unravel the tangled web that has been and the destruction that's been sown by the Democrats in four small years. 4 short years, they were able to do so much damage to this country and to rip apart families like yours. And we've seen there's polling out that is showing from CNN, Harry Enton, CNN, saying that in 2016, only 38% of Americans wanted to deport all illegal immigrants. Now it's at 56%. So this message is winning with real Americans, even as the legacy media tries to trumpet up rage and outrage through their shrinking size of the piece of the media, the pies here. So, Ann, I just want you to give one message to the Trump administration, to our leaders. What do you give them the encouragement that only somebody like you could, Ann, who's gone through what you've gone through? What is your message to them?
Well, first of all, I would love to say thank you, which I actually got the opportunity to do a few weeks ago on stage with President Trump, because he's doing all the right things. There's been a 98% drop in border crossings. That is incredible. And he's put all the right people in all the right places. He started working on the de minimis loophole. He's dealing with China, Canada, and Mexico. Right now, he's labeled the cartels foreign terrorist organizations. And through Pam Bondi, she has also labeled fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction, because this is a poison. This is more potent than cyanide. That's a poison. People don't know they're taking it. And when people don't know they're doing something, it's not an overdose, it's a poisoning. Our kids can't learn from their mistakes, they're dying from them. So what I would say to the Trump administration and President Trump is thank you. Thank you for doing all the right things. And thank you for the continued strength and courage you have to do even more to keep America safe.
Amen. Thanks, Sam.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We begin with breaking news.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
We're monitoring reports out of Tallahassee, Florida, where there have been reports of a shooting at Florida State University. This is some of the video just into our newsroom. Investigators with the Tallahassee Police Department saying the suspect, or at least one person, is in custody at this point. There's no word on deaths, but multiple students, we're told, and multiple patients have been taken to the hospital after an active shooter was reported there at Florida State University, the campus there. A number of students report having heard gunshots on the campus itself. You can see them huddled up in various places. The school sent out an alert urging students to shelter in place, and we're told that U.S. Marshals are now on the campus helping evacuate FSU students and staff members. Again, this is a developing situation where we're still getting new information, but what we can tell you at this point is that one person is in custody following what has been described as an active shooter situation on the campus at Florida State University. A number of students also being treated at area hospitals. We'll continue to update you on this developing story as we get new information. In the meantime, there's a lot happening at the White House. President Trump is meeting with Italy's prime minister as we speak. They're discussing trade issues as well as tariff issues. It's just one of the many things on President Trump's plate. Another issue is the tension between the Trump administration and U.S. District Judge James Goldberg. It's taking on a new layer as the judge could slap some members of the administration with criminal contempt charges. In a ruling that was handed down on Wednesday, Judge Goldberg writes, there is, quote, probable cause to hold officials in criminal contempt of court for demonstrating what he describes as willful disregard for his March 15th order barring deportations to El Salvador under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act. However, he goes on to say the Trump administration can still avoid being held in contempt by taking steps to comply with his order, specifically allowing the deported immigrants to challenge their removals in court. That's a quick check of your headlines.
An all-new greatest American generation. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Pulvitt in for Charlie, who is on the road at Washington State University. He is about to be on campus. I'm finding out there's already students waiting for him there. And we're at the Bitcoin.com mobile studios. Can't forget that. First time we've had a studio naming sponsor, so very exciting stuff. First, I want to tell you about Hillsdale College, the best college in America, there's no doubt. History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. And even if you did, maybe it's time for a refresher course. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this free 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn, who's the GOAT, as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 30s and 40s, they are highly relevant today as they show what tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us how faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. And frankly, that root us in eternal truths. Maybe you read these books a long time ago. Maybe you've heard others talk about them and they seem a little intimidating. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com. That's charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll in this class and many others. That's charlieforhillsdale.com. So there's a couple different stories we're going to get to in the second half of the hour. I'm going to bring in Blake Neff to help me go through them. But breaking news, the college, Florida State University in Tallahassee, it looks like there was an active shooter. We're getting details on the updates there. At least 4 have been hospitalized as a result of that. So as details come in, we're gonna bring that. There's some B-roll if you're watching on the stream or on Real America's Voice. There's some B-roll of what's going on there. And then, again, our prayers are with them. We're going to find out more details as they come in. So watching that closely. Blake Neff, are you with me?
Yep, you got me, Charlie. Or Andrew.
It happens a lot, by the way. Oftentimes I'll call people and they'll think that I'm Charlie. I don't know if it's like our voices have melded together over the years and we just sort of sound similar. I'm not sure what that is. So there's a couple stories. I want to get to Iran because this is a massive, massive story that's going to continue on. It's going to continue on. There are the drums of war are beating in Washington, D.C., Blake, and we have some new intel, if the reporting's correct, that there's some very specific people within the administration that have worked to derail these war plans. Tell us about this story.
Yeah, Andrew. So this came out yesterday, late yesterday. And what the story is it says that basically since last fall, there's been the development of plans for a series of airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. As described in the reporting, I think the New York Times had it first, or at least with the most detail. They said that the idea was to do strikes on Iran's facilities that could, it said, set them back by about a year in terms of pursuing a nuclear weapon. And the idea was the strikes would be conducted by Israeli jets, but inevitably they would probably need U.S. support, buy-in. There was even discussion that we would give more direct support by, for example, moving U.S. jets into Israel, which I'm not sure, but I don't know if America's ever actually based our own fighter aircraft in Israel before, so it might be a new step. But anyway, there was this buildup. There was building more and more momentum. And then other figures in the administration pushed back, said we should not race towards war. We should focus on diplomacy. And they said that, first, I'll read directly from the New York Times. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, presented a new intelligence assessment that said the buildup of American weaponry in the Middle East could potentially spark a wider conflict with Iran that the United States did not want. And then it goes on to say that Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and Vice President J.D. Vance all voiced doubts about the attack. And so certainly for us, this feels like a great vindication. We were big supporters of J.D. Vance as vice president, and of course Trump's picks for Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth. And I think, we just said a moment ago on Twitter that could you imagine the people in those exact jobs before, where we had John Kelly as chief of staff, we had James Mattis as secretary of defense, we had Mike Pence as vice president. Could you imagine any of those guys stopping a march toward war with Iran? The exact opposite. We had, I believe, our President Trump's first director of national intelligence stepped away because he thought we weren't hawkish enough on Iran. So we're really seeing the difference in the personalities, the difference in perspectives that we've brought to the second administration on this extremely important topic.
Well, Blake, you know what this made me think of is the signal gate, right? Where you saw J.D. Vance weigh in and basically say, listen, do we have to really do this now? Maybe we need to build up the PR for this, the messaging for this. We need to get our plans in place. And Hegseth was like, hey, listen, we can do this now. I don't think there's, we're going to benefit by waiting. We've got to clear these sea lanes and nobody else can. But you saw that back and forth. And I think importantly, you saw J.D. Vance being a skeptic. Instantly, his perspective on it was that we should be skeptical of getting embroiled in these, these Middle East quagmires. I think in the sea lane story, Signal Gate, there was a different calculus, right? They were disrupting ships and vessels, and they were firing at U.S. ships. And so obviously they were different calculus. They made a different decision. In that instance, they decided to move forward. But I love that there is this initial skepticism from the traditional, drums of war, Washington, D.C., military industrial complex, business as usual. And that you're seeing this play out in such a way that gives us more time with Iran. For example, we've been told all week that there's going to be this meeting in Rome, I believe, with Iran to see about peace talks. And President Trump has said that he wants Iran to be a great country, a great place to live. He wants the people to thrive, but they will not have a nuclear weapon. And so you see these dynamics within this administration, and Trump 2.0, though, to your point, Blake, you couldn't imagine this type of skepticism, caution. We know that President Trump is not afraid to use lethal force. He used the mother of all bombs, of course, to take out Soleimani. He took out ISIS. He's not afraid to use weapons of war to defend the American interests when those American interests are properly represented. But this is a really powerful display of the contrarians within the office. I think to your point, Blake, I think Americans should look at this and be very, very grateful that we have prudent, thoughtful people in leadership.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing there's so many times where when you look at it in the past, I was just reviewing the other day the process that led us towards the Iraq War, and what popped up so often was that it was this lack of willingness to question things too much. In fact, the funny thing is I was reading that like the British government, which was helping us with that, they were tricked by an intelligence estimate of Iraq's WMDs that was based on a guy watching the Michael Bay action movie The Rock, which had a fake WMD in it. And it was just, you had to ask basic questions. You had to pause and say, wait, is this in fact a good idea? And for decades, America didn't have that impulse, and it led to so many bad interventions. It led to Iraq, of course, but it also led to Libya. Libya is a great example where they just sort of staggered into this war without seriously asking, are we being told the truth here? Do we have a plan for how this will go long term? What are we going to do if there's unexpected consequences to this? Now we have people in the government who are asking that question, and it's very likely it's going to save us billions of dollars and quite possibly many thousands of American lives.
Blake, I think we're going to pivot a little bit just for this FSU story, and then we've got the Dominique Alexander, Carmelo Anthony update as well. But, I think we can put a button on this and say, thank God for J.D. Vance, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, for voicing skepticism and doubt and being slow to a really intense action here. So FSU, we're getting news reports. Let's go ahead and play cut. Let's see. Let's go 3:15.
Honestly, I just hope everyone's okay, and I hope that we can just do better precautions so this doesn't happen again. And I just feel awful for the students on there having to go through these emotions right now, dealing with scared for their lives, honestly. It's really scary.
And you said you had friends on campus at the time?
Yes, right now. They're still on campus. They're on lockdown right now.
And you've heard from them? They're doing okay?
Yep. Texted them. They just said they're scared, they're in lockdown, and they just want to go home.
Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I just hope everyone's okay, praying for the people that are injured, and I just hope we can do better in the future.
And let's go ahead and play cut 316. This is FBI and local police are on scene. Dan Bongino's been tweeting that they have resources en route. Let's go ahead and 316.
Amen to that. No college student should have to live through this type of fear. Nicole, why do you believe that they wouldn't immediately make aware if they have someone in custody who that person is?
Because there might be a co-conspirator, there may be another person involved. Gotcha. They may not want to tip anybody off at this point, but right now I can tell you, having responded to multiple mass shootings, it really is chaotic. And so everyone is trying to do the best that they can.
So we're getting initial reports, and again, I want to caution and just say these are initial reports from local news sources that are saying 5 students dead, or at least people dead. Could be non-students on campus. 5 dead, 4 injured. It looks like that.
We're interrupting this program for a special live report.
Interrupting your regularly scheduled programming, President Trump speaking with Italian Prime Minister Meloni at the Oval Office. Let's listen in.
Migration, on fighting against synthetic drugs. Italy has been one of the nations that made a plan against fentanyl, for example. But we have been talking about many bilateral topics and things that we can do together, about defense, about economic about economy, about space, about energy. Italy will have to increase its LNG imports. And also nuclear that we are trying to develop. I think there can be ways to work together. And the Italian enterprises will invest, as they've been doing for many years, as you know, in the next years, I think around 10 billion. That shows how interconnected our economies are. And that's very important, Mr. President. It's not only about Italy, it's about the entire Europe. The exchange between us is a very big one. Investments, trade. It's a topic that we are discussing in this week.
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is hosting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni at the White House right now. About an hour ago, she met with the president and some of his cabinet members to discuss the tariffs against her country. She's here to lobby the president for better trade terms for her country. Meloni has also been dispatched to negotiate better tariff terms for the European Union, reportedly due to her strong relationship with President Trump. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Mr. Trump hosting a Japanese trade delegation on Wednesday. In this post on Truth Social, the president writing that big progress was made. Just this morning, Japan reported a global trade deficit of $37 billion. It's the fourth straight year of deficits for the country. However, when it comes to the U.S., Japan enjoys a $63 billion trade surplus. Japan is now looking to make a deal in lieu of having to pay a 24% reciprocal tariff. President Trump says Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell's termination, quote, cannot come fast enough. The statement comes amid the president's continued frustration that the central bank hasn't cut interest rates aggressively. Plus, he's responding to Powell's remarks from Wednesday, during which the chairman appeared to question President Trump's policies and their economic impact.
The administration, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up as tariffs find their way, and some part of those tariffs come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood. And my hope is that we'll get through this and get back. Well, we're always going to be aiming for maximum employment and price stability. That's what we do. I do think we'll be moving away from those goals probably for the balance of this year, and then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
By the way, the European Central Bank just cut interest rates for a 7th time as global trade tensions intensify. The cuts are said to be focused on countering concerns about economic growth brought on by President Trump's tariffs. The tension between the Trump administration and U.S. District Judge James Goldberg takes on a new layer, as the judge could slap some members of the administration with criminal contempt charges. In a ruling that was handed down on Wednesday, Judge Goldberg writes there is, quote, probable cause to hold officials in criminal contempt of court for demonstrating what he calls willful disregard for his March 15th order barring deportations to El Salvador under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act. However, he goes on to say the Trump administration can still avoid being held in contempt by taking steps to comply with his order, specifically allowing the deported immigrants to challenge their removals in court. While the administration is appealing the ruling, the judge says the administration has until next week to outline what steps it will take or identify the officials who decided to disregard his order. Well, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is out with a new report on autism, which finds a, quote, unrelenting upward trend in diagnoses among American children. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy calls it an epidemic. That's a quick check of your headlines. Tariffs have really thrown the global economy into chaos. Potential widespread inflation tied to massive supply chain disruptions is weighing heavily on all of us, but there's a silver lining that most people missed. President Trump specifically exempted gold and silver bullion from these sweeping tariffs. While these new policies are triggering significant financial chaos, the administration preserved your ability to diversify into precious metals. If you're concerned about your savings, you're encouraged to have a free consultation with a Birch Gold Group precious metal specialist. The first step is to text America to the number 989898 and receive your free no-obligation information kit on gold. Learn how to hold gold and silver in a tax-sheltered account. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of pocket. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied customers, you may want to join the ranks. And you can do so simply by texting the word America to the number 989898. Again, text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit now.
and fast up. So prices haven't gone up. The only thing that's gone up actually is interest rates, because we have a Federal Reserve Chairman that is playing politics. Somebody that I've never been very fond of, actually. But he's playing politics. Interest rates should be down now. They should be coming down. In Europe, as you know, they reduced them, I guess 7 times. It looks like they're going to reduce them again and again and again. But our guy wants to play cute. But interest rates are pretty much even. Maybe they went up just a slight bit, but that's the only thing. But that's because of the Federal Reserve, because they're not very smart people.
Do you
Go ahead. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead, please.
Do you regret nominating him?
Look, in the first 4 years, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Stock market went up 88 points. I think he's terrible, but I can't complain because we had the most successful administration economically in the history of our country. I think we're going to do even better this time, because you will see that the numbers that we're taking in are astronomical. We're taking in tremendous amounts of money with the tariffs. We were treated very unfairly on trade, and countries are having a hard time getting used to the fact that they can't do that to us anymore, because we have a real president. We have a president that understands what it's all about. We had presidents that, in some cases, were smart, but they didn't understand business, or they didn't like business, or, it wasn't like a priority. And then you had, like, the last administration, the only thing they were good at was cheating in elections. That's about all they could do. They couldn't do anything. They were useless. They were incompetent. Worst administration in the history of our country. Worse than Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter died a happy man. You know why? Because he wasn't the worst president. Joe Biden was. So I think you're going to see some fantastic numbers when this all happens. It's happening now. I mean, everybody wants to make a deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, we'll make the deal for them, because that's what's going to happen. We'll just say, this is what it is. But we want to listen to everybody, and I think I can say for Scott and the other people that are working on it that we're listening, and we're going to be very fair to people. But we're the one that really sets the deal, and that's what we'll be doing. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please. Please.
Question to our Prime Minister.
Oh, you have a great Prime Minister. You're so lucky. Yes.
In Italiano.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Okay.
I'm not sure they do agree.
Presidente Meloni, volevo sapere cosa pensava del fatto che il Presidente Trump ha considerato responsabile Zelensky della guerra in Ucraina, e poi se avete parlato delle spese militari e qual è il limite massimo a cui ha detto che può arrivare l'Italia, le percentuali delle spese militari.
Abbiamo parlato dei massimi a cui può arrivare l'Italia, abbiamo parlato del fatto che l'Italia sta mantenendo i suoi impegni, perché arriverà al prossimo vertice della NATO con il 2% che era già previsto, che è stato sottoscritto dai governi precedenti, perché siamo una nazione seria, ma non abbiamo parlato poi di quanto vada aumentata questa percentuale, anche se siamo ovviamente consapevoli che il tema della difesa sia un tema particolarmente importante di questo tempo. Per quello che riguarda la guerra in Ucraina, lei sa come la penso che ci sia chiaramente ci sia stata un'invasione e che l'invasore da quel punto di vista fosse Putin e la Russia, ma non è questo che oggi quello che rivela è il fatto che insieme vogliamo lavorare, stiamo lavorando per cercare di arrivare in Ucraina a una pace che possa essere giusta e duratura. Penso che questi siano gli sforzi sui quali condividiamo il nostro lavoro, abbiamo condiviso anche oggi il nostro lavoro.
That sounded absolutely. That was so beautiful. What the hell what did she say, please? No, I mean, it sounded great.
It was about.
It was beautifully presented, but maybe I could hear what she said. Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
It was about asking.
Guys, hold it.
Have some respect, please.
Thank you. No, wait. I want to hear what she said. Go ahead,
Prime Minister Meloni was asked what she thinks about the fact that President Trump holds Zelensky responsible for the war in Ukraine, and Prime Minister Meloni answered, "Well, actually, we have."
will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are live, Washington, D.C. Here today is April 17th, 2025, Anno Domini. And we've got a lot going on today. There's a ton of breaking news stories to get to. Of course, President Trump meeting with Prime Minister Maloney there in the White House just now. We also have the breaking news about the shooting, this horrific shooting at FSU. I've seen some of the videos coming out of it. It's extremely gory. We're tracking that, and we're going to get the information to you as soon as possible. Also down in Frisco, Texas, the stabbing case of Austin Metcalf. Well, Carmelo Anthony's family has just held a press conference, and we'll be discussing all of this and more here on Human Events Daily. First, I want to tell you about today's episode sponsor very quickly, Silence Faraday Products. And these products block all incoming and outgoing signals from your devices so that they can be invisible and safe from the outside world, from their backpacks, their phone sleeves, and even your pants. This patented signal blocking technology blocks wireless signals, giving you peace of mind that your data doesn't end up in the wrong hands. Just place your device inside, close it, and that's it. You're safeguarded from unauthorized access. Between the government, big tech, corporate America, and criminals, your privacy is compromised 24/7. There's no other option. You have to protect yourself, and that starts with silent. Go silent today at slnt.com/POSO to save 15% plus free shipping on qualifying orders. Stay ahead of what's coming and secure your privacy today. Again, that's slnt.com/POSO for 15% off and free shipping. All right, we have a very special guest, by the way, here in studio, straight from Bucharest, Romania. Now, we had him on the program last year when I was over in Bucharest with Tanya in Romania, Tanya Tay. We've had him here on the program recently as well regarding the situation of the presidential candidate who originally won the election. The election was overturned, and now a new election is taking place, and he is currently number one in the polls. Ladies and gentlemen, George Simeon. Great to see you, my friend.
Jack, it's an honor for me being here. A friend in need is a friend indeed, and I'm happy to have friends here in Washington, D.C., and I'm honored that you are my friend.
Well, thank you very much. Tell me about the situation that's going on in Romania. We've been covering it from our perspective, but you are actually living it, and you've taken the next step to actually declare your own candidacy, and the people seem to be really rallying behind you.
I'm replacing Mr. Georgescu, who was banned illegally against our constitution, against the electoral laws. We'll have elections in 2 weeks' time, and we are winning. So I'm here in Washington, D.C. to assure all the Romanian citizens that we will have fair and free elections, and we will remain part of the free world. The unelected bureaucrats from Brussels meddled with our elections. They were the ones meddling. They were the ones that canceled the elections, and they were the ones that threw away and banned the most voted Romanian, Călin Georgescu. So I am here to restore democracy, and I am here among friends from the MAGA movement to assure that all EU bureaucrats will lose big time all elections in the 27 states of European Union.
Well, I certainly hope that is the case. Tell me, what has the response been? We can see the polls you're currently leading, but what are the issues? Why is it that they overturned the election, something that's so undemocratic? I can't even think of anything like this. And I was in Munich, Germany, when our own Vice President, J.D. Vance, traveled there as well, who told them to their faces that you cannot say you stand for democracy when you're overturning the will of the Romanian people.
So Romania is standing up against the same cultural and political decay American patriots like you are resisting. Why is it they banned our elected president? because they do not like democracy, because they are tyrants, because if Călin Georgescu would have won, he would have promoted peace. They do not want peace. They want war. They do not want life, and they are not pro-life. They are for death, for destruction. This is the satanic ideology that is promoted across our beautiful nations. And we will follow on the footsteps of Donald Trump, who is the leader of the free world. My leader in Europe is Giorgia Meloni. She is currently now, as we speak, inside the White House. So together with Giorgia Meloni, with Slovakian Robert Fico, with other European leaders, with Karol Nawrocki, who will win the Polish elections. Actually, we have elections in Romania and Poland in the same day. We will follow on the footsteps of MAGA, and we will be MEGA, the victorious movement across all the 27 countries, nations inside the European Union.
It's so true, because when we talk about the cause of humanity and the cause of life, this is something where Romania has had to fight not very long ago for their own freedoms because of the terrible history of the communist regime in Romania. And it was the Romanian people themselves who rose up time and time again until eventually they overthrew communism and took back their country from truly, and I believe it is satanic, this ideology and the things that were done in the name of equality and justice. They always say it's done in the name of equality and justice.
And rule of law.
And the rule of law.
Always mentioning rule of law. What happened with the rule of law now when the Romanian people went out and voted somebody who was not part of the establishment and part of the deep state? We will continue to battle. We made big marches, demonstrations, tons of internal and external interviews. And now it's time in 2 weeks that we will win in the first round and in the second round on 18th of May when we will have second round of elections in Romania and the elections in Poland. We will be on the eastern flank of NATO and of Europe. Two presidents in Romania and Poland, George Simeon and Karol Nawrocki, that will stand for the MAGA ideology and with President Trump and with the American people. President Trump is a peacemaker. He will manage to overthrow all the opponents here from the democratic, neo-Marxist, woke side. And he will do this as a symbol also in Europe, because it will be also the victory of Donald Trump winning in the Romanian and Polish elections.
We're working every single day here. We are fighting those people because they want war. They don't care which war it is. They want war in the Middle East. They want war in Europe. They want war all around the world. This is part of their ideology. And if you stand against it, if you say you are against them, and if people even support you, they will take away your election. And you saw what happened here in Washington and here in America, I should say, where President Trump faced not one but two assassination attempts. For what did he do? He stood for peace and prosperity.
He's the man of God. We saw this only 1 second away. Yeah. And God saved him, and God has a plan with him. Now, across the free world, faith, family, and rural traditions are under attack. We must protect them. And we are a young, driven, anti-corruption movement that is shaking the system in Romania. And we will win this battle, and we will protect NATO as a defensive, and I stress as a defensive alliance led by the Trump administration.
And what better time to talk about rebellion and shaking off the chains of hell itself than Easter time right here, as it is Easter. And for once, the Western Easter and Eastern Easter is the same. So together. I'll say to you, Christos Vaskres.
Hristos a înviat, adevărat a înviat.
Happy Easter.
Thank you. Happy Easter to everyone. Happy Passover to our Jewish friends. Indeed, Jesus has resurrected from the dead, and has stepped over this symbol of Satan, of death, of evil itself.
The victory over death, the victory over evil. George Simeon from Romania. God.
To this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump says Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell's termination, quote, cannot come fast enough. The statement comes amid the president's continued frustration that the central bank hasn't cut interest rates aggressively enough. Plus, he's responding to Powell's remarks from Wednesday, during which the chairman appeared to question President Trump's policies and their economic impact.
The administration, as I mentioned in my remarks, is implementing significant policy changes, and particularly trade now is the focus. And the effects of that are likely to move us away from our goals. So unemployment is likely to go up as the economy slows in all likelihood, and inflation is likely to go up as tariffs find their way, and some part of those tariffs come to be paid by the public. So that's the strong likelihood. And my hope is that we'll get through this and get back. Well, we're always going to be aiming for maximum employment and price stability. That's what we do. I do think we'll be moving away from those goals probably for the balance of this year, and then, or at least not making any progress, and then we'll resume that progress as we can.
By the way, the European Central Bank just cut interest rates for a seventh time as global trade tensions intensify. The cuts are said to be focused on countering concerns about economic growth brought on by President Trump's tariffs. More tariff talk is on tap for President Trump today as he is welcoming Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni to the White House. Meloni is expected to lobby the president for better trade terms between her country and the United States. She's also been dispatched to negotiate better tariff terms for the European Union, reportedly due to her strong relationship with the president. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Mr. Trump hosting a Japanese trade delegation on Wednesday. In this post on Truth Social, the president writing that big progress was made. Just this morning, Japan reported a global trade deficit of $37 billion. It's the fourth straight year of deficits for that country. However, when it comes to the U.S., Japan enjoys a $63 billion trade surplus. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Today, you know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
Hilmar Abrego Garcia is an illegal alien, MS-13 gang member, and foreign terrorist who was deported back to his home country. Abrego Garcia was also arrested with two other well-known members of the vicious MS-13 gang. And two separate judges found that Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13, and that finding has never been disputed. And just this morning, it was revealed through Maryland court documents that Abrego Garcia's wife petitioned for an order of protection against him for two instances of domestic violence in May of 2021.
He is not a Maryland man. He is not a Maryland anything. He is an illegal alien from El Salvador with a deportation order from the United States.
I just want to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he was not able to make that happen.
Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen.
You said that you was in a relationship with President Xi. Why not pick up the phone and call him and make a deal?
Oh, we're going to make a deal. We'll have a deal. I think we're going to make a very good deal with China.
That's diplomatic envoy Steve Witkoff is in Russia with hopes of reaching a peace deal in the war with Ukraine. And then Witkoff jumps over to Oman tomorrow to talk about Iran's nuclear program.
All right, Jack Posobiec here. We are live, Human Events Daily. Want to welcome in the Salem Radio Network on Hour 3 of the Charlie Kirk Show and his audience. We're in Washington, D.C. Folks, I want you to pay close attention because they're not talking about this on the news. In the last 30 days alone, 145 bank branches, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and Chase included, have quietly shut down. No headlines, no warnings, just closed. Could these bank closures lead to bank failures? Imagine you go down to your bank and it's closed. If that doesn't feel like deja vu from 2008, I don't know what does. We've seen this movie before, and it doesn't end well for people who wait too long to act. Many lost a lot of their hard-earned savings, and some never recovered at all. It happened fast. That's exactly why I partnered with Allegiance Gold. You've seen them on my show. They make protecting your wealth with real physical assets like gold and silver simple, fast, and secure. Call Allegiance Gold right now at 844-577-7676 or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or protectwithposo.com. Gold is at an all-time high, and the sky is the limit. Get your money out of vulnerable paper markets and into something real. They're even waiving up to 3 years in setup fees, but only for my listeners. Don't wait for headlines to tell you it's too late. Call Allegiance Gold at 844-577-7676 or visit protectwithposo.com and start protecting what's yours today. All right, folks, here we are, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Just a couple of minutes to mention this incredible story that broke in the New York Times last night. They had it out. They've got some of the facts. They don't have it completely right. It is the New York Times, after all. But I've got some of my own reporting that I can confirm on this at all as well regarding potential strikes on the nuclear facilities of Iran. And President Trump was getting a lot of pressure from outside to unilaterally begin strikes on Iran, specifically using the bombers of Diego Garcia, where they're currently located there in the Indian Ocean, to fly up and use the refueling to be able to drop the 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs on Iran's underground nuclear facilities. Now, what I believe is actually going on is that President Trump has embarked on a grand strategy. He understands that the Iranians, or he wants that the Iranians, they're not just going to give up their nukes. So he needs leverage. Part of that leverage is potentially the threat of strikes. But the other part is working directly with them in negotiations with Witkoff. Witkoff is going to be meeting with them in Rome this weekend after having met with them in Oman. He's also putting on pressure, back-channeling through who? That's right, the Russians, because the Russians have leverage on Iran. They're the ones who built their nuclear reactor in the first place. All of this is coming together, but understand, there are patriots inside the Trump administration that are being targeted by the bureaucracy now. Why? Because they don't understand MAGA world peace. They don't understand that this movement stands for peace around the world. We are going to get it, whether you like it or not. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily, Jack Posobiec.
Rants here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. The tension between the Trump administration and U.S. District Judge James Goldberg takes on a new layer as the judge could slap some members of the Trump administration with criminal contempt charges. In a ruling that was handed down on Wednesday, Judge Goldberg writes there is, quote, probable cause to hold officials in criminal contempt of court for demonstrating, quote, willful disregard for his March 15th order barring deportations to El Salvador under the 1798 Alien Enemies Act. However, he goes on to say the Trump administration can still avoid being held in contempt by taking steps to comply with his order, specifically allowing the deported immigrants to challenge their removals in court. While the administration is appealing the ruling, the judge says the administration has until next week to outline what steps it will take or identify the officials who decided to disregard his order. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is out with a new report on autism, which finds a, quote, unrelenting upward trend in diagnoses among American children. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. calls autism an epidemic, as data shows 1 in 31 U.S. children have the disorder. Boys continue to be diagnosed at higher rates than girls, with Asian American, Pacific Islander, American Indian, Alaska Native, and Black children having the highest rates.
This is a preventable disease. We know it's an environmental exposure. It has to be. Genes do not cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability. You need an environmental toxin. Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are children who should not be suffering like this.
Data from 2020 shows 1 in 36 children were diagnosed with autism compared to 1 in 31 just 2 years later. School records also show that more kids are being diagnosed between 4 and 8 years old nationwide. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Friend, your sins are forgiven.
What did he just say? I think he said that man's sins were forgiven.
God forgave him, I assume.
He didn't say anything about God.
That's blasphemy. Pure and simple.
Why are you thinking these things? Tell me, which is easier? To say to this paralyzed man, your sins are forgiven? Or to say, stand up, take your stretcher, and walk home? I want you to know the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins. Now stand up, take your stretcher, and walk home.
All right, folks, we're back. Human Events Daily. Jack Posobiec. What you just saw or heard was the couple of clips from the great new film, The King of Kings. Now, this is, it's the Passion of the Christ for children. This is a way to really expand the Easter season into just everyone. The whole family can go see this film. We were just talking in the last segment here with the Romanian presidential candidate. And now, of course, Romania is an Eastern Orthodox country. And so for the Ortho bros out there, I always say that, the Orthodox Easter is actually generally on a different date than on Western Christianity's Easter. However, this year, coincidentally, or perhaps not a coincidence, they're actually one and the same for the first time in a long time. And so folks who don't know, my wife, Tanya Tay, is also Orthodox. And so, I always joke we're mending the schism a little bit, but this is a great Easter. It's a big Easter is what I'm trying to say. And this movie coming out at a time where we are in the culture is really an incredible moment. We talked about how Snow White was this massive debacle for Disney because woke is a joke now. Woke is over. Peak woke is done. We've passed through it. And now what is blowing up at the box office? Well, it's Jesus. Between The Chosen and now this, King of Kings at the box office. We had to get Angel Studios back on, and that's why we've got Jeffrey Harmon, the co-founder of Angel Studios, right here with us. Jeffrey, congratulations, by the way, on all the success, King of Kings, and just everything else you guys have going on.
Thank you, Jack. It's been a whirlwind of a week.
I can imagine. So you have to tell me that, going into this, when you said, an animated Jesus film, people have seen this story before. What was it that made you think this was the right time to go all in the way that you did?
We just have a totally different system than Hollywood. There was a recent article by Film Threat where they talked about how Angel Studios is doing something audaciously, radically different. They're listening to their audience. And what they mean by that is we have what we call the Angel Guild. It's 1 million people, over 1 million people that have come together as a community, and they're all guild members, and they vote on all the movies that come into Angel Studios. So I can't, as a co-founder, take a movie into Angel Studios unless it passes the Angel Guild. Well, King of Kings has one of the highest scores we've ever seen in the Angel Guild. And so we said, this movie has got everything it needs. These filmmakers did an incredible job. We're going to go all in on King of Kings for Easter. And it has proven out. The Guild got it right. This is one of the highest audience scored movies in history. It's got an A+ cinema score, which only 5 animated films outside of Pixar have ever done. It's also a 97, 98 on Rotten Tomatoes. It kind of switches back every day. It's even doing okay with the critics at 65%. But it's also blown up at the box office. It just passed Prince of Egypt's record for the highest box office opening of any biblical animated film ever, and it just keeps surging because it's loved. This movie is, like you said, it's Passion of the Christ for kids. I took my 4-year-old to it, and he watched the entire thing, and he was asking questions about the gospel that made me realize I'm not a great teacher because I thought I taught him these things before.
Hey, but that's that's part of it. That is, and I've got a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old as well, and that's part of it. Is there's a lot of questions, right? There's always going to be a lot of questions, but what you're saying is it's engaging, right? He's thinking about it.
Yes.
He's working through it, and that's a perfect way because look, sometimes when you go to church service, we're sitting there and we're reading, and you've got a scripture reading, and you've got the sermon, you've got the homily, but then people are saying, well, hold on, there are a lot of questions that get raised, and by the way, this is what Christ teaches us. He says, be like a child to enter the kingdom, and so that's exactly what he wants.
And this film, it's based on Charles Dickens' book that was published 65 years after Charles Dickens' death that he read to his kids every year. And Charles Dickens wrote this book as a love letter to his children. And so Charles Dickens is in the movie telling this book's story to his own son with his wife. And Charles is played by Patrick Brahe, and Uma Thurman plays his wife. And it's got this incredible cast. It's got Pierce Brosnan, Oscar Isaac plays Jesus, Forrest Whitaker from Rogue One plays in it, James Arnold Taylor, the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's funny because there's a whole bunch of Star Wars names. Jim Cummings, who plays in Star Wars, also plays Winnie the Pooh.
Jim Cummings is a legend in the voice acting community.
Yes, he's an absolute legend.
He's got Aladdin credits. He's got everything.
It's got D. Bradley Baker from Clone Troopers. Anyway, it turns out the filmmaker, Jay, he's a guy from, this director is from South Korea, and he makes a lot of movies, and he's a legend in South Korea. And he decided 10 years ago he was going to make this movie, and he pulled together the Star Wars cast because he loves Star Wars to the point that he actually named one of his daughters Princess Leia. And so he pulled together, it's like a Star Wars reunion on this film of all these major characters. And Film Threat, or not Film Threat, there's a blog post I read just the other day that went through and was like, I'm just in love with this because you have another epic movie, but it's like a Star Wars reunion. And
Well, so I
Anyway,
gotta
so
ask
this film-
you. I gotta ask.
Yeah,
I'll bring
go
it
ahead.
up because I get whenever I talk about King of Kings, people say, especially my audience. We've got a lot of MAGA people in the audience. They say, "All right, Mark Hamill, right? Because this guy, he's not very MAGA friendly. He's pretty antagonistic towards the MAGA side. So where does he come in all this?"
Yeah. So Mark Hamill plays King Herod, which I've seen a lot of comments say, oh, that seems appropriate from people who are on the other political side of the spectrum. But Mark Hamill's actually been out posting about this movie, and he's proud of it. Mark Hamill's a very talented voice actor, and we're a merit-based company. So when you go in the Angel Guild, you actually don't get to see who the names of the producers were or anything. You just vote on the storyline of the movie. So as a Guild member, when you go in and you vote, you don't get to see if Steven Spielberg made it. You don't get to see who the director was. You just vote on the story. And what the Guild voted on is that this story is biblically accurate, and they went and got the best voice talent they could possibly find. And that happens to have Mark Hamill as one of the voices, who lent his voice as King Herod. But if you look at the reviews, you'll see that people are saying this is the most biblically accurate animated biblical show of all time.
Look, and that's what people want. You know, you want to be able to just take the politics out of it for once and say, you know what?
Yeah.
It's about getting this story in front of children, and as a way, not just getting in front of the kids, you start that buzz, you start that good word of mouth. And by the way, there is really great word of mouth telling this.
I do want to point out something. Mark Hamill gets a lot of heat from the right for being in this movie, or the movie gets some heat. But when he went and posted on, I think it's called Blue Sky or Blue Ski, I don't know how to say the name of that like Twitter competitor.
I don't know, because
when
I don't
he
think
posted
anyone
on
really
that,
uses it.
he got eaten alive by his own followers saying, "Why are you in a Jesus movie?" And so he's losing. Like, you have to hand it to him for coming out and saying, I like this part. I liked playing King Herod. And he doesn't care what either side thinks, who are both hating him for taking the part.
Well, you know, we'll have to see how it is.
Even if you completely disagree with his politics, right?
Yeah, look, you know, and this is what it is, right? You know, we all grew up, you know, kind of watching Star Wars, loving Star Wars. He also played the Joker famously as a voice actor in the original Batman animated series in the 1990s, and people absolutely loved that. So I don't think there's anything you could say about, you know, certainly about his talents. But when it comes down to it, what I was saying is the word of mouth around this movie, it isn't even about the cast. You do have an all-star cast. By the way, Kenneth Branagh is just fantastic. I love his Poirot movies, the Agatha Christie ones. My wife and I go see every single one of them. That the word of mouth is good, and I know this because the members of my family that are like, you know, kind of more in the normie camp, they're just, you know, they're the cousins, the aunts, the uncles. They're all talking about it. When are you going? Are you going to see the kids? We plan to go see it this weekend. Full disclosure, haven't seen it yet, but we're going to go get everyone together and maybe do like a little video of, you know, sort of our review and our experience going to see King of Kings. And by the way, before I let you go and before we run out of time, I want to also point out that there's a way that Angel Guild is actually offering 2 free tickets to King of Kings. Tell our audience about that.
Okay, so if you come join the Angel Guild, you get 2 free movie tickets to the King of Kings. So you go to angel.com, just join the Guild, become a premium member, and you'll get 2 free movie tickets. And on top of that, you get a vote on all future movies. So if you were a member of the Angel Guild just a few months ago, then you were able to vote on this movie, King of Kings. You were able to vote on The Sound of Freedom. You were able to vote on Cabrini. You were able to vote on Homestead, which was a big hit at Christmas. You get to pick all the movies that come into this community. So when you join the community, you have a voice, and I can't take a movie unless you vote for it. Then your membership helps pay for future movies and TV series inside of the system. Here's something I think is really interesting. In my family, we say, I have 6 kids. They're 13 down to 2 years old. And we say when they're watching too much screen time, Harmons live on the other side of the screen. We live on the creator side, not on the consumption side of the screen. And what the Angel Guild does is it takes that culture of living on the other side of the screen to the masses. You get 1 million people and growing of people who are living on the other side of the screen. They're voting on the movies. Last year, they gave 51,000 plus comments to filmmakers, and filmmakers changed their movies. They did edits. They made changes to their movies. We had a movie that just recently got announced that had a whole bunch of swearing.
This
They
is
took
huge,
the Lord's
Jeff.
name in
We're
vain a
just about out
Yeah.
of time, man. But I
Yeah,
want
go
people
ahead.
to urge everyone again: go and join the Angel Guild, and this weekend take your kids. Go check it out. The King of Kings. Let's send a message to the culture. Jack and Sophie, right back.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it. And so I say to people, actions speak louder than words. Okay? What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting non-stop about this case.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. Now, just as we were going to air today for the show, and I want to also welcome in the Charlie Kirk audience on the third hour of Salem Radio Network, that Carmelo Anthony's family advocate decided to hold a press conference. This is something that is so egregious and so uncommon that I honestly couldn't believe it when I heard it, that he was holding a press conference, again, after the person he represents, a minor, stabbed another minor to death at a track meet. And he proceeded to hold this press conference, and throughout the conduct of the entire press conference, what did he do? This Dominique Alexander, himself someone who's gone to jail for violently assaulting a toddler, he decided to employ something that I've written about in the past in Unhuman's book called the Darvo tactic, because he spends the entire time acting like Carmelo Anthony is in fact the victim. And the perpetrator, he claims, is the internet or some such thing. He doesn't really explain what he's talking about, but he claims that and acts like he's playing the victim card. He certainly plays the race card throughout the entire press conference. This is sort of a BLM Junior type organization there in Frisco, Texas. And this individual employs the tactic of Darvo. And what does that mean? Darvo is a tactic employed by narcissists called deny, attack, and then reverse victim and offender, DARVO, Darvo. And of course, you'll see psychologists talk about this. Anyone who understands narcissists, psychology in relationships knows about these types of tactics. It's what they do. In fact, this is what they do. So the entire point of the spectacle was to try to make it out that Carmelo Anthony was in fact the victim. But the problem is that when the press conference began, there was someone there that they hadn't inspected. And it was in fact the father of Austin Metcalf, standing quietly in the back of the room. And he stood back there, and he waited patiently for the press conference to begin, didn't say a word. Carmelo Anthony's family and the advocate asked him to leave. He said, no, I don't want to leave. I'd like to be here and to view the press conference. Again, this is a press conference where they invited the public to attend. They wanted to get their voice out. They wanted to get their message out. But the problem was, Austin Metcalf's father would ruin the entire narrative. Do you know why? Because the actual victim of the situation was Austin Metcalf. And his father is the advocate for his son. His father, by the way, who already came out publicly and said that he forgave Carmelo Anthony. And what was the response? What was their response from the Carmelo Anthony family to see the father there? Did they invite him up? Did they have a moment to say, let's try to have unity in this country. Let's not rip apart this community. Let's stand together and say, we're both very sorry about what happened? No, that's not what they did. You know what they did? They called the cops on him and had him thrown out of the press conference rather than have someone there, God forbid, who was an advocate and a representative for the boy whose life was lost, who bled out on the bleachers at a track meet. I can't even say, as a father, I can't even begin to tell you what I would do, if I were in that situation. Were I in that situation? I can't. All I can tell you is this is disgraceful. It's despicable. It's absolutely disgusting what they're doing to this community, what they're doing to this country, raising money left and right, flagrantly, and they're just throwing it back in the face of the public and saying, no, it's your fault. It's your fault for being upset with what happened. It's your fault. And in fact, many of these people, if you go online, are saying that it was Austin Metcalf's fault. Well, he can't be here because he's dead, because you robbed him of his life. And then when his father showed up just to be there, you had the police throw him out. Texas needs to wake up. This entire country needs to wake up. We've got a lot further to go, but guess what, folks? We're going to go all the way through because it's Easter time and Christ is crashing down the gates of hell. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore. Jack Pacific.